Hello everyone, welcome to a game called Under the Thorns. Under the Thorns is a romance mystery visual novel I'm excited to dig into. The art is gorgeous, the music sounds great, and I can't wait to play it. Let's go ahead and start. I do not know how long this is, but this is chapter 1. I'm excited. So you dismissed 13 maids, did you? That's the premise. He dismissed all these maids, and now I'm the maid. I'm gonna go in there and be like, I'm gonna clean your house, and then I'm gonna fall in love, I guess. The loud noise woke me up from my sleep, and I reluctantly opened my eyes while seated in a rattling carriage. Daylight had emerged while I was sleeping, casting a feeble gleamer into the dim and shabby confines of the carriage. How far are we now? With a smooth move, I pulled myself up from where I was sitting, trying to fix my messy hair. As the world outside buzzed, the noise, the coachman spoke to me through a small opening. You've woken up right on time. We're close now. Steady yourself and get ready to jump off. Are you certain we are within proximity? Yeah. Have we reached the target location? You've not much faith in folks, have you? Reasonably, my reservations were justified. He had been repeating, like a wearied mantra, that our arrival was imminent, with no success yet. Perhaps stung by my inquisitive stare, the coachman gestured towards the crest of the hill. You see that, lass? I followed the line of his finger, and a stately manor loomed atop the elevation. Though it was too far away to discern its precise features, its sheer grandeur was unmistakable. I leaned closer to the window, striving to absorb the view, and then turned my gaze back to the coachman. What can you share about the manor? I'm just passing through, lass. I ain't got much to offer in the ways of knowing stuff. Perplexed by his lack of certainty for someone of his occupation, I nodded in response. It's all part of the mystery. You gotta find that out yourself. You can't get at the very beginning. It's too easy. Easy mode. The carriage drivers, yeah, it's like this is the mysterious guy who lived on this hill for years, and no, it doesn't work like that. The carriage in which I had been dispatched was hardly an impeccable condition. Whether it was the pall of tobacco smoke or the jolts from the uneven terrain, my stomach had churned during the journey, and my posterior ached. In all candor, the rumination. What is this word? Remuneration they had offered was alluring, albeit the doubts about its authenticity. I guess the money. However, given the prestige of the family name, I stilled myself and persevered. I'm not entirely sure if it was a wise course of action. I watched with trepidation as the manor drew nearer. I gotta have to put my brain on. These words are so big. My countenance bore a trace of consternation as the formerly imperceptible features of the estate slowly coalesced into view. You see what I mean? A fleeting moment of regret brushed against my conscience as I pondered whether I should have remained in the townhouse, notwithstanding the diminished pay. Irrespective of the manor's facade, the main entrance was the epitome of pristine maintenance. It stood as a constant symbol of the family's ostensible reverence for its regard of the anticipation of guests. In stark contrast, this manor appeared indifferent to such niceties. The towering fence shrouded in unsightly ivory, and the corroded, peeling iron gates bespoke a manner unconcerned with aesthetics. The sky, its counterance, morphing in response, excluded. The sky in counterance, morphing in response, excluded not merely an eerie ambience, but an unmistakable canniness. An involuntary gasp escaped me. Could there be more of a perfect setting for a mystery novel? That's exactly what we're in right now. A mystery visual novel, mind you. The coachman, who had been monitoring me for any signs of amusement, erupted in laughter. Fret not, young lass. This is the poshest place I've ever stepped foot in. I had my doubts, considering the ups and downs I'd already faced. But what choice did I have? I straightened my shoulders and prepared for the unsettling creak of the iron gate swinging open. The carriage moved through the open gates, passing through the gardens, and eventually stopping in front of the main entrance. As I got off carrying my belongings, the sheer size of the garden momentarily captivated me. The coachman's assurance proved correct. The garden was indeed well kept, although it seemed strangely out of context. While I looked around, a voice called out to me. "Miss Clara Hart?" A footman. He approached with a friendly smile on his face as he extended his hand. I was ready to reciprocate with a handshake. Then I noticed his gaze shifting towards my luggage. I quickly shook my head. "No need for you to carry the burden. Please, do not trouble yourself. It is my duty. I assure you, it's just one bag." After witnessing my hesitation, he initiated polite conversation, attempting to break the ice. "Is this your first foray into serving a manor, Miss Hart?" "Indeed, only last week I was in services as Lady Jane's maid in her townhouse. Fortuitously, I had been a lady's maid for some time, and astutely broached the topic with tact. I heard she is quite exacting. Is that so?" "Well, she maintains her own standards, but she is a fair employer. She did establish a multitude of rules, and I often found myself inadvertently breaking them, earning her displeasure. Nevertheless, recognizing my departure was tinged with concern, she kindly provided me with a letter of introduction to the manor, which was a consolation. The footman responded with a reassured smile to my answer. "Our manor shares certain similarities. I trust you will find yourself acclimated, Miss Hart. Acclimated. I certainly hope so." The conversation infused my voice with a natural cheerfulness as the tension from our earlier discussion faded. About the bag. There's so much tension about the bag. I want to take the bag. No, I want to take the bag. I couldn't get out of it, man. I could feel the energy. It was piercing. Anyway, life within the manor appeared less formidable, with a colleague of his caliber. After guiding me to the central hall of the manor, he assumed responsibility for my luggage and departed with brisk, confident strides. "I shall attend to your luggage." I felt a sudden pang of deception. Just as the words began to form in my mind, an individual approached, striding purposely towards me. Dressed in a dignified black coat, she exuded an air of authority. Her impeccable posture and immaculately coiffed hair, leaving not a single strand astray. Coiffed? So, this is the person I am to meet. I cast of appraising glance her way. Though I speculated she might be the mistress of the manor, her attire indicated otherwise. When our eyes met, she graced me with a composed smile and extended a greeting. "I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Have you found the journey to be taxing, miss?" Oh, not at all. Thank you for your prearranged carriage. I am delighted to hear that. I am Olivia Quiller, the housekeeper, and I would be most appreciative if you addressed me as Miss Quiller. Mrs. Quiller. Certainly, Mrs. Quiller. And so, our greeting came to a close. Mrs. Quiller promptly retrieved the pocket watch, checked the time, and proceeded to explain the schedule in a methodical, cleric fashion. As a rule, I would like to introduce you to Lord Robert. But, given his recent indisposition, it's evident you won't be graced with his presence today. In lieu of that, I determine that you shall promptly accompany you on the tour of this manor. Is that agreeable to you? The implication leaned more towards the announcement than a question. Yet, it was information I should have been privy to in advance, so I had no objection. Given the circumstances, I think it's the lone alternative. In response, Mrs. Quiller graced me with a smile of a different sort, a rather enigmatic one. Perfect. Incomprehensible words slipped through her lips. Mrs. Quiller took no notice of my attempt to inquire as she began leading the way. I followed her, feeling as if I were being abruptly steered. From my lips or her lips? I was confused about that. I think I was trying to inquire on something, and some incomprehensibility came out. My eyes retraced the entrance I had entered, only to see the door slowly closing behind us. In the corridor to the right of the manor house, we strolled through an area that invoked a cloister. Portraits of ancestors adorned one wall, bearing witness to their illustrious days. However, the manor's prevalent, eerie atmosphere made it challenging to fully appreciate these depictions. It's somewhat disquieting to think that they appear so lifelike and might be observing me. It could be, this is a mystery game. What if they are observing you and this is actually a horror game, and that's the mystery? It's actually a horror game, guys. Let's just go on like that. I mulled over this while stealing a glance at Mrs. Quiller, who forged ahead. Her back was turned to me, and she continued to provide explanations whether I followed or not. While she delved into the history of the manor and the biographies of the ancestors, my understanding was limited to a general grasp of the layout. She refrained from inquiring whether I had absorbed the information, as if she had little expectation. Nonetheless, I paid close attention and got nothing from it, but she elucidated the tasks I would be undertaking within the manor. One might assume cleaning is simple, but Mrs. Quiller regarding it with great significance. In particular, she emphasizes the importance of monitoring the entry to the private rooms and whether the doors were left open or closed. In this manor house, we leave the door to an unoccupied room open. If closed, it implies the presence of guests or occupants of the house are inside. Should you need to enter a closed room, knock and await a response before entering. What if there's no response? Do not enter. Request your supervisor to handle it. I shall remember that, indeed. I found myself slightly confounded, though I grasped the protocols of the manor. Seems simple enough for high-class society. Mrs. Quiller, content with my composed demeanor, ascended the staircase without uttering another word, her gaze fixed upon the corridor's expanse. The next noteworthy point leads us to the bedchambers. She halted abruptly. I recoiled a few steps, narrowly avoiding a collision with Mrs. Quiller's back. Mrs. Quiller, typically serene, now appeared shaken. Mrs. Quiller, is there something amiss? I turned my gaze towards her, pondering the nature of the disturbance, as the corridors devoid of life amid encroaching darkness. An enigmatic figure cast a long, human-like shadow. A mysterious presence meandered, swaying as if in a spectral dance. It seemed oblivious to our existence. I felt a quiver of fear at the sight of this unfathomable phenomenon. "Mrs. Quiller!" I cried out, sensing the imperative need to retreat. Simultaneously, Mrs. Quiller seized my wrist, guiding us swiftly downstairs. I wish I could have seen a visual of what I just read, but I did not see anything, so I don't know what I really saw, to be honest. The evasion led us to the courtyard. I curled up, shivering from the biting chill of the wind, whereas Mrs. Quiller stood rigid, seemingly unaffected by the cold because she was wearing such heavy clothing and long sleeves. Her eyes remained fixed on me in silence. A wordless pressure lingered, making my mouth go dry. "Oh yes, by the way, the house is haunted." I'm glad that, I didn't put that in the job description, so sorry about that. After a while, Mrs. Quiller broke the silence. "Lady Jane's reference letter attests to your meticulous nature and taciturn disposition. To be candid, in my previous employment, I was somewhat of a troublemaker. Not precisely a gossip, but curiosity often got the better of me. I caused Lady Jane headaches with various incidents, but I never by indulging secrets, just a bit of eavesdropping here and there." I nodded awkwardly, and Miss Quiller's mouth corners twitched. She draped a gentle arm around my shoulder, holding my gaze. "Miss Hart, if you encounter such a sight, flee, or you will die. It is an imperative rule you must adhere to." "You mean must?" "Without exception," she whispered impatiently, redirecting her focus to the manor house. "Believe it or not, the manor is designed by the same peculiar phenomenons as before." I rolled my eyes, struggling for words, despite what I just saw. What was the appropriate response in this perplexing situation? Luck was on my side. If I refrained from saying, "Well, it's plausible, considering one of the shadows is at my feet." Regardless, Miss Quiller seemed equally perplexed, convinced to call it a bringer of misfortune. I pondered, attempting to formulate a response. I inquired because you mentioned it's a rule. Is it akin to the guidance against closing doors? It bears similarity. Miss Quiller mentioned that she would deliver an employee handbook to my room. In a soothing tone, she reassured me of her understanding of my confusion, as she was equally confused, I'm sure. "You needn't worry. It's a collection of rules that shall resolve themselves." Rules. If it proves challenging, inform me. I tend to maintain a well-staffed house, allowing for your return. "No, entrust me with the responsibility. I shall endure." Now burdened with the responsibility of providing sustenance for my family, I had no intention of retreating to my former employment. Appeased by my response, Mr. Quiller bestowed upon me another satisfied smile. Surprisingly, the mausoleum was quite close to the manor house. By turning your head, it offered a view of the manor's right wall. A bold decision for a residence steeped in the history and grandeur. The ancestor of the lord of this manor devoted his departed wife, orchestrated the change to gaze upon her grave at will. In a society where arranged marriages prevailed, the fervent love struck me as eccentric. Although I was assigned to tend to the mausoleum, I wasn't given any explicit instructions. Alice was made responsible to oversee my training and teach me the details of the daily test. Whatever Mrs. Quiller chanted to me about the owner of the mausoleums seemed to go in one ear and out the other. Just as I was growing accustomed to the surroundings, I sensed an unforeseen wave of attention fixating upon me. Puzzled, I raised my head to witness a colossal figure materializing beyond the glass. The recollection of dancing shadows tensed at my shoulders. Oh, Mrs. Quiller, over there. Mrs. Quiller fell silent and followed my gaze. She tried to assuage my fear with a smirk. Fear not, he is one of them. Sorry, him? He is Lord Edward, the heir to the prestigious manor. With the precision, she outlined the figure against the cloudy sky. His hair, a shade of golden ash blonde, matched with clear blue sky of his eyes, and the static and calm demeanor defined him. Our gazes met, his fingers fiddling with the delicate chain on his necklace as he observed our surroundings. A look of surprise crossed his face. He attempted to communicate something to me through subtle mouth movements. I found myself captivated, studying his lips with genuine intrigue. Focus? My gaze, when it lingered, had not another voice snapped me back. Pardon me. I hastily clasped my hands, assuming a polite gesture, feeling my face uncontrollably warm. Absorbed in observing the Lord, I momentarily overlooked Mrs. Quiller's presence. Her eyes narrowed for that very reason. Could you tell me more about Lord Edward? The question, intended as an invitation, earned only a raised eyebrow from her. A momentary gaze at the window proceeded to a dismissive response. He is unruly man, a difficult one to deal with, nonetheless. I recommend you avoid talking to him as much as possible. Oh, understood. Treat him like he's not even there in his own home. Yeah, we'll do that. Stiff responses left me feeling out of place, a contrast to her earlier praise of the manor. Even if he was indeed unruly, it wasn't a particularly kind characterization of him. Mrs. Quiller added a cautionary note, apparently unsatisfied by my response. Should he visit the mausoleum, give him space. He's very sensitive. Our conversation ended there. The Mrs. Quiller spoke only if the explanations were necessary, and I, stunned by her continuous deflections, remained silent. Hence, the sloppy induction into the manor reached its end. Wow, we got through the whole introduction, and now we're on to chapter 2. Whew. I wonder what we actually saw, though. I thought it was like some drunken man or something, but I didn't really catch all it could have been. I guess it was a shadow of some sort. Attending to a lady's every need and overseeing a manor house were indeed disparate tasks. Alice, aiding my transition, bore a stern demeanor, leading us up and down the stairs innumerable times. By its conclusion, my limbs trembled like a fledgling foal. I'm utterly cream-crackered. What does that mean? I've never heard this expression before. Cream-crackered. Rarely propelling myself nearly to the brink of collapse, I entered the servants' hall. As the sun set, a bustling crowd had gathered. I sank into the nearest chair, exhaling a heavy sigh. My limbs are aching. I hope I can rise again tomorrow. While I was massaging my weary legs and pondering, a man quietly occupied the seat across from me. He scrutinized me with a pensive stare, deeming me a stranger. I'm not sure if I recognize you. I'm new to this place, as you can see. Haha, no wonder you don't seem to know me. I'm Thomas. Everyone knows me. Clara. When I ignored his hand, he discreetly wiped the damp palms on his apron, a smirk settling upon his features. He then continued speaking, adopting an air of sagacity? That word's weird to me. Right you are. You clearly had a day of it all. You're all tuckered out, are you? Absolutely, I can barely lift a finger. Ah, that explains the lack of handshake. Well, fret not, my dear, for this culinary wizard is about to whip up something scrumptious to revive you. A short while later, Thomas reappeared, a plate in his hands, his face softened by the desire to comfort, held a warmth that contrasts with the coldness in my stomach. An aroma of the food that Thomas had painstakingly prepared filled the air, but it failed to entice my senses. I took a small taste, more out of obligation than desire, and Thomas's face instantly became a mask of worry. Is it really that dreadful? Well, you do seem a bit unsure of yourself for a shelf, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it's because I find myself playing the cook for the day. He let out a big sigh, as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Right, well, the thing is, Mary up and left suddenly, which threw us for a bit of a tizzy, you see. I've been doing my best to pick up on the slack, so to speak. Who's Mary? Ah, well, she was the one who looked up after the mausoleum before you, as it were. Utterly surprised by Thomas's knowledge of things I had not shared, I asked, "And how exactly did you deduce that I'd be the new mausoleum keeper?" "Well, whispers about you have been swirling around the manor for days, like leaves in the storm. It'd be quite the feat to remain completely oblivious, you see. I wish I could see what Thomas looks like. Maybe he's a ghost." "Whispers about what?" "Oh, mostly about your tenor, of course. We've even placed a friendly wager amongst ourselves on just how long you'll last before throwing in the towel." My eyebrows shot up in astonishment at his audacity. How could he possibly make a bet without even knowing who the other person was? Catching my disbelieving stare, he let out a loud, disgruntled sigh. "Hey, don't give me that look. I was on your side. I bet that you would persist for a week." The mask of pleasantness on his face finally cracked, revealing a glimpse of the man beneath. As my disapproval became apparent, Thomas stammered out some excuse about needing to urgently attend to his duties and scurried away, seeking refuge in the kitchen, like a little mouse man, scurrying away. Goodbye. With a heavy sigh that echoed through the room, I laid down my fork and knife. The meal, unfortunately, had been a disappointing affair. I suppose I should return to my chamber. Without dinner, I'm very picky. Upon entering my assigned room, I was greeted by an unexpected spectacle. Wow, this is a nice room. I would live here. To my astonishment, it was an entirely private chamber. In abodes with the limited space, shared lodgings were the norm, so I expected something similar here. Am I their lost daughter or something? I wish. I hastily dismissed my unwarranted captivation, delivering a stinging slap on my own cheeks as a reprimand. This was not the time for frivolity, especially with the bet riding on my resilience. I needed to prioritize the organization of my attire and possessions, followed by a thorough examination of the established guidelines. It should be on the drawer. My gaze swept across the room, landing upon the delicate stack of papers precariously perched atop the dresser. I snatched it up and delved into the instructions. Let me see. Employee Handbook. 0. Manor Layout. The estate consists of 3 distinct areas: the main manor house, a separate annex building, and a garden. The manor house spans 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level. The left wing is dedicated to employee quarters, while the right wing houses the private residential areas. The basement serves as a storage and culinary space, with certain areas accessible only to authorized servants. The annex building comprises 2 above-ground stories and the basement level. This building is solely intended for guest accommodation. The garden is divided into 3 sections: a carriageway, an outer yard, and a backyard, courtyard. 4. Unbreakable policy, a code to abide by. 0. Manor manifestations. Strange and unexplained events can occur within the manor. A. Failure to comply with the following policy will absolve us of responsibility for any resulting incidents. 1. Confidentiality a mandate. All occurrences within the manor must be kept secret from the outside world. A. This is a contractual obligation, and any breach will result in disciplinary action in accordance with the policy. 2. Restricted passageways. Do not enter corridors where shadowy figures are known to manifest. A. During daylight hours, these corridors often become inhabited by humanoid shadows. While no physical contact has been reported, we suspect potential danger, and entry is strictly prohibited. B. If your duties require you to be in these areas, inform your supervisor and seek alternative assignments. 3. Vacant chamber protocol. Leave vacant chambers ajar, not sealed. A. Out of respect for our guests, entry shall only occur after a polite knock and an audible confirmation. If an unanswered knock is received, seek a supervisor to address the issue. 4. Sunset proscription. No movement allowed after sunset. A. For safety reasons, the manor operates during daylight hours only, prohibiting authorized personnel from moving after sunset. B. Occasional noises may occur after hours. We advise ignoring them, as they especially subside on their own. C. Sounds near your door often originate from a night watchman. Please do not be alarmed. 5. Mealtime protocol. The Lord's family's meals follow a predetermined schedule. A. Setting the table and presenting food will always increase the number of occupants by 1. Serving guests will also increase the head count by 1 person. B. If someone joins mid-meal, non-compliance is permitted. 6. Discord directive. Discourse, rather, not discord. Avoid lengthy conversations with Lord Edward. Oh my gosh, there's a rule against talking to him. A. Interaction is permitted within necessary, but refrain from initiating conversations unless invited. B. If someone brings business to Lord Edward, promptly direct them to Olivia Quiller. 7. Outbuilding ordinance. Unauthorized access to outbuildings is strictly prohibited, except for the stables and mausoleum. A. Currently, outbuildings are restricted to the designated personnel and the family of the manor's proprietor. If accompaniment of the outbuilding is required, obtain permission from your superiors beforehand. My mind reeled from the intricate details of the instructions, causing a dizzying sensation. When a defeated sigh, I reluctantly set the document aside. The complexity of the instructions left me staggered, with a barrage of unanswered questions lingering in my thoughts. This is hard to believe, yet the duty beckoned, and the handbook remained a necessity for the present. I swiftly stored it away and set about organizing my garments and provisions. My modest belongings found their proper places with ease. Disposing of my day's attire, I hung them neatly and settled into the bed, closing my eyes. I surrounded to a surge of thoughts. The imposing exterior of the manor might suggest otherwise, but the inhabitants did not seem inherently wicked. As the day's events began to fade into the background, I found myself replaying the faces and voices of those I had met. Did I skip over something? The Gurwitz coachman, the prospective footman, Mrs. Quiller, a rather enigmatic person, and the Metalius supervisor, Alice. And there was Thomas, the one whose condescending manner left an unpleasant aftertaste. But it was Lord Edward, the heir to the manor, who held my attention above all. His gaze, faintly tinged with concern, lingered in my mind, a stark contrast to the resentment he seemed to invoke in others. He didn't seem that bad. My mind, teeming with thoughts, sought solace in slumber. A yawn involuntarily escaped my lips as I rubbed the corners of my eyes, succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue that had enveloped me. In a blink of an eye, I drifted into the realm of dreams, leaving behind the day's events. The jarring resonance of the knock tore me from the brink of sleep. With a groggy mind, I surveyed my surroundings, only discovering the room shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Struggling to regain my bearings, I hastily assessed my attire, then cautiously approached the door, my thoughts racing with the impending disruption. Who? A sudden realization struck me, and I instinctively held back my words. The established guidelines clearly stated that any visit extending beyond the designated working hours was to be dismissed. This was a policy adhered to by all, and I had no doubt that my fellow servants would uphold it as well. Yet, if this was the case, then why did the insistent knocking persist? Clara, are they not informed that this room is occupied? The handbook's mention of night watchmen suggested that the knocking could be from one of them, operating within the confines of the policy. It raised the question of whether it would be wise to open the door and inform the night watchman of my presence. As the knocking continued, I engaged in a lengthy deliberation. Oh my gosh, there are options. Welp, we are in it now. Do we open the door? I wonder if we're gonna die. That's all. No. Okay, here we go. Let's open it. Let's see what happens. I have always been a rule breaker, so I'm curiosity killed the cat, they say. Decorum, who would presume demands a moment's pause to ensure an invitation before answering a knock. However, the insistence, urgent rhythm of the knocking hinted at the impending crisis. Alarmed, I inquired, eager to identify the person on the other side. "Who's there?" The door, stilled from its insistent battering, and replaced by a familiar voice that echoed through the corridor. "It's me, Olivia Quiller. This was a test." Huh? With a press of my lips and an eye roll, I hesitantly cracked open the door. Miss Quiller's pitiful expression met me from the other side. My apologies. Never in my wildest dreams could I imagine being sent home for violating the rules on my very first night. Thomas would have been in stitches if he'd seen this. His raucous laughter filling the room. Yet I stilled myself for a harsh reprimand. Miss Quiller, with unexpected kindness, offered me words of consolation. "Unwind yourself. I came to check, knowing this could happen." I inferred that multiple individuals had faced repercussions for their reckless disregard of the rules, judging by Mrs. Quiller's unannounced visit. Despite my initial apprehension, I was immensely grateful that no disciplinary action was forthcoming. A sigh of relief everything's involuntarily these days, escaped my lips. Do keep in mind, though, a second lapse is impermissible. Indeed. With a sigh of resignation, I closed the door behind Mrs. Quiller, watching her retreating figure disappear around the corner. The lingering embarrassment of my close call threatened to engulf me, and I was on the verge of burying my flushed face in the pillow when another knock compelled me to reopen the door. How? I just watched Mrs. Quiller walk away, and I closed the door behind her. Who could possibly be knocking on my door, if not her? My body, paralyzed by a mixture of horror and anticipation, remained motionless, as if suspended by time. Nah. Who was that? Did she turn around? She tried to test me again? She turned around. She came right back to that door and knocked again, didn't she? As dawn broke, sleep continued to... Good thing they didn't give me the option, because I would have just went for the door again and gotten myself fired. I would have just been like, yeah, let's open the door. Oh my gosh. As dawn broke, sleep continued to elude me, leaving fatigue as my unwelcome companion. I persevered for the morning, but the solitude of the mausoleum proved too much for my weary body. With each methodical sweep of the floor, my eyelids succumbed to the allure of sleep. My head sank lower under the warm sun's embrace. Let me just... You seem... Oh! Someone in a different language is speaking to me. I don't know what this is. French, maybe? You seem to be exceptionally fatigued. I jolted awake. A figure emerged from the shadows, its presence casting a chill over me. It was the Lord, the imposing figure I'd been warned against. He looks like a ghost, to be honest. His hands gently cradled a floral arrangement, presumably a tribute to the departed. My lips quivered, torn between embarrassment and awkwardness. Hello! It's quite a splendid afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, very splendid, very nice indeed. The Lord, taken back by the transient moment, revealed a tranquil smile. And this is Japanese, I think, actually. Indeed, it is a delightful afternoon, though not for you, I presume, because you're about to get fired for sleeping on a job. Fired! Done for. Well, I couldn't get much sleep last night. Oh dear. What happened? It's just, something unsettling occurred during the night. Lord Edward nodded sagely, his expression indicating that he had grasped the nature of the unsettling event. I've grown accustomed to it, but it might have seemed daunting to those unfamiliar with this manner. Has this occurred frequently for you since my mother passing? Yes, it's been happening for a while now. With an air of poise and reverence, Lord Edward swept past me, his movements exuding an effortless grace. He gently lowered himself to the ground, his hands carefully placing the bouquet of flowers upon the tombstone. As the sunlight brushed against his closed eyelids, an ethereal glow emanated from the corners of his eyes, casting a mesmerizing aura around him. It was a sight of such captivating beauty, almost surreal, that I found myself questioning the reality of the scene unfolding before me. With a final murmur of prayer, Lord Edward gently opened his eyes, his expression serene and composed. In any case, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you.
もし何かあったら気軽に話してください。
And I encourage you to reach out whenever you feel the need for conversation or simply someone to listen. Do you know that about the rule number 6? The rule number 6 about how I shouldn't talk to you, in fact, avoid you completely? It seems like you know about that. Have you read this book that your staff wrote about you, bro? You know how much, girl. I wanna open up to him. I wanna be like, yo, this chick is talking mad about you, man. His considerate attitude started to thaw my suspicions. Please call me Clara. A sudden chill crept down my spine, wrenching my attention away from my task. As I turned, I found myself locked in Alice's gaze, her expression as unreadable as ever, a broom held firmly in her grasp. Her unexpected presence disorientated me, as I had been under the impression that I would be working alone today. Sweeping not done, anticipating the scolding that seemed to loom, I shot Lord Edward a momentarily apprehensive look. His composure suggested that he had anticipated Alice's actions, and he discreetly turned away.
仕事中でしたね。続けてください。
I must have arrived at an inopportune moment. Please continue with your task. Man, the disconnect is real. I guess that's how it is, though. Like, sometimes when people are, like, so high class, they're treated like glass. They're not even treated like a person. I'm not allowed to talk to you because some lowly servant says so. Oh, ouch. Man, imagine being the owner and you can't even like talk to your own staff because the other staff are just like, yo, why are you talking to this guy? That would suck. I'd be like, you walking around and you're just like interrupting everybody's stuff because you just want to have a decent conversation with someone, and then they avoid you because they were told in some contrived rule book not to talk to you. Oh, I'm sorry, he's too high class for you. You just can't speak many words to him, otherwise he might collapse and die of your peasantness. Your peasantness, bro. Sorry, I'm just upset about that. Alice's stern countenance eased as the man entered the house. She looked at me nervously. Oh, I'm sorry, I was rigid. It's alright, nothing untoward happened. In fact, he seemed pretty kind. Kind? You haven't witnessed the low-life nature of his. How dare he put flowers on his mother's grave? What awful man! What? I'm sorry, what has he done? What has he done? Give me the tea! If he's so bad, just spill the tea already. Alice's head swayed in disapproval as she whispered her disgust at the idea, but her reaction barely made a dent in my thoughts. Our interaction was brief and unremarkable as ever. So unremarkable, I didn't even see what she looked like. She's not important. Leave her out. She's just there to interrupt my conversation with the Lord of the Manor, bro. He simply expressed his concern for my well-being. However, I knew Alice would dismiss my account with disbelief, prompting me to release a heavy sigh. There's a lot of sighing in this. Who am I to trouble myself over such matters? He is the heir to this grand estate, and I am but a humble servant, being paid a measly amount. I have my hands full with my duties, that is for certain. With a resolute shake of my head, I pushed my thoughts aside and stepped into the manor. The distraction may be swift, but the work is eternal. Good morning, everyone. Clara, how come you are up this early? I happened to get up early today, plus we have deep cleaning coming up, don't we? Oh my god, Bruce, our little Clara has grown up to be a big maid. I have always been a maid. Their playful snorts hung in the air, hinting at their enduring perception of me as a familiar face. Oh, so how long have I been working here now? I quelled a sigh and gathered my equipment, knowing I'd have to navigate the manor yet again as the new kid. 2 months have passed since I arrived at this manor. Okay, wow. Which meant that Thomas should be drowning in regret by now over his empty wallet. Yeah, he said I'd only be here a week. Look at me now. 2 months in. That's way more than 1 week. But in their eyes, I remain a mere newcomer. A new cucumber, rather. Newcomer. I'm not sure if that's a word. It's probably not. Well, that's a shame for you, but I'm already feeling confident. With a murmured sigh, another sigh, after another sigh, this whole house is full of sighs. I embarked on my ascent, my gaze drawn to the ethereal sunlight streaming down through the windows. The corridors, once steeped in an enigmatic aurora of mystery and trepidation, now seemed less ominous, their gloom dispelled by the gentle embrace of the morning sun. There's that shadow again. My own shadow. How dare he follow me around? Despite my growing familiarity with the manor's layout, I still couldn't shake off the lingering sense of disquiet that clung to its walls. With a furrow creasing my brow, I swiftly pivoted and descended the stairs, my eyes starting nervously away from the lurking shadow. Opting for a longer route, I decide to circumvent the left corner, my heart pounding with a mix of apprehension and determination. The shadow's ominous presence loomed large, casting a pall over my otherwise resolute steps. I'm running late. Anticipation quickened as I rounded the bend, for I sensed the presence of one awaiting me. Good morning. Have you come to make another visit to the mausoleum today? True, to my exceptions, Edward sat posed before the tombstone, our invisible connection drawing him to this familiar spot. As I approached, his face lit up with a smile as radiant as a flower in full bloom, a silent welcome that transcended words. Wow, it's the only woman who will ever talk to me in this bloody manner of mine. Oh, I could feel so happy when she's around because I actually feel like a person. Wow.
今日に限って日差しがよく当たるね。い
Indeed.
い天気だよ。
I have. The sun is bright today, lovely weather. I agree, it's almost spring. Upon closer acquaintance with Lord Edward, I discovered the stark contrast between the perceptions others had instilled in me and the reality of the man himself. He possessed a depth of compassion that defied the callous reputation he bore, a trait that slowly chipped away at the preconceived notions I had harbored. My instincts, though often dismissed as unreliable by those who deemed me insensitive, seemed to be offering a more nuanced understanding of Lord Edward. Though repeated interactions, I began to discern qualities that had eluded me before, a tapestry of kindness and empathy woven into the core of his being. Even now, he was a silent oasis of support amidst the flurry of fallen leaves while I raked the grass. Like a gardener tending to his plants, he listens attentively as I shared my thoughts, nurturing him with his presence. Could the frequent turnover of the mausoleum attendants be the reason? But it's been 2 months already.
時間が経てばきっと良くなるだろう。トーマスはもう何も言ってないよ。
Things will likely settle down with time. Thomas, like you mentioned, doesn't seem to bother you anymore. Only because he lost the bet. My lord, I don't come across as childish, do I? Absolutely not.
クララは大人のように見えるよ。
You seem quite mature, Clara. You're not being sarcastic, are you? Why would I be? Uncertain of the propriety of a servant forming such a close bond with their employer. It's not that bad, bro. It's not that bad. I nonetheless found solace in the quiet moments shared with Lord Edward. As our conversation flowed, I was struck by unexpected parallels between us, a realization that sparked both wonder and curiosity. It was a curious phenomenon. There's a lot of those too. The way a lord and a servant, despite their vastly different stations, could discover a common ground that bound them together. It's like we're both human at the same time. I can't even imagine that, you know?
そういえば、おじがハガキを送ってきたよ。
Right, I received a postcard from my uncle. Lord Brandon? Yes.
今回は海を渡るそうだ。到着したら写真を送ってくれると言っていたんだ。
He spoke of his desires to cross the vast oceans this time and pledged to send me pictures once he reaches his destination. That sounds quite exciting. I'd love to travel like that someday.
そうだね。なんて美しいんだろう。
I share your sentiment. It would be a dream come true. Edward's expression softened to a wistful reverie, as if he were already aboard a ship, slicing through the waves on his own grand adventure. A youthful vibrancy, previously concealed by his usual stoicism, now radiated from his features. For the first time, he looked his actual age. I placed my rake aside and settled myself down a comfortable distance away. Why not travel when you have the opportunity? It would be wonderful, but... An awkward smile smeared across Edward's face, his voice trailing off as he hesitated to continue. It was clear he was dodging a particular subject, most likely the illness of Robert, the manor's ruler. I completely understand your hesitation. It's a sensitive topic. Edward's lips moved silently, forming the discarding words, until finally he tried to mask his disconcert with a smile over his face. Thank you, Clara. The morning slipped away quickly, filled with a lively conversation and laughter. The lunch hour had flown by, and now Edward, filled with regret, actively sought to help with the remaining cleanup. Unfortunately, his efforts at cleaning proved less than fruitful, creating more work than he intended. As I organized the cleaning supplies, a sudden sound pierced the silence, drawing my attention. Bruce stood there, his arms folded across his chest, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Here we go again. Blimey, Clara, where have you been hiding all morning? None of your business. Now, Bruce, if I may remind you, my duties lie with the upkeep of the mausoleum. You've been with Lord Edward again, haven't you? What's the meaning of again? It's not like we're glued at the hip or something. Oh, really? Don't think I've noticed what's brewing between you two? What is? Honestly, like a mutual understanding or something? Bruce, give it a rest. It's not what you think. I cut off Bruce's interference with a firm voice, needing to focus on the precise task at hand. It's like whenever two people talk, they must be dating. Two people have a conversation. Wow, it must be love. They must be, doing something over there. Bruce gave a nonchalant shrug, his unconcern evident as his casual posture. Come on, spill the beans. Everyone's nosy about where you've been all morning. Oh, please drop it, Bruce. I'm already on edge after bumping into that thing again today. That's it? Just 'cause of that one little beastie? Doesn't make much sense, does it? What if I told you I was struggling to rake leaves? Well, that could be tiring work, I suppose. Bruce, I know this might sound silly, but you know how long it could take to learn something new. Don't make me feel bad about it, please. It's my first time holding a rake, and you're gonna make me feel bad about how badly I rake the leaves? What do I do with these people? I cannot satisfy anyone here. Bruce grinned broadly, showing off his crooked teeth that made him look like a bit intimidating. I kept my face blank, refusing to let it get to me. Alright, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Well, thanks for nothing, then. But better watch your step with Lord Edwards. No nattering, that's the rule. Bruh. Calm down. It's just the guy. I turn and walk away, feeling a slight chill despite the warm day. It was difficult to tell a lie, especially one so out of character. But nobody is interested in befriending Lord Edward other than me. Olivia's words about Lord Edward's rebellious and unpredictable nature echoed in my mind. Despite Lord Robert and Lord Edward being the masters of the manor, everyone seemed to unquestionably accept Olivia's betrayal of him. What did he do? Like, I swear to gosh, you know, in times long gone, there were like, they probably still do this. There's like fancy, like, you know, utensils or something that people use. They have like 5 utensils for different versions of food. I swear he put his ice cream spoon in his soup, and that's the most rebellion he's ever done in his life. And Olivia's just like, bro, that is not how you use that spoon, and you know it. I mean, people had such people had such high social expectations back then. I mean, everybody was probably like walking around on glass, afraid to offend anybody. Sounds awful. Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry. It's kind of like that today too. Sometimes. Depends on who you meet, I guess. Despite Lord Robert and Lord Edward being, yeah. Oh, they don't believe me, but he's such a nice person. Why can't they see it? Despite Edward's insistence on leaving them alone, if they weren't open to a conversation, I dissented. His lack of assertiveness bothered me. Maybe he was like a rebellious teenager who was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And then they're like, oh my gosh, he is such an unpredictable person. And that carries on into his adulthood, and he's treated like that disgruntled, edgy teenager for the rest of his life. Even when he's 60, they're not gonna talk to him. And they're gonna just be like, bro, he is just off the charts. He is like doing stuff we've never seen before. And it's crazy. He's crazy. Especially since respect was rightfully his due as a family member and an employer. I won't let him continue withdrawing from those around him. Drawing stay from Lady Jane's wisdom about relationships, I pushed open the door. Once inside, I was informed that Olivia had summoned me. Come in. I closed the door softly and approached her. The room was overflowing with papers and envelopes, clearly neglected due to the Lord's absence. Clara, at your service, ma'am. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I offered a greeting. Olivia, her eyes momentarily glued to the documents before her, eventually looked up and removed her glasses. With a gentle press of her finger to her forehead, she acknowledged my presence. Oh, it's you. Have a seat. I took a seat in the chair in front of her, perfect for a long, relaxing conversation. My desire to depart grew stronger with each passing moment. How may I help you? Alice happened to mention that you've been working through your lunch break. Clara, is that so? Well, I was told that Mr. Robert cares for the mausoleum, so I have been summoned you to reprimand you. I don't disapprove of hard work in the slightest. I appreciate your understanding. However, I must insist that you don't skip meals. Steeling myself for Olivia's potential dismissal, I was met instead with an unexpected praise for my meticulous work. This surprise was compounded by my previous anticipation of accusations of napping from either Alice or Bruce. As I contemplated whether or to rise, Olivia abruptly began divulging details of her personal situation. Ooh. Clara, to be honest, the Lord hasn't been feeling quite himself lately. Oh no. Is that so? Edward's downcast expressions made sense now. This was what weighed heavily on his mind. Olivia's gentle smile and nod suggested a misunderstanding of my words. Yes, thanks to that, I'm in charge of his care. Thanks to that. I blinked momentarily, confused by Olivia's cryptic comment. Since I am unable to leave the manor, I would like you to pick up the medical supplies in my stead. My jaw dropped at the enticing offer. Leave? What? Pardon? If it poses too much of an inconvenience for you, there's no obligation. Not at all. It's not difficult at all. Olivia's unexpected compliments were understandable now. Given the circumstances, I have little choice but to accept her offer. Recognizing the implication of Olivia's words and my own lack of options, I simply offered a smile. That settles it then. I'll notify you when we're scheduled. For now, concentrate on the primary task. As you wish. I'm counting on you, Clara. A grateful nod escaped my lips. Masking the bewilderment that churned within me. Was entrusting such a task on the new maid truly wise? Perhaps Lady Jane's recommendation spoke volumes of my capabilities. Surely Olivia wouldn't assign this responsibility without unwavering assurance of my reliability. Wouldn't you agree, my lord?
まあ、オリビアはそんな紹介状一つで心を変える人ではないから。
Changing
ただ君のことが気に入ったんじゃないか?
Mind about a reference letter isn't exactly Olivia's forte. Perhaps she simply, likes you, Clara. What aspect of my character, again?
オリビアだけが知っているだろう。
That's a question only Olivia herself can answer, I'm afraid. True. Edward lowered himself onto the grassy ground and I took a seat beside him. Though I harbored some discontent, I nodded. I trust the journey will not be overly strenuous.
御者がちゃんと連れて行ってくれるだろう。心配いらないよ。
I have full confidence in our coachman's ability to deliver you safely. There's no need for concern. Then transition into the next chapter, right? I still have some butterflies in my stomach. Have you ever been there by any chance? Edward's head denied the question with a subtle shake. These trips were usually left to the servants, but his expression hinted at something unspoken. As I released a heavy sigh, a fugacious concept blossomed in my mind, leading me to redirect my focus. The sea. Huh? Alice mentioned a harbor near our destination. Why don't we venture there together? The path stretched slightly longer than anticipated, but with brisk steps, we could chase the setting sun and reach the manor before dusk painted the sky. Wow, such beautiful words, too. The harbor, apart from the sandy expanse of the beach, held its own captivating allure. I gazed up at Edward with enthusiasm, but he appeared somewhat perplexed.
それはちょっと
That might
難しいん
pose
じゃないかな。
a bit of a challenge. If you're concerned about your father, he should be alright. We'll only be away for a day.
うん。それもあるけど、やっぱりできない。
Well,
ごめ
there's
んね。
that, but no, I'm sorry. A shadow of regret crossed Edward's face as he gently declined my suggestion. His lips pierced slightly, and his unusually bright eyes seemed to cloud over with a hint of sorrow. The vibrancy of Edward's deep eyes dimmed like the dying embers of a fire, mirroring the unfathomable depths of the ocean. A veil of disguised emotion clouded his face, hinting at a sudden, hidden turmoil within. The untold words hung heavy in the air, a tangible barrier between us. Edward's clenched jaw and furrowed brows betrayed the secret he chose not to share with me. What is it? Tell me. A wave of wistfulness washed over his face momentarily, morphing his features into a mask of neat anguish. But the storm quickly subsided, replaced by a quiet resignation that settled upon his countenance like a veil. No?
クララ、君の言う通り、僕には屋敷を出ない他の理由があるんだ。
Clara, as you may have noticed, I have other reasons for not leaving the manor.
でも、
But
君には言いたくない。
I'm not sure if I want to talk about it. Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
ごめんね。
It's alright, buddy. A sharp pang of disappointment pierced my heart as he drew a line, like a cold blade severing a thread of intimacy. Yet I clenched my jaw and forced my muscles into a mask of neutrality, determined not to betray the storm raging within me. I knew that our bond, though cherished, lacked the depth and intimacy that warranted the sharing of every secret. We were not confidants in the truest sense. The realization settled upon me like a heavy cloak, dampening the spark of hope that had flickered within me. Despite the churning turmoil within, I forced the corners of my lips upwards in a semblance of a smile. I must have disturbed you. Please excuse my rudeness.
いや、クララ、全然迷惑じゃないよ。
No, Clara, you weren't rude at all. Despite the shadows of doubt that crossed his face earlier, Edward's demeanor changed, radiating eagerness.
むしろ嬉しかっ
Quite the contrary, in fact. His words filled me up with a sense of perplexity. Despite possessing the freedom to depart, Edward seemed inexplicably confined within the manor. People treated him as a liability despite being employed by him and his family. And Edward endured it all with an unwavering submissiveness, never venturing beyond the manor's walls. It became glaringly obvious that the secrets he hoarded close to his chest were the missing pieces to the puzzle of his existence. Whew. Chapter 3. I knew it was coming. I knew it was getting there. We're there. Chapter 3 time. Clara. Miss Quiller requests your presence in her room. Hearing my name, I was instantly transported back to the conversation we had just shared. My curiosity piqued. The memory of her request and the errand needing my assistance resurfaced in my thoughts. Settling aside the cleaning supplies, I hurried to Olivia's quarters, recognizing the urgency in her tone, and responded with a decisive knock upon the door. Come in. Papers still littered the room, testament to the ongoing task of organization that Olivia diligently undertook. The muted words felt like a growing weight in my chest, forcing me to interrupt the sympathy of rustling papers, and finally make myself known. Good morning, Mrs. Quiller. Clara, you're here. I thought it might be someone else. Olivia reached into her arms and retrieved a pair of papers. These letters note down the symptoms of illness. Please be careful not to lose them. Certainly, I will be cautious. Olivia confirmed she would call me once the carriage arrived tomorrow, including a map for good measure. Her thoroughness left me speechless, making my worries shared with Edward the previous day seem utterly trivial. I apologize for the urgency, but precision is crucial since Lord will be relying on those medications. So don't forget to obtain the medications directly from the doctor. Yes, I'll ensure to get them. After carefully folding the paper, I tucked it securely in my front pocket. In the midst of my actions, Olivia's voice pierced the air, carrying a weight of sudden recollection. By the way, Clara, whispers had reached me of you spending much time with the young lord. Is there any truth in that? Oh, no, of course not. Though Bruce seemed to buy my act, Olivia's discerning eyes revealed the truth beneath the surface. A skeptical frown creased Olivia's features, communicating her disbelief without a single spoken word. I have my own suspicions. Now I know where to place them. Well, I don't blame you. Lord Edward is a wily man. He seems innocent. Her words caused me inconsiderable distress, prompting me to attempt a defense. Unfortunately, my discontent failed to elicit any response from Olivia. And, with the innocence of his, he managed to make 13 servants quit their jobs. Clara, I have a duty to protect the servants, and that includes you. You'll have to keep in mind that everything I say, even if it seems harsh, is to keep you safe. Understood, ma'am. What did he do? A sigh escaped my lips as I pushed open the door and stepped out of the hallway. My head throbbed with a dull ache, a physical echo of the turmoil brewing within me. If Edward truly is what Olivia claims, then what has been his motive in engaging with me all this time? But the headache quickly faded, leaving no trace on my present self. Who was I fooling? I was once Lady Jane's fiery maid, a rebel punished tenfold for forever proud. Or, at least that's who I was before I came here. Being bold in words is simpler than putting it into action. Their recent warnings echoed in my mind. Mostly about your tenor, of course. We even placed a friendly wager amongst ourselves. How long it'll last before throwing in the towel. But better watch your step with Lord Edward. No nattering, that's the rule. Clara, I have a duty to protect the servants. That includes you. They're essentially telling me to avoid Edward like the plague, but he's not exactly someone I can easily dismiss. Ignoring him altogether is an impossibility. After all, he's my employer. I must say their suggestion that I simply disregard my employer is quite perplexing. It seems that they've lost touch with the realities of the workplace. With a heavy sigh, I continue wiping down the tombstone. The more I think about it, the more I doubt. It's getting way too complicated.
何がそんなに難しいの?
What's getting complicated? I mean, A gasp escaped my lips as I flung the mopping cloth at Edward. With practiced ease, he snagged it out of the air, as if he anticipated my outburst. I hesitated, unsure whether to commend his reflexes owned by their after countless days of dodging my impromptu projectiles. Locked in a wordless duel, our eyes met, and Edward's face gradually flushed a deep crimson.
どうしてそんなに人をじっと見るの?
Are you staring at me like that? I think my brain has been addled by what people have been saying. By
僕が?
Who? Me? Including you two? Though the blame primarily rested on others' shoulders, I must muse inwardly. My gaze remained fixed on Edward's eyes. I peered into his eyes, searching for a trace of the villain they claimed he was. Yet his eyes held no hint of malice nor a tinge of exhaustion. Despite the warnings of others, I could not bring myself to treat Edward with disdain. With the timid glance around, I began narrating the events that had unfolded. My story left Edward's face ashen, his features etched with a profound sense of gravity.
オリビアがそう言ったの？
Did really?
僕
Did
が13人を追い出した。
Olivia
暴れん坊だと？
really say that about me? That I'm the deranged B word who forced those 13 people out? Even though I can't prove it, I'm telling the truth. I mean,
まさか。
you can actually.
僕は君を信じている。
You can show them the rule book that they gave you. Show them the rule book that they gave you. I didn't mean to imply you were lying, Claire. I trust your word. It's just
オリビアがそのような噂を広めたことに
I'm
少し困惑しているだけだ。
I'm a bit perplexed as why Olivia would circulate such rumors about me. Edward paused, his eyes meeting mine with a steady determination that spoke volumes.
クララ、
There's something I'd like to show you.
よかったら今夜お墓に出てきてくれる？
Would you be willing to meet me at the mausoleum tonight? Tonight!
君が嫌なら来なくてもいいよ。もうそんなこと言わない。
If this request makes you uncomfortable, just let me know and I'll drop the matter entirely. The echo of Olivia's disapproval lingered in my mind as a reminder of the trust I had betrayed. Yet Edward's desperate expression pierced through my defenses, making me question my resolve. Should I trust him and break the rules? Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. We're gonna get a choice. Yeah. We're gonna trust Edward. Trust Eduardo. If you ask me, the answer is undeniably a resounding yes. In a rather peculiar turn of events, I am convinced that Edward I encountered was a man of profound authenticity. What can I do for you? Edward's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped the implication behind my question. His jaw clenched tightly, attempting to suppress a surge of emotion. Then he methodically outlined the plan.
12時にここで会おう。
Let us eat here at midnight. With a gentle press, he placed his pocket watch in my palm. His eyes filled with a silent promise. My fingers traced the contours of his watch's lid, and I nodded in understanding. The task was simple enough. The rules of this manor are not definitive. Despite my transgressions, Olivia's forbearance hints at the measure of flexibility. Perhaps that's why I'm still allowed to remain in this manor, and even converse with Edward once more today. Besides, I could recall the employee handbook's mention of night watchmen. This ensured that the corridors posed no true threat. If an unsettling feeling crept into my heart, I could swiftly retreat to the safety of my room. And if, against all odds, my daring escapade failed, I would always resort to begging Lady Jane for her favor once more. With a reckless glint in my eyes, I met Edward's gaze. With a furtive glance at my pocket watch, I grasped the doorknob, my fingers trembling slightly. But the hinges, generously oiled, yielded to my touch without a single creak, allowing the door to open silently. Door to empty rooms needs to be opened, but I'll make an exception this time. The weight of 4 transgressions pressed down on me, each one a stone in my heart. The air crackled with the potential for expulsion, a fearsome storm brewing. However, a defiant spirit, a glimmering candle in the darkness, ignited within me with a wary sight. I slipped out the door, closing with a final thud, leaving my actions to be judged by the uncertain hand of fate. From the vantage point of the master bedroom window, the mausoleum stood unmissable. This meant its presence dominated the landscape directly opposed to the servants' quarters. With this urgency of a fugitive, I sprinted across the first-floor corridor, the feeling of a thief clinging to my skin. My heart pounded in my chest, each footstep echoing in the stillness. Every shadow held the potential danger, and I was primed to vanish in the darkness at a moment's notice. Yet the anticipated encounter never materialized. The profound silence that shrouded the manor's house instilled a sense of unease, making me question the presence of any night watchman altogether. Is anyone here? With a murmured word barely audible, I stepped out into the courtyard. But the stillness of the night was shattered by a sudden intrusion of an orange glow slowly but steadily approaching. I retreated into the shadows of the trees, peeking cautiously from behind a sturdy trunk. If anybody was bold enough to flout the rules, I reasoned it could only be Edward. However, as the approaching figure materialized in the moonlight, my heart lurched, and the blood drained from my face, leaving me pale and trembling. Huh? A figure emerged from the darkness, her form obscured by a flowing robe. It was Olivia, her imposing frame barely concealed by the garment. Despite the wind whipping at the lantern in her hand, its flame revealed a captivating aura that transcended the attempt of anonymity. My eyes glued to her every move, I watched her progress with a mixture of trepidation and fascination. That path leads to the annex building. What could possibly be going on in the empty annex building this late an hour? My curiosity simmered, urging me to follow Olivia's footsteps with cautious vigilance. Olivia's pace faltered after a short distance, and she paused before the dilapidated structure. Halfway between the courtyard and the opposing annex building, I had caught a glimpse of it earlier. The cabin appeared ready to crumble at any moment, its weathering timbers groaning under the weight of neglect. Olivia, however, seemed unfazed by its precarious state. With a practiced hand, she opened the door and slipped inside. As the door creaked shut, I carefully approached and gave the knob a gentle turn. Of course, she wouldn't leave it unlocked. Something of immense significance must have been concealed within those walls, evident in the deliberate act of securing the door at this unsettling hour. My mind raced with the possibilities and urge to unravel the truth, but then the weight of my initial business came crashing down, leaving me no choice but to turn away. A frustrated sigh escaped my lips. But she is the housekeeper, so I guess working overnight wouldn't be entirely unexpected. If she had to sneak around like that in the middle of the night, it must have been way more urgent than I first thought. I attempted to rationalize her actions, justifying them in my mind. As I turned and walked away, yet the weight of my concern remained manifesting in the heaviness of my steps. Reaching the mausoleum, I found Edward leaning against the cold stone, his eyes closed in contemplation. Bathed in the soft moonlight, he seemed unaware of his hair glowing in a ethereal blue, its color intensified by the night. This gave him an air of quite mystique. "My lord, I'm here." The sound of my call reached him. Drawing his eyes open gradually, a gentle smile, like the first rays of dawn, spread across his face.
よく来てくれたね。大変じゃなかった？
Clara, I'm pleased you're here. Did you have any trouble getting here? Not at all. I'm a regular here by now.
そう？ よ
That's
か
a
ったね。
relief to hear.
迎えに行くことができなくて心配だったんだ。
I was concerned I couldn't come for you myself. He gathered the blanket he had been resting on his lap.
話が長くなりそうだから準備したよ。
Knowing my stories can run a bit long, I thought you might appreciate this. I'm alright. I'm not feeling the chill too much. I extend my hand with haste, hoping to convince him of a mild temperature, but Edward didn't seem to believe me. No, I really mean it, my lord. You should put the blanket on. Edward's hand appeared, palm open and inviting, his fingers outstretched like a bridge waiting to be crossed. I locked my eyes with him, then intertwined our fingers. He slowly pulled me closer, the warmth of his touch radiating from my palm. He led me to the seat beside him. His gentle tug a silent command to join him.
これはどう？こうすれば二人ともかけられるけど。
How is this? This way we can both be covered. Edward was draping the blanket over our shoulders, with his hands stilled, the blanket suspended in midair. A gasp escaped his lips, not from exertion, but from the sudden awareness of our proximity. The warmth of his presence intensified under the shared blanket, and I turned to him, at him. I looked at him, drawn by his nearness. The silence stretched thick and heavy until Edward, like a rusty wind-up toy, began to turn his head. His cheeks, flushed with a rosy glow, were visible in the moonlight's soft luminescence.
ごめん。近すぎた。
I'm sorry, Clara. I wasn't too close, wasn't I? It's all right. You were just trying to be thoughtful.
気まずかったら立ってもいいよ。いや、僕が立った方がいいね。
You may rise if you find it... No, wait, perhaps I should rise instead. Wait, what? I am perfectly fine, my lord. My lord, please remain seated. My attempt to rise from the ground became a comedic spectacle as my feet tangled in the treacherous depths of the blanket. Edward, the unwilling participant of my impromptu performance, attempted to regain his balance, but our efforts were doomed to failure. We rolled across the floor in a flurry of limbs. When we finally came to a stop, our faces were only a few inches apart. I couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of the blanket engulfing us like a playful octopus. Edward, caught in the unexpected turn of events, soon joined in our laughter, filling the night with joy and a touch of self-deprecating humor. After a while, breathless and grinning, we untangled ourselves and continued our conversation, the memory of our shared clumsiness forever etched in our minds. Are you all right? I laughed so hard I could hardly stand up straight.
実は僕も。
Actually, me too, I confess. The seriousness of our intended conversation was swept away by a wave of embarrassment. In its wake, a light atmosphere emerged, filled with playful laughter. This shift in the mood allowed me to reframe my question, infusing it with a touch of humor that mirrored the newfound ease we now shared. Well, now that the air is clear, perhaps you would like to share what brings you here tonight.
二人で気楽に話がしたかったんだ。
There's a matter I wish to discuss with you privately. The day felt suffocating, filled with the weight of countless eyes watching over our every move. The persistent scrutiny of other servants made it difficult for Edward and me to find a comfortable space for our private conversations. Edward gave a hefty sigh and pushed himself into a seated position. And lastly, I needed reassurance for the certainty that you trusted me. Without question, I trust you, my lord. Thank you, Clara.
今は僕もそう思っている。
Everything is perfectly clear now. The rigidity of his features softened, replaced by an expression that spoke of ease and comfort. The seriousness that had once clouded his eyes was now replaced by a spark of youthful spirit. This wasn't a setback, it was a revelation. It warmed my heart to see him finally open up and reveal his true self. When he became aware of his intensity of my gaze, Edward gently looked away.
それじゃあ少し歩こうか。夜に見る庭園はかなり美しいんだ。
Considering our current location, would you be interested in taking a walk together? The garden is particularly stunning at night. The garden is probably too dark to see much, wouldn't you say? The garden, which I had noticed through the corridor windows before coming here, was completely shrouded in impenetrable darkness. But Edward, his hand outstretched, with unwavering confidence dispelled it with a reassuring gesture.
行ってみればわかるよ。
You'll see things differently when you see it for yourself. You'll be singing a different tune. Wow, it is prettily drawn. A kind soul has preemptively lit the lamps, alleviating my concern as the soft glow illuminated the path. And that's what gave him his confidence, I reckoned, having a look around. My word, this place is a complete metamorphosis from its earlier state.
夜の庭は邸宅の自慢なんだ。
The
以
garden
前はここで一晩中パーティーを開いていたみたいなんだよ。
at nightfall is a source of immense pride for our manor. I have heard accounts of all-night festivities taking place here in the past. Don't tell me you still do that, do you?
いろんな事情が重なってね。
Things haven't been quite the same. Edward's voice, though laced with a hint of worry, carried a hopeful melody I haven't heard before.
お父さんが全開されたらまた始めようかと思う。
Perhaps I shall consider reviving the practice when my father regains his health. I have full confidence that he will recover. Lifting the candle beside me, I met Edward's warm smile and we began to walk. The air hung heavy until we reached the fountain, where he finally broke the silence and spoke. As you are
君も知ってい
aware,
るだろうが、この邸宅では誰も僕に話しかけてくれない。
I am ostracized within these walls. It probably has something to do with Mrs. Queller's orders.
単に指針のためではない。クララ、僕は
The situation is far more complex than orders, Clara. Edward's lips became a tight line, the subject still a thorny barrier to his voice. The candlelight flickered and danced in his hazy blue eyes, reflecting the turmoil within. Sensing his struggle, I reached out, a silent offering of comfort. Perhaps we can discuss this matter next time. There may not be another next time. He murmured in a voice trembling with unease. Startled, I yelped and flinched. My focus had been solely on him, rendering me oblivious to the stone beak jutting out from the ground. Acting swiftly, Edward wrapped his arms around me, but inadvertently dropped the candle stand. The shortened candle tumbled down, the flames spluttering and dying in the darkness. A moment of silence settled upon us before Edward cupped my cheek, his gentle touch and reassuring.
大丈夫？
Are you alright? What keeps happening? We just keep stumbling into each other, my lord. Yes, my lord, but the candlelights. With a heavy sigh escaping my lips, I felt the tension ease from Edward's embrace as he loosened his hold.
音がしたから人が来るだろう。部屋まで連れて行ってあげる。
The noise we created may attract unwanted attention. Let me escort you back to our chamber without saying a damn word about what we were going to talk about. I assure you I'm alright. Please proceed ahead of me.
いや、僕が呼び出したのに一人にさせるのはちょっとあれだよ。
I cannot in good conscience leave you alone, especially considering I'm the one who requested your presence. But I'm your servant.
どうせ戻るでしょ？
It's situated along the way. Anyway, what do you mean? My room is on the opposite side to your. A piercing epiphany jolted me upright. You're returning to the mausoleum again? Edward inclined his head in a tepid acknowledgement.
眠れない日には時々そうするんだ。
I
気分が良
often
くなるんだよ。
visit on nights when slumber eludes me. It provides a sense of solace. Even on a night as frigid as this, you'll surely fall ill if you remain awake all night.
さっきは寒くないって言ってなかった？
Did you not claim earlier that the temperature was mild? It most certainly is now. Edward's lip. It most certainly is still mild indeed. Edward's lips twisted in a bemused smile, his surprise betraying him at my bold declaration. He shifted awkwardly, unable to meet my gaze, and glanced down at the floor.
仕方ないね。
And I suppose I have no other choice. His expression bore a curious mix of embarrassment and both inexplicable pleasure, as if he had never encountered such a feeling before. Astonishment washed over me as I witnessed this unfamiliar side of him, prompting me to turn my head away in surprise. The feeling was strange, a nebulous sensation that eluded comprehension. But what did you need to say? What did you have to say? You brought me all the way out here to have a private conversation, and nothing was said. Cloaked in the pretense of vigilance, I shadowed him as we made our way back through the labyrinth corridors to our destinations, Edward's room. He pivoted towards me, his eyes asking a silent question. Are you happy now? My hand instinctively reaching for the doorknob. Edward's face contorted in bafflement as he restrained my hand.
男の部屋に入ってもいい?
Are you truly comfortable entering a man's chambers? It is quite alright, sir. I have been in here countless times while cleaning. Oh.
そうなんだ.
I see. I didn't know you were cleaning my room this whole time. Despite my answer, Edward's discomfort was palpable. He sought to hide his discomposure by burying his head in his hands, having sensed my concern for his vexation.
入ってもいいよ.
You may enter. Though his shyness was unnecessary, the tips of his ears betrayed a blush, their color vibrant against the paleness of his skin. If you'll pardon my intrusion, sir. I pushed the door open and surveyed the room within. A pleasant surprise awaited me. Edward's room was meticulously tidy, a testament to the effort to maintain order despite their lack of interest in the actual owner of this room. I sauntered over to the wardrobe and casually selected a change of clothes. Edward, who had been stationed by the closed door, dashed towards me with surprising agility. Clara,
僕のクローゼットをなぜ?
What purpose does my wardrobe serve? As for you to change into, here is your nightshirt. I understand.
ありがとう.
Thank you. Would you like assistance in changing into your nightshirt? Bruh, what are you trying to do? His eyelids fluttered rapidly before widening in surprise. The flush on his cheeks extended to the tip of his nose, and lingering effect of the cold, perhaps. No.
本当に大丈夫だよ.
Thank you!
一人でもちゃんと着れるよ.
I'm quite capable of doing this myself. I nodded respectfully, observing as Edward hastily snatched his nightshirt and shuffled away. He isn't a lady, I suppose. I decided to respect Edward's autonomous choice. Once he was changed, Edward informed me I was free to leave if I desired, however, I remained adamant. A gnawing anxiety stirred within me as Edward, now lying on his bed, cast repeated glances towards the window. The mausoleum, his mother's final resting place, seemed to exert an undeniable pull on him. I intend to remain here until you fall asleep, so there's no point in persisting. With directness, I cut through the silence, and Edward responded with a grim nod. Clara, I'm not a child. And when have I ever treated you as such?
今がそうじゃない?
Right now, don't you think? You're mistaken. Do you truly wish for a demonstration of what treating someone like a child is? I took a seat on the edge of his bed and began to sing him a lullaby, mimicking the soothing melody my mother had sung to me as a child. Edward paused, his brow furrowed in perplexity. What troubles you? I believe...
この歌、どこかで聞いたことがあると思う.
I have heard this song somewhere before. It's a popular lullaby. My mother used to sing it to me when I was troubled. Your mother...
お母さんが
May I ask her name? As long as you don't find it trivial, of course. My tales, for the most part, chronicle my mother's admonitions for my various mishaps. Despite my inability to fathom what he found so captivating about my mundane narratives, Edward steadfastly urged me to continue. My grumpy visage, drained of further stories, stared back at him. Why do you find stories of my humiliation so amusing? Edward's hand darted out in a flurry of motion, to desperately attempt to undo the misunderstanding. It's not amusement I seek.
ウバは僕を知らなかったから。
I was simply curious, as my nanny never reprimanded me. I dare say you never caused her trouble.
いや、そんなにいい子じゃなかったのに。
Though I wouldn't call myself a good boy. Well, judging by the peaceful way you lie in your bed, I say you are. With a playful glint in my eye, I reached out and poked his cheek, but he swiftly intercepted my hand.
本当にそう見えるの?
Do you really think that of me? Pulled by a sudden force, I found myself struggling against the bedsheets. The momentum threw me on top of him, as if I were to eat him alive. His eyes widened in surprise, clearly not anticipating this unexpected turn of events. Attempting to quell the frantic pounding in my chest, I parted my lips to utter a word. A shared reflex propelled us both upright, our eyes drawn to the imposing door as if by an invisible force. A sudden recollection of the handbook sparked in my mind, prompting me to hesitantly address him. My lord, should we remain silent? Edward offered no response to my query. His face drained of color, as if he had committed some heinous act. Mother,
お母さんだ。
I beg your pardon? My mother
お
is
母さんが
calling for
僕を呼
me.
んでいる。
His words sparked confusion within me. What kind of mother would pound on their son's door like that? A grimace contorted his face at the sound of the renewed pummeling on the door.
お墓参りに行くたびに、君のことをたくさん考えているんだ。
When I visit the mausoleum these days, I find myself thinking of you even more. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by untraversable darkness.
僕
I
が
should
悪いことをしたんだ。
not have. This is my fault. You cannot truly believe that, can you? A familiar face surfaced from my mind. The face of the one who had taught me the rules. Was it Mrs. Quiller? Did Olivia Quiller claim that was your mother? My gaze locked onto his hand as he grasped his necklace tightly around his neck. The red gem, which had been glinting in the moonlight, vanished into the shadows cast by his hand. A maelstrom of rage churned within me, threatening to erupt like a volcano. Never mind. I'll just prove it's not your mother. It's not her. Even if it were the sprint of the lady of this house, I could not stand idly by and witness her torment her own son. With steely resolve, I rose to my feet, only to be abruptly pulled back down by the restraining force around my wrists. Edward had not released his hold of my hand, his grip unwavering.
やめてくれ。
Please, don't. But my lord,
僕
I
は
am
大
fine,
丈夫。
Clara.
ただ、もう寝たい。
I simply wish to sleep. Unable to resist, I yielded and settled back down the edge of his bed. Edward's eyelids fluttered shut, the blue moon painting his face in the ghostly light. Keeping an eye on the door, I sang a soothing lullaby, my voice a gentle balm in his troubled spirit. As the last note faded to a quiet night, sleep descended upon him, offering a temporary haven from the chilling echoes of the door. The relentless pounding, unlike what Edward had said before, still haunted his sleep. Withdrawing my hand from its grasp, I rose slowly to my feet, each step a weighty echo in the stillness of the night. As I neared the door, its darkness seemed to beckon me closer. With a creak, the door yielded, letting in a flood of inky blackness. The corridors of the house, already barren in daylight, now appeared as hollow and desolate as a forgotten crypt. The silence was absolute, broken only by a frantic rhythm of my heart. This was not the comforting refuge described in the pages of the handbook. It was a place of secrets and shadows, a place where hope struggled to survive. Then why? Why did Edward stop me from opening the door? Perhaps within the darkness he conjured an image of his mother, a vision born of yearning and guilt. It was a fragile illusion, a spiderweb spun in the dead of the night, ready to be shattered at the first touch of truth. The longer he held onto the illusion, the deeper he sank into the abyss of self-deception, leaving me to wonder if he would ever find the courage to confront the truth that awaited him outside the door. A deep sigh, laden with exhaustion and a sense of foreboding, escaped my lips. Sleep, yet again, would be an elusive visitor tonight, I thought to myself, closing the door behind me. Wow. What is going on? Where is the manipulation coming from? I'm so confused on what he had to tell me because he didn't say anything. Edward turned his attention drawn to my figure standing before the canvas. The artwork was a vibrant tapestry of light and color.
Do?
Clara, what do you think? My word, it's as if Lady Isabella brought the very ocean itself into this room. I allowed my eyes to leisurely explore its surface, absorbing the intricate details of the ocean scene. The golden sand, painted with remarkable realism, seemed to warm my feet beneath their imaginary touch, while the sunlight danced on the rippling waves, creating an illusion of movement and depth. She certainly has a gift for painting, doesn't she?
結婚前に名のある巨匠の下で修学されたそうだ。
Indeed, you wouldn't believe it, but she trained under a renowned artist before she married. You mean back when she was a young lady? Yes.
お父さんと結婚するまでは
That's right, before she married my father. Edward joined me, his eyes rising to meet the captivating artwork. The warmth and affection shining within them spoke volumes of his love for the piece, a love that resonated deeply within my own soul.
母は故郷が恋しくなるたびに海を見るためにこの絵を描いたそうだ。
I was told that she worked on this painting whenever she felt homesick for the sea. A rather remarkable view, wouldn't you say? Oh, I wouldn't disagree, it's truly breathtaking. Even I, who had previously never considered such a thing, found myself yearning to visit this idyllic scene captured on the canvas. In my mind's eye, I saw Edward seated before it, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, his thoughts lost in contemplation. Unbidden, yet the unwavering conviction, the words tumbled from my lips. I'm certain you'll get to see the real sea someday.
そんなことができるだろうか。
Do you honestly think so? Of course, though it might take a little time and effort. Once Robert's illness was under control, Edward will be able to leave the manor and pursue his deepest aspirations.
そうだろうね。
I suppose you're right. Edward's response was a silent affirmation, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. As I pushed open the heavy door to the servants' hall, my hand instinctively reached for my rumbling stomach. A wave of curious faces turned towards me, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and amusement. It was as though they had been eagerly awaiting my arrival, their eyes filled with unspoken questions. The sudden focus was disconcerting, and I found myself blinking rapidly, a flush of embarrassment creeping across my face. Why are you all looking at me like curious cats? Alice hurried over to hold my hand, concern etched upon her features. I heard you volunteer to clean Lord Edward's chamber. My thoughts drifted to whose earlier expression had been puzzling mix of delight and apprehension. Now her silence made perfect sense. She must have divulged the news of my plans to the others. Indeed I did. Those toilets were giving me no end of trouble, and I thought a change of scenery would be pleasant. I understand the difficulty, but are you certain you are comfortable taking on such a task? Why wouldn't I be? Well, there are thousands of reasons. Can you tell me one of them? One of the reasons that you told me not to talk to this guy, because of the 13 other people who left, probably because of the weirdness and strangeness of this place, not because anything. It probably doesn't have anything to do with this one guy. It probably has something to do with the shadows. It probably has something to do with, oh, I can't even talk to my own employer. The weirdness of the knocking on the doors. There's something going on here. We just don't know what it is. We don't see it. But you're portraying this guy you don't even know, who hasn't done anything to you. I'm sure the servants are, I wonder why the servants don't critically think. Like, they're not just like, wow, is there something really off about this guy? Like, I haven't seen him do anything rebellious or anything. Like, I just don't get it. I can't wait to get it, you know? Despite my assurance that all was well, Alice's agitation only intensified. As I stood by, passively observing a glowing throng of onlookers gathered. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and speculation about me and Edward. Come to think of it, you have been spending rather a lot of time with his lordship lately. And wouldn't you know it, there are whispers that you and his lordship are developing quite a bond. Now, that is simply not true. We have merely stuck up a friendly acquaintance, nothing more. For someone so unconcerned, your ears seem to be a rather fetching shade of red. And your nose shares the same color. As the seconds ticked by, the relentless chatter grew progressively louder, accumulating in a particularly harsh comment. Feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony, I instinctively raised my hands to cover my ears and noise, seeking a moment of respite from the incessant barrage of words. A wave of laughter erupted around me, echoing within the confines of the hall. Wow, your co-workers truly suck. Witnesses of my distress, Thomas shook his head, his expression conveying a sense of helplessness. Clara, whatever feelings you may have for Lord Edward, I strongly advise you reconsider. I assure you I have no such feelings. I simply don't believe he is a terrible person, as some of us would have us believe. Those instructions to keep your distance were not issued without good reason. Yes, the handbook. Having personally experienced the repercussions of unchecked gossip and misplaced judgment, I now had much to say on the matter. The events to this day have provided me with such a wealth of knowledge that I was determined to share. Has it ever occurred to anyone that perhaps these instructions might be misleading? An oppressive silence descended upon the hall as I finished speaking. Every face turned towards me, etched with disapproval and contempt. Alice, who had been observing the arms crossed, finally broke the stillness with a cutting retort delivered in a frigid tone. Just because you arrived later than us does not mean you are privy to all the details, Clara. Then enlighten me. What is it I do not know? Yeah, there's a lot of things we don't know, because there's... you guys know, they didn't say any reason other than the 13 people left, but there's no reason why they left. No one explained anything to us at all. Our eyes met for a brief moment before Alice hastily averted her gaze, quickly followed by Thomas and Bruce. Never mind, I have work to do. Maybe they left because they knew their co-workers sucked. Yeah, maybe they left because of you guys being judgmental and stuff. Yeah, they were like, wow, these people are losers. I don't want to work with them. I might be what if they are telling me something? I'm gonna be so, like, that would be such a huge turn of events. So, nevertheless, Clara, give it some serious thought. Feeling the absurdity of the situation nodding in my gut, I offered a shrug of nonchalance. I turned my back on them and refused to grant their animosity even a flicker of my attention. Though their disapproval echoes in the form of audible tuts, I remain resolutely unfazed. I was gathering my cleaning supplies and heading outside when I spotted Edward seated at a distance. It had been less than half an hour since we had left for lunch. Surprised by his unexpected presence, I hurried over. Lord Edward. Edward's shoulders stiffened and he hurriedly wiped his mouth.
早かったね。
You're ahead of schedule today, Clara. What brings you here without taking your lunch first?
ただ、もどかしくて。
I just found myself feeling rather confined within. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a small packet resting beside them. It appeared mirage for a meal, and concern gnawed at me. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could utter a word, something was thrust into my mouth. I was instinctively took a bite, and the biscuit crumbled against my tongue, releasing a symphony of flavors. The exquisite butter, the bittersweet chocolate melded together created a taste sensation unlike any I've ever experienced. It was heavenly.
君のことを思い出して持ってきたよ。
I brought these for you. He watched me intently for a moment, then he shoved the entire pouch in my hand with a conspiratorial grin. It was clear he was bribing me with a delicious treat to ensure my cooperation. They are delicious.
多めに持ってきたからたくさん食べて。
I brought quite a lot, so please don't be shy. I rejoined him on the steps and we settled for a companionable silence as I arranged the remaining treats. The gentle breeze carried the scent of the snack, making it taste even more divine. Halfway through, we craved a cup of tea to settle the stomach. As Edward took a sip, he inquired about my schedule for the remainder of the day. With an eye roll, I pondered the tasks ahead and then concisely listed them. After I finished cleaning the mausoleum, not much really other than that. Oh, it's also the day I visit the apothecary. Olivia provided me with the details earlier. She instructed me to report to the main gate after completing my duties, where the coachman was to await to escort me into town.
君、一人で行くの?
You'll be going alone? As you may already know, the visit is supposed to be discreet. Edward seemed hesitant about sending me off alone. However, with only a handful aware of Lord Robert's precarious state, reversing this decision wasn't optional. Upon hearing my explanation, Edward turned towards the front door, his expression grave. Clara,
僕が見送ってもいいかな?
would you mind if I accompanied you to the gate? What? Now? He offered a brisk nod without adding an explanation. Still unsure of the situation, I leaned close to his ear and whispered my question. Is something troubling you?
Yeah.
No,
ただ、
not at all.
もう正門くらいは大丈夫だと思って。
Simply believe a walk to the gate should be manageable now. Huh? Despite my worried expression, he only offered a cryptic smile. While I didn't believe he would face any repercussions for accompanying me to the gate, I felt uneasy for reasons I could not explain. With Edward's assistance, I completed the cleaning task with ease, returned the tools, and exited the building. Edward, who had been waiting for me, repeated his earlier question.
本当に一人で行っても大丈夫?
Are you certain you'll be alright making this journey alone? I stopped abruptly and met his gaze directly. If you're concerned, you're more than welcome to join me.
僕もそうしたいんだけど。
I would be delighted to. But his eyes darted away, confirming my suspicions. There it was again, the hidden truth. I turned away, intentionally feigning annoyance. It's not as if I'm going there because I particularly want to be there in the first place.
ごめんね。クララ、怒ってるの?
I apologize, Clara. Are you upset with me? No, of course not. I'm not upset. In fact, quite the opposite. I feel perfectly content. We set off towards the gate, bickeringly playful. The The carriage stood opposite the gate, but the coachman was nowhere to be seen. It appeared he had left for a brief errand. I unlatched the door and slid in. The condition of the place had changed quite dramatically. The interior was spotless and odor-free, a stark contrast to its previous state. It was clean enough for even Edward to find it acceptable. Are you absolutely certain you wouldn't prefer to remain outside? I shall try. As I was about to step out, Edward's hand shot out, stopping me in my tracks. A disquieted sense of unease washed over me as I recognized the unsettling shift in his demeanor. You're quite alright, aren't you? He cautiously lowered his foot from the curbed stone. His movement suggested a response to my unanswered question. I held my breath, watching him approach with a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. An unseen hand seemed to grip my heart, squeezing it with an icy fear, its origin a shrouded mystery. His initial move was one of cautious exploration, but he quickly transitioned to a confident stride, as if he had overcome his hesitation. With each step he took, a strange joy began to bloom on his face, only to be extinguished just as quickly. Edward abruptly halted and frowned, as if sensing something amiss. A crimson stream trickled from his parted lips, staining his collar. Edward. I finally get to see myself. Panic surged through me as I leapt down from the carriage and cradled his collapsing body. Edward looked up, his face pale and drawn. A pained groan escaped his lips. What? Why? What is happening to you? My vision tunneled, filled only with him and the horror of the situation. Edward coughed blood, spoke in a voice filled with despair. Once again. What? Why? I'm sorry. My presence seems to bring you nothing but trouble. He closed his eyes, accepting the inevitability reality he had recognized. After all, in eternity, pale as death, Edward appeared to be on the brink of succumbing. My body quaked with fear and regret. Had I known what would transpire, I would never have urged him on. Please, somebody help! Help Lord Edward, please! A scream tore from my throat as I called for help, pulling Edward into my arms. It was the only thing I could do. A consciousness flickered back. I found Olivia's stern visage looming over me. Her gaze, devoid of warmth, drained the blood from my skin. What transpired, Clara? I haven't the faintest notion. Suddenly we exited the gate. Lord Edward. Clara, compose yourself. There was blood, ma'am, on Lordship's lips. Clara. I stirred, muttering incoherently, and met her unwavering stare. Her silence was answer enough, and I waited, breath hitched, for the next words. I shall handle his affairs, Clara. You tend to your own. Mine? Memories, elusive and fragmented, swirled within my head. A frantic search for clarity yielded naught but a gnawing worry for Edward. You refer to the trip into town? Precisely. Is there an issue with that? No, ma'am. I don't know, there's something fishy. Very fishy going on. Olivia's disapproval, evident in the sharp click of her tongue, spurred me into action. Clara, let me give you a piece of advice. Focus on your own task and leave the business of others to them. Without a word, I stepped outside the room, the weight of the situation pressing down upon me. Leaning against the cold stone wall, I glanced at my maid's uniform. Its pristine white now marred by a crimson stain. It served as a stark reminder of the events that had transpired. The bustling town square, a stark contrast to the manor's quietude, buzzed with activity. Wow, the whole entire That was quick. That was a very quick transition. Everything just changed from doom and gloom to merriment. Excitement had been coursing through my veins at the prospect of this errand until this afternoon. Yet a shadow of concern lingered, casting a pall over the vibrant scene. Edward's well-being weighed heavily on my mind, painting the world in shades of worry. With a heavy sigh, I looked out vacantly through the quarter lights. The sympathetic gaze of the coachman reflected my internal turmoil. I'm sure he'll be alright. Very well. Well, since you're here in town, why not try to lift your spirits a bit? Though the urge to dismiss his concern was strong, decorum held me back. A curt nod and a strained smile were all I could manage. With a laden heart, I grasped the carriage door and stepped out onto the bustling cobblestones. My gaze, unseeing and heavy, scanned the rows of shops, searching for the address hidden among the colorful facades. My destination, nestled among the numerous shops lining the boulevard, awaited. The vast expanse of the countryside, coupled with the scarcity of the medical professionals, meant relying on the family doctor's wisdom for any ailment. I watched the apothecary carefully as he read Olivia's letter, his brow furrowed in concentration. He then began to measure and mix various ingredients, his movements precise and practiced. I'm sorry, it's too uplifting for what just happened. As I waited, anticipation building with each passing moment, something unexpected appeared before me. Before I could grasp the situation, the medicine stood complete. The silence stretched thick as the apothecary's hushed words hung in the air, his smile a riddle waiting to be solved. A little warning this time, eh? Makes things smoother. Certainly. The whispered words piqued my curiosity, but I responded nonetheless. A satisfied smile played on the apothecary's lips as he whistled a merry tune, reclaiming his seat. I stuffed his medicines and instructions into my bag with a hurried movement and stole a quick glance at him before I exited the shop. Curiosity kills, Clara, they warned, yet here I am again. The moment I stepped out of the apothecary's shop, I pulled the paper from the bag and eagerly scanned the contents. My eyes devoured the contents, a concise recipe, precise dosages, a list of precautions, and a detailed list of forbidden ingredients. Just one element stood out, the repeated assertion that the apothecary had fulfilled Olivia's every request. I see nothing peculiar. I approached a carriage, parked in the alleyway behind the shop, my hand reaching for the door handle. A burning desire to return home and tend to Edward consumed me. I'm back. So soon? There was nothing out of the ordinary. Well, I got something rather special for us. And what might that be? The coachman, scratching his head, pointed towards the nearby gates. A large crowd had gathered there, and an overturned carriage lay in the process of being repaired. This unexpected obstacle added to my frustration. As I mentioned before, it's high time we had a change of scenery. Couldn't we simply remain in this carriage and take a well-deserved rest? Out of the question. How else am I supposed to enjoy a proper drink then? Heavens above! Regardless of the throbbing headache that pulsed in my temples, the coachman continued his unfiltered pronouncements. From the coachman's words, it appeared we would be forced to seek refuge in the nearby tavern until the road was cleared. I resigned myself to this temporary delay, and watched as the coachman led the horses towards the cavern. The sudden enforced brake allowed for a moment of introspection. Promptly, an idea struck me. Should I give Edward something? Though Edward desired the freedom himself, it was I who inadvertently caused him the accident. But what would he like? My gaze fell upon vibrant posters on the windows of the... Oh, interesting. What would he like? I don't know. I don't know him that well, to be honest. I've always been the apothecary shop, the bookstore. I'll do the bookstore. The city center bookstore, adorned with sign proudly proclaim the weekly arrival of new literary treasures, buzz with excitement for his latest offerings. As I approached, I recalled Edward's frequent companion, a book by the very author whose next release was being eagerly displayed. A smile touched my lips, knowing the delight this would bring him, and for he had spoken with fervent anticipation of its arrival. He was yet to hear the news. Yes, this one looks promising. Reaching for the cool brass handle of the door, I pushed it open and stepped inside. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of ink and aged paper, a familiar symphony to my senses. The owner, momentarily overcome by the afternoon lull, hastily wiped a crease from his sleeve, his eyes blinking open in surprise. "Well, welcome. How may I help you?" Our gazes met, and I offered a smile, feigning innocence as I pointed towards the proximity displaying flyer, boasting the latest arrivals. His eyes followed my gesture, a flicker of comprehension crossing his face. "Hello, I'm hoping you might still have the newest book in the series advertised on your posters." "You're in luck. It just arrived today, fresh off the press." "Wonderful. Could you please wrap one up for me? I'd be delighted to take it home." He rose from his chair and made his way towards a stack of newly arrived books, still bound by their packaging. With a practiced hand, he selected the very book I sought. Examining the price tag with care, I watched as he expertly wrapped the book in brown paper, its crisp edges forming neat triangles. Wow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, I returned to the manor. I thought we would be away all night in the tavern, but nope, we're back at the manor. A long journey had taken its toll, leaving my body very weary and aching. I massaged my throbbing back and then descended from the carriage. Olivia waited me at the entrance. "I have returned, ma'am, from my long adventure into the town. This music is still very merry. Is Edward okay?" "Did you obtain the prescription successfully?" "Indeed I did. Here it is." I presented the medications and note to Olivia, her eyes scrutinizing the contents. A flicker of recognition crossed her face, followed by a satisfied smirk. Finally, I could ask the question that had been burning in my mind. With a hesitant intake of breath, I dared to ask, "And how fares his lordship, may I inquire?" Olivia's response, veiled in silence and a knowing smile, offers no answers. Dejected, I retreat to my room, a weight of uncertainty heavy on my heart. "You better tell me how he is." Days turned into weeks. Edward remained a distant figure, glimpsed only temporarily through the doorway by Olivia or the head butler. Anxiety gnawed at me, fueling a series of uncharacteristic blunders. Then fate intervened in the form of 3-day leave granted by Olivia. Those days, each one an eternity, were spent in silent vigil outside Edward's door. Though today would mark the final day, dawn's early light heralded a frantic cleaning session. I envisioned the state of his room after my absence, picturing dust and disarray. Squatting before the door, I sighed, the undelivered gift heavy in my arms. Part of me yearned to pound on the wood and demand his presence. Why would the door never open? And memory surfaced, Edward's nocturnal visits to the mausoleum. If only I could use magic to unlock it. Open sesame. Gasp. A jolt of terror shook through me, launching my upright into a convulsive motion. As I spun around the door, rasped open, its rusty hinges groaning in protest. The figure framed in the doorway, bathed in the dim light that bled through the crack, abruptly arrested its movement, mirroring my own shock with its sudden stillness. My hands, paralyzed by anxiety, became rooted to the floor as I watched the figure emerge from the shadows, its form coalescing into reality. Clara! It was Edward. Blinking away disbelief, I rushed towards him. Edward, is it truly you? Yes, Clara.
僕だよ。
It is I. Oh, heavens above. My lips quivered, a dam on the verge of collapse, sinking the rising tide of emotion. Then, with a sudden and a shuddering breath, the dam broke, the sobs erupted from me, cascading down my face like a waterfall unleashed. Edward's movements were swift and sure. Okay, my theory was I thought he had died, and they were covering it up so they would continue to get paid, and paid for doing nothing. But that's my grim theory. I'm glad he's alive. Edward's movements were swift and sure. As I stumbled, his arm, strong and comforting, shot out, pulling me into the safety of his room. After a long while, the storm subsided, leaving behind the calm peace. I wiped my tear-streaked face, sniffling softly. Edward reached for a handkerchief, his hand pausing awkwardly before retracting. Having finished crying. Yes, please forgive me. I frightened you, didn't I?
Yeah.
No.
泣くとは思わなかった。
Well, I did not anticipate your tears. But of course I would cry. I was so worried about you. As fresh tears welled up, he gently placed his hand on my shoulder. A silent reassurance.
大丈夫。ちょっと出かけたからといって死ぬわけではないから。
It's all right, Clara. It's not as if stepping outside for a moment would be my demise. So you won't die from doing that. What a change. Ah, yes. I babbled on, overflowing with joy, while Edward looked at me with a hesitant smile. His face, pale and drawn from illness, held a wisp of longing. I felt responsible. Remembering the gift, I presented it to him, holding my breath in anticipation. Right, I have something for you. So suddenly. As he unwraps it, a pang of disappointment stabbed at me. What seemed like a treasured item in the shop now appeared hopelessly ordinary in Edward's hands. I frowned, desperately searching for words to explain my purchase. I thought I might bring you something from outside, so I purchased this. It wasn't very expensive.
無理して準備しなくていいのに。
You truly didn't need to trouble yourself. Edward remained enthralled by the offering. He cradled it close to his chest. His eyes sparkled with an almost childlike fascination, mirroring the unadulterated joy of a young boy discovering a long-awaited treasures. His fingers traced the contours of the gift with a gentle reverence, his touch feather-like, as if afraid to disturb its delicate magic. As he held it, his gaze seemed to pierce through the object itself, lost in a world of wonder only he could see. A wave of pride, warm and comforting, swept over me. Witnessing his unfeigned appreciation, his genuine delight in the simple act of receiving, filled my heart with a joy that transcended the object itself.
僕のことを考えてくれた。
For me, a gentle smile softened his lips as he fiddled with a necklace around his neck.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Clara.
大事にするよ。
I shall treasure it. Well, yes, please do treasure it. Realizing my mind had wandered, I lunged forward, my hand outstretched in a belated attempt to offer a more genuine response. Oh, I mean, don't worry, you can do whatever you wish with it. It's quite inexpensive.
いいや、大切に使うよ。
I wouldn't have it any other way. As you wish. The hours that followed were filled with whispered tales. I recounted what happened at the town, while Edward shared his experiences during his illness. Though the separation was brief, it felt like an eternity. Regret tugged at me as I rose to leave, aware of the time constraints. Edward followed me to the doorway, his hands gently resting on my arm. His eyes held a melancholic longing. We
また会えるよ
shall
ね
meet again, won't we, Clara? Of course. Is there something concerning on your mind?
何事もなかった
No, nothing at all. With a hopeful smile, he held up the gift, his words echoing his concealed feelings.
今夜は君のおかげでよく眠れそうだよ
I believe I shall sleep soundly tonight, thanks to you. His cheerful demeanor lifted the weight of my worries. I returned the smile, a heart-filled expression of gratitude and renewal of hope. And I too. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Hey! I was right. I was right. That was a conclusion. It was a closer. I hope that all of this comes together. I hope that something is talked about here, because nothing happened with the guy. He didn't do anything wrong. And I'm used to like things taking a turn for worse in games like this, where people you trust are just like, yeah, nope, I don't like you anymore. I'm gonna betray you. So like, what was so bad about him? What did he do wrong? I still want to know. That's still the burning question on my mind. Despite the medication's valiant stand, the clock ticked closer for Robert, his illness a relentless shadow. And to talk about him like that while his father is on his deathbed is just like isolating him. Why are you isolating him when he's going through something like that? I don't get that. The manor fell under a shroud of melancholy as news of his condition spread through. His successor, Edward, became busy and rarely visited the mausoleum. The mausoleum had never looked so empty before. One day, while cleaning the mausoleum, I felt a presence watching me. I looked up and met Olivia's piercing gaze. Her eyes filled with distrust sent shivers down my spine. It feels as if I am to blame. For a brief moment, I wondered if Edward had endured this scrutiny all his life. An overwhelming loneliness deluged over me. Back in the servants' halls, anxious whispers greeted my return. What's going on? Clara. Alice's pale face confirmed my deepest fears. The day we had dreaded with every fiber of our being had arrived. The door to Robert's private chambers were open. Edward, the shadow of his former self, leaned against the doorway, his gaze lost in the desolate distance. I pushed through the crowd, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. His once vibrant eyes were now clouded with a profound grief, reflecting the wreckage of a shattered world. I reached him, offering my arm as fragile support. My eyes started across the crowded scene, searching for any additional aid in this bleak and unforgiving reality. Anyone mind you join me in helping? My voice faltered as I spoke. Everyone stared at me, their mouths forbiddingly tight. I blinked, confusing. They felt like complete strangers. Their alienation felt like a bottomless pit opening beneath me. This is not the time for entertainment. Olivia, her eyes arrowed to slits, bellowed up the stairs, the sound echoing like a whip crack in the stillness. The servants, previously longing for the enlanguing indifference, were jolted upright, their gazes darting nervously towards the source of the commotion. With a swift, purposeful stride, Olivia brushed past Edward, her gaze sweeping the room like a predator assessing its prey. She pressed her lips into a firm line. In a deliberate, almost ritualistic gesture, she reached out and touched her forehead with the tips of her fingers. That simple gesture, though fleeting, was laden with unspoken meaning, painting a picture of the deceased so vivid, eerily real. Her gaze lingered on Edward, scrutinizing his colorless complexion. A ripple of emotion crossed the still surface of her eyes, a single stone disturbing the calm, but the ripples faded away just as quickly, and the surface returned to its former plasticity, leaving no trace of the turmoil beneath. Alan, kindly escort the young lord to his chambers at once. With a curt nod of the head butler, Olivia entrusted Edward to his attention. Her eyes were shifted to me, their depths swirling from an unknown intensity that set my heart thrumming in a frantic rhythm. Her grip, strong and unyielding, held me captive, demanding my full attention. The depths of her eyes held an atrocity so profound, so sickening, that it paralyzed me with terror. Clara! 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 Yes, ma'am. Did you view or share the apothecary's prescribed medications? Olivia's grip on my shoulders felt like two iron manacles, constricting not just my flesh, but my ability to breathe like a curse. My mind filtered back to Edward's face, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. Unable to vocalize anything, I vigorously shook my head in denial. Olivia tilted her head, her eyes boring into mine with an intensity that rivaled the midday sun. A slow, cold smile, predatory as a viper, slithered across the sun-baked sand, crept across her lips. I see. Then, as abruptly as it came, her strength ebbed away. She smiled one last time and turned away, leaving me gulping for air in confusion. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure, my legs gave way and I crumpled to the ground. Amidst the oblivious crowd, I slowly pulled myself upright, each breath a painful struggle. A flurry of activity descended upon the manor, shattering its usual stillness. Servants bustled like industrious ants, their movements driven by urgency. Some with grim faces tackled the daunting task of preparing for a funeral. Others, with tasks no less important, turned their attention to welcoming the attendees, ensuring every detail was impeccable. Even the ivy, a tenacious vine that had long claimed the main entrance of its own, had succumbed to the gardener's determined forces, revealing the weathered wall beneath. Even the mausoleum, once a place of solitude, Edward and me, now echoed with the footsteps of servants, their presence a grim reminder of the impending funeral. But for some reason, the manor, though cleaner and more beautiful than it had been in the past few months, could not shake off the oppressive cloak of gloom that clung to it like a shroud. Somehow it seems like to have gotten even worse. My brow was slick with sweat. I used the worn sleeve of my shirt to wipe it away. I threatened to escape my lips, but I swallowed it down and weighed a worry heavy in my gut. Olivia was a whirlwind of insanity that day. Did you view or share the apothecary's prescribed medications? Then, the memory of the apothecary's words echoed in my mind, as clear as the hand-scrawled warnings on the parchment he'd given me. He warned in his note about the forbidden ingredients, the ones a patient in Robert's condition should never be exposed to. The apothecary had confirmed that he had crafted the medications according to Olivia's precise instructions. No way. A sinister picture gave me chills. My fingers unconsciously reached up to soothe a stray strand of hair that had escaped my braid, a coolness providing a fleeting distraction from the unsettling image. He was killed off, I think. Across the room, Edward moved with a chilling purpose, his face etching with a grim premonition. He seemed to preordain the death of his father, Robert. A list detailed the impending arrival of those who would bear witness to the tragedy, letters bearing a black wax seal like a harbinger of doom, and been dispatched, calling upon the acquaintances from all corners of the land. One by one the guests began to arrive. They were a motley crew, drawn to the manor by a morbid curiosity and the weight of unspoken expectations. At the unappointed hour, we were all summoned to the grand hall, the air thick with palpable tension that threatened to suffocate. As we stood in a respectful line, heads bowed in silent tribute, a footman would announce each arrival in the monotonous voice. Then Edward would emerge, his expression a mask of stoicism, and greet each visitor with a practiced cordiality.
遠方までありがとうございます。
I offer my sincerest gratitude for your presence today. Your journey must have been long, and I am humbled by your dedication to my father's memory. Please, Lord Edward, do not express such burdens. I can hardly imagine what you must be going through. Indeed, he seems to be in good health a few years back. His passing is truly... Allow me to escort your esteemed lordships to the guest chambers. The head butler, a figure of quiet efficiency, chose precisely the best moment to interject. With a subtle hand gesture, he drew their attention away from their conversation. I watched from the periphery? What is this? As Edward reluctantly released his grip on the guest's hands, a fleeting bitter smile graced his lips before he turned away. Following the head butler's lead, I shift my gaze down to the intricate patterns of the floor, my mind racing with implications of what I just witnessed. The air still crackled with energy at their exchange, and I knew that much remained unarticled between them. As the guests trailed after their butler, the voices, though kept low, carried easily across the opulent room. There's an unsettling allure to this place, wouldn't you agree? My skin crawls within these walls. The air itself feels heavy with something unseen. Robert always spoke of the manor's burden. Perhaps we should offer our respects and depart before the curse claims another. Maybe the curse is Olivia, and they dared to utter such slander in public. Curse? Ridiculous. If such a thing as a curse existed, I would have been buried a long time ago. A frustrated groan escaped my lips as Thomas shuffled towards me, a tray laden with food held in one hand. Thomas paused, a gaze catching mine, one eyebrow arching quizzically. Didn't you know? I'm quite surprised. Didn't his lord tell you? Are you saying that you're one of those who buys into their whispers? I get it. So that's why you've been sticking around him for so long. He seems to understand my situation, setting the tray down in front of me with a gentle thud before sinking into the seat beside me. Leaning close, he spoke in hushed tones, but the remainder of his words were claptrap. Edward is the son of Satan, he said. His explanation rambled on about the bizarre occurrences plaguing the manor, felt hollow and unconvincing. Lord Robert had been killed by Edward, who had been draining his soul. You can't be serious. You too have witnessed the shadows, haven't you? I have. Then you must have seen who the shadows resemble. There was a time when I could have sworn I saw the shadow take the form of Edward. It was brief, obscured by the flickering firelight, but the image remained etched in my memory nonetheless. Just because it took his form doesn't mean he did it. You're completely bewitched by Edward. Are you completely insane? At that point, the very thought of the food turned my stomach. Nausea churned within me, making it impossible to even contemplate taking a bite. As I stormed out of the dining room, my eyes landed on Edward at the foot of the staircase. He was absorbed in reviewing the list of guests and the head butler, yet even the ever-stoic servant seemed to maintain a defined distance. Everyone but me, was actively avoiding contact with Edward in fear of a curse that didn't exist. As I stood there, bathed in the cold silence of the hallway, I couldn't help but feel a bitter sense of betrayal. The funeral for Lord Robert had just concluded, but the servants, like myself, were not permitted to witness the ceremony. Tradition dictated such separation, though necessity often demanded exceptions. Today, I was one of those exceptions, my lowly status momentarily alleviated by the task of cleaning the aftermath of mourning. As I swept, I couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversation from the gathered staff. The air buzzed with whispers and speculations, not so much about the departed Robert, but about his son Edward. The recently revealed contents of Lord Robert's will had ignited a wildfire of curiosity and gossip within the manor walls. It seems the guests, despite their outward solemnity, were far more preoccupied with the prospect of inheritance than with grief. I trust the legal instruments regarding the distribution of the estate have been duly prepared. Perhaps you have some insights on the allocation of the various properties. Indeed, the entailment stipulates the manor house for the young Lord Edward. However, the disposition of the remaining estates remains somewhat opaque. Oh, shut up, Visitor 2. No one even knows who you are. I don't care about where things go, and certainly will not go to you, Visitor 2. My brow furrowed in confusion at the perplexing discussion. Abruptly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Edward had seized the document containing Lord Robert's will from the head butler and was closely examining it. Curious, I turned towards the source of the disturbance, piecing together the situation from the murmurs of the gathering guests. Is that indeed Edward? His expression remains clouded. It is. The terms of his father's will, it seems, had cast a shadow upon his countenance. Indeed, whispers abound that the document made no mention of him. Poor him. Was it truly so shocking that he wasn't named in the will? Suddenly, Olivia stormed in, snatching the will from Edward's grasp. Before I could ponder the propriety of her actions, she began berating him with a venomous tongue. Such disrespect in the face of a loss is beyond comprehension. Have some decency. Olivia.
私はただただお父さんが
Did my father truly not have? Am I so insignificant? Dude! I bet the will was forged. I bet there's something on. There is something wrong with everything here. The legal document is finalized, sir. Olivia, shut up. I don't trust you. I don't trust Olivia one bit. I didn't like her from the moment I saw her. I didn't say it, but I didn't like her at all. This is a formal setting, and while your grief is acknowledged, it might be best to reserve personal expressions for more private environments. Edward clenched his fist, his jaw set tight. Tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. With the remnants of his dignity clinging to him, like tattered clothes, he turned and walked away. The guests, fanning themselves with practiced nonchalance, breathed a collective sigh of relief. No one made a move to follow him. Olivia, with a self-assured air, addressed the remaining guests as if she were the in-dispute mistress of the manor. Feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, I turned and hurried after Edward. I found him standing alone in the secluded corner of the garden, his head bowed low. Though his shoulders were aired, I could see the tremor running through his clenched fist. Blood oozed from the wound on his palm, crimson staining his skin. I quickly reached out and I gently pulled his hand away. Let go of... Our eyes met, a silent exchange passing between us. He blinked rapidly, and his expression filled with a mixture of surprise and vulnerability. Tears streamed down his pale cheeks. His face contorted in a mask of anguish. In an attempt to shield him from the prying eyes, I offered him solace, allowing him to bury his head on my shoulder. Protecting his last shred of dignity was the least I could do. For a moment, he remained frozen, then reached out with a trembling hands to clutch my shoulders in a tight embrace. A choked sob escaped his lips, but quickly died down. Raising his head, he pushed me away, his face regaining his usual stoicism.
Clara,
You were there,
見たんだね。
weren't you? You saw what happened. Though countless questions swirled in my mind, I held my tongue, fearing that my words might only exacerbate his pain. He responded to my silence with a bitter smile. I know you.
いつも好奇心旺盛なのに。
You've always been curious about everything. As his hand began to withdraw, I instinctively reached out and caught it. I'm not curious about anything. He turned his gaze downwards, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness. We stood there in silence for a long time, the only sound of the echo of departing guests across the garden. It seemed the funeral was concluded, even though Edward was rightfully heir, who would normally receive their respects, was absent, his whereabouts completely ignored. I felt an urge to rush towards them, grab them by their shoulders, and scream out my outrage, but I held back, my anger dissolving into a profound sadness for Edward. He only continued to trace the outline of my face with his eyes. I met his gaze, then, with a determined tug, pulled away. Won't you join the others, my lord? I don't.
僕はその権利があるのか。
I don't deserve to stand among them. Of course you do. You're the lord of this manor. Lord.
お父さんにも捨てられた子が。
That title feels hollow for a son who's been deserted by his own father.
クララ、僕は疲れた。これ以上は戦いたくもないし、
I'm so
祈りたくも
tired,
ない。
Clara. Fights drain me, and begging feels like a salt in old wounds. My lord, who dares to make you beg? Everyone,
何もかもが
everything.
みんな僕をそうさせているじゃないか。
A jolt of surprise coursed through Edward as the forceful words escaped his own lips. He shook his head in an attempt to dispel the confusion swirling within him. He then hesitantly drew my face for his forehead. He slowly dropped to his knees, his head bowed low.
分かってい
You
るじゃな
know
いか。
it? That I walk these halls like a ghost of my own inheritance.
ただ
No
君
one
だけが
sees me,
僕を
not
人のように
truly,
扱ってくれるんだ。
except for you. His voice, when he spoke, held no trace of accusation, but a deep self-recrimination that resonated within me like a mournful echo. It was clear beyond any doubt that he was blaming himself for the pain he had to endure. Then I will stay by your side. The unwavering vow I had uttered elicited a sharp shake of his head, refusal etched on his face. He took a step back, his eyes filled with complex mid of emotion. I couldn't quite decipher. Leave
家を出て、もっといい場所に行きなさい。
the manor, for the better, Clara. This
古い
place,
屋敷に閉じ込められて、死ぬのは僕で十分だから。
this place has swallowed my life. Don't let it do the same for you. Wait, Lord. As I turned to follow him, his retreat figure disappearing into the depths of the garden, a chilling question stopped me dead in my tracks. Must I remain by his side until death do us part? My hand instinctively clutched the fabric of my skirt, knuckles turning white with tension. Frustration welled up, forcing me to squeeze my eyes shut. I don't know. I knew the path ahead would be fraught with hardship and uncertainty, a thorny journey filled with challenges. Yet, even amidst the swirling doubts and anxieties, a single desire burned brightly within me to hold on to Edward, to be his anchor in the storm, his solace in the darkness. Chapter 6. Oh, we just got pulled back in, didn't we? He pulled us back into the manor. Should we have kept our distance? The weight of the day's incident pressed heavily upon my heart, yet the demands of work offered little respite. The well-worn paths around the manor, once pristine, now bore the dusty footprints of our departing guest. Following close behind, we servants diligently cleared away the remnants of their visit. As I ventured into the garden, my gaze fell upon the mausoleum. Fallen leaves, a testament to the passing season, lay strewn across its weathered steps, igniting a spark of annoyance within me. Never ending, will this clearing be my prison? With a grumble, I set out about raking the rhythmic rasp with a tool against the stone. Beneath the brittle tapestry of fallen leaves, new shots of life unflinchingly push through the earth, a defiant proclamation of spring's imminent arrival. A wave of astonishment washed over me as I realized the passage of time. Scarcely half a year had passed, yet within that brief span our lives had been irrevocably altered. The unsettling events that had plagued the manor, Edward's alleged curse, the death of Robert, it felt like a feverish dream, yet the lingering ache in my heart bore witness to its stark reality. As I completed my task, sweeping the last vestiges of autumn from the mausoleum grounds, a figure caught my eye. A tan face framed by a tightly pressed flat cap peered from the arched doorway. A leather satchel, bulging with what appeared to be letters, hung from his shoulder. He seemed to be searching for someone, prompted me to quicken my pace. Good morning. May I ask whom you are looking for? Greetings. I was directed to find Mr. Edward, but it appears he may be elsewhere. Oh, you mean Lord Edward? Edward had not visited the mausoleum since the funeral. In fact, I seemed to have escaped the notice of the postman. His words, laced with an innocent trust, mirrored the lack of interest regarding Edward's well-being by those who guided the postman here. I extended a hand towards the postman, my features hardened with resolve. If it's a letter for Lord Edward, I would be happy to deliver it myself. A fleeting urge to strike up a conversation with him did arise. A flicker of surprise crossed the postman's face, quickly replaced by a grateful smile. I was instructed to make sure Mr. Edward reads this first. I accepted the letter, my fingers tracing the embossed seal. There was no sender's name, only a cryptic set of initials. Seems private. Maybe I shouldn't be the one to break the seal. Conventionally, all correspondence intended for Edward, but would first pass through Olivia's hands to ensure his safety. However, the events of the past few days had eroded my trust in Olivia, leaving me with a gnawing unease. Such disrespect in the face of loss is beyond comprehension. Have some decency. The vivid memory of her enraged face, contorted with contempt, flashed across my mind. In the aftermath of the funeral, she had taken on the airs of the manor's mistress, her every action a blatant disregard for Edward's grief. With a newfound purpose, I turned back towards the manor house, the letter clutched securely in my hand. My resolve was unwavering. I would see Edward first, before Olivia even had a chance to intercept it. I was told a letter had arrived this morning. However, fate, it seemed, had other plans. As I navigated the labyrinth hallways, Olivia materialized before me, her icy hand outstretched, as if preordained from some unseen prophecy. Yes, it is for Lord Edward. It is my duty to check the letters addressed on his lord. Please hand it over to me. My tongue stumbled as I attempted to emphasize the letter's intended recipient. But her glacial stare remained unmoved, a silent harbinger of the eviction that surely awaited me. Defeated, I surrendered the letter, relinquishing my sole weapon in this silent war. Olivia's lips, usually contorted into a fleeting smirk as she devoured the letter's contents. You may deliver it to him. A tempest of questions raged within me. Why was she acting all high and mighty over a letter that was meant to be delivered rightfully to his lord? But I maintained a stoic mask concealed by agitation beneath. The hours crawled by, each tick of the clock a tormentor remaining of Edward's absence. I skipped dinner until finally, as the fiery fingers of sunset painted the sky crimson, I heard a telltale crunch of gravel. I bolted from my seat, and accumulated tension erupted as I saw Edward, disheveled but safe, stride towards me, the shadow maw of the mausoleum. Startled by my sudden approach, he blinked momentarily, losing his footing. Then, a hesitant smile laced with a web of conflicting emotions bloomed on his lips. It's you. Clara, how have you been? Good, Ed. I mean, Lord Edward. Thank you. You too? His smile mirrored the awkward greeting I offered, my words distant and tentative. He glanced at the letter clutched in my hand, then, without a word, reached out. Minutes stretched into eternity as he devoured the message, his brow furrowed in a deep concentration. When he finally finished, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. I see. Overdue, I suppose. The letter, I asked. Throw it away, Clara, if you please. A wary hand massaged his brow, hinting at his distress. Without meeting my gaze, he withdrew into the manor's vast embrace, swallowed by its concealing darkness. Left alone with the echo of his retreating footsteps, I stared down at the now open letter. Dear Edwards, grim tidings, I'm afraid. The salty winds conspiring against my passage, and my arrival is now becalming beyond February's frost. It grieves me deeply that I missed your father's final voyage. May the hell have mercy on his soul, if he has one. We shall raise a toast to your father soon. Yours affectionately, Brandon. Brandon? Scarcely the ink of the letter dried when a serpent of carriages, all grand and gleaming in the afternoon sun, slithered up the manor's drive, disgorging a cacophony of footmen and horses. They're here, for the gates already. By the heavens, they have arrived ahead of schedule. No matter, we must adapt. Get the kitchens churning, the rooms prepped. Drawn by the commotion, I, along with the rest of the bustling servant swarm, gravitated towards the grand hall. Anticipation thickened in the air like dust motes in the sunbeams. There, before the oaken maw of the entrance, stood Edward, an unaccustomed formality claiming to him. As the doors groaned open, revelant a tableau of opulence, a man stepped into the hall, his middle-aged frame draped in a cloak that whispered of faraway ports and sun-beached landscapes. He exuded an air of freedom, a stark contrast to the stuffy conservatism that permeated the manor's very bricks. Welcome to the manor, Lord Brandon. Formal as ever, Edward, though I wouldn't expect a handshake from a lord. Perhaps a nephew's hug is in order. Edward met in the man halfway, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I saw it mirrored in the newcomer's eye, a warmth that seemed to momentarily thaw the frigid reserve Edward usually wore like a second skin. But even as the smile blossomed, I noted a flicker of discomfort dance across his features, a subtle withdrawal from the man's overly affectionate pat on the shoulder. The Lord Brandon launched into the purpose of his visit. Yes, Robert. Heard he shuffled out of this mortal coil.
見に行きますか?
Would you like to visit his tomb? Hell, why brother with the tomb? He's probably off charming the devil himself. Just as the letter had hinted, their interactions were laced with subtle discord. Lord Brandon's words felt tinged with cynicism, I rarely witnessed in one addressing their brother. Brandon's jovial hand landed on Edward's shoulder, the weight of it surprising the ever-cautious diplomat, momentarily disrupting the carefully constructed barrier he often wore. I come to see you, Edward. Ah. Though the afterglow will have to wait, I'm beat. Suddenly, Lord Brandon, with a practical theatricity, declared himself wearied by the journey, leading his entourage, a silent tide of black and silver livery, towards Olivia's watchful figure. Without a word, she absorbed them into the manor's shadows, leaving Edward adrift in the wake of their departure. She absorbed them into the manor's shadows? What a strange way of words. Curiosity burning, I exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Bruce. Sounds like Mr. Brandon and Lord Robert didn't quite see eye to eye, huh? Yeah, they had their differences. A bit of a clash of personalities, I guess. Lord Brandon was rather free-spirited. Having heard Bruce's depiction of Lord Brandon, Alice snorted. Free spirit is one way to put it. More like a rebellious thorn in Lord Robert's side. Alice, you're too loud. Pfft, like I care. I feel so sorry for Lord Robert. He bent over backwards for him, gave him everything, and what did he get? Nothing but ingratitude and trouble. Bruce sought to soften the blow. I think everyone's just jealous. Everyone's just jealous of their stature. Bruce ought to soften the blow of Alice's coldness with a smile and some quick rationalism. He had a flair for the unconventional back then. A bit of a maverick, you could say. He held a certain sway over Edward, and the late lord appreciated that. Apparently, beneath the veneer of formality, he and Edward shared a bond closer than the rigid ties to Olivia or the late Lord Robert. As they exchanged inaudible words between them, Brandon's fingertips stabbing the air in our direction, followed by Edward's stern reaction. His tides usually avail as a locked room, swirled with emotions before retreating behind his customary mask. My breath caught in my throat. He had somehow caught the wind of our hushed whispers. But no, his gaze turned swiftly away from me, settling back on Brandon with an intensity that almost felt like a rejection. It was as if he had become a mere shadow beneath his notice, unworthy of a second glance. And in a curious twist of my own conflicted heart, I was both relieved and repulsed. Breakfast broke the week's silence, serving up a breaking news. You mean me? Yeah, he doesn't want anyone else. Thomas met my worried gaze with an overfurrowed brow, mirrored by disquiet within. Lord Brandon's unexpected olive branch, a dinner with Edward to mend their strained ties, had blossomed into thickets of thorns. Edward's acquaintances to Brandon's dinner proposal seemed inevitable, a foregone conclusion etched in the starch of the tablecloth and the glint of the silver cutlery. Yet, nestled within the folds of agreement, a viper of a problem slithered forth. The head butler, his face in the passive mask, conveyed the unexpected stipulation, my presence at the table, not as a guest but as a server. Alice, perched across from me like a startled sparrow, mirrored my disbelief in a swift shake of her hand. Not again, that weirdo. Again? That maverick, Every time there's a new face in the manor, he uses some colorful excuses to get them out. He doesn't seem to do anything naughty, but yes, he's one of a kind. The absurdity of the situation, coupled with Alice's incredulous gaze, made me acutely aware of the unfairness. Alice never once to mince words, tilted her head closer, her sharp eyes glinted with questions. Why'd he single you out all of a sudden? Do you know? I don't know. I haven't even exchanged a word with Lord Brandon since the momentary glimpse in the main hall. I had never even met him, but Edward, to my surprise, refused it a few times. Really? I opened my eyes widely. The air seemed to thicken with hushed words as the head butler relayed Edward's initial response to Brandon's request, a tapestry of flimsy excuses, each thread woven with the claim of my inexperience in formal service. But with each refusal, politely phrased but firm, I detected a tremor of fabric, a hint of something deeper simmering beneath. There's always something beneath. When do I get to see it? When does it come out? Was the abrasion personal or an attempt to shield me from Lord Brandon's unpredictable presence? My stomach churned with uncertainty, the dampness blooming on my palms. Dinner service, will I be able to get through it? This unexpected twist had thrust me into an unfamiliar role, a character I hadn't rehearsed, and a stage I felt woefully unprepared for. The vine of worry, already entwined around my heart, tightened its grip. Despite the anxiety, the preparations for the dinner hummed with the controlled chaos. Each rule etched in the manor's history was meticulously followed, additional cutlery gleaming on the pristine linens, superfluous seats politely dismissed. Sharp-eyed servants, privy to the evening's significance, materialized out of the shadows, offering hushed critiques of my every placement. Just as I began scrutinizing my notes, a sharp rap at the door startled me from my focus. Lord Brandon, draped in the casual finery, exuded an air of relaxed amusement, while Edward's face was a storm cloud of disquiet. The tension radiated, causing even Thomas and Alice to stand, ramrod straight, their faces etched with ineffable concern. Alice said, "I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know if you need any help." Alice's hand, a brief flash of comfort, patted me on my shoulder before she retreated to the kitchen sanctuary. Thomas sent a silent cheer. Taking a deep breath that swallowed the bitter knot in my throat, I stepped into the light, confronting the two nobiles. Edward, his jaw clenched tight, reflected nervousness, while Brandon, a puzzle wrapped in a smile, studied me with unnerving intensity. "Sorry, I wouldn't normally dare disturb your dedication, but a whisper of your involvement piqued my curiosity. I beg your pardon? Why don't you take a seat first, Uncle?" Edward's voice, sharp and abrupt, sliced through the conversation before I could grasp its meaning. He ushered his uncle towards a seat, his movements stiff and controlled. That was my job, I thought when Brandon held out his hand with a friendly smile. "Don't bother. My purpose is in summoning you is not to dictate, but to engage in conversation." My gaze shifted to Edward, seeking in his disapproving nod just some justification for the unexpected task. "Then why call me at all?" The silent question bubbled within me, but duty demanded obedience. I stepped back, retreating into the shadows of my assigned role. "What would you like for the aperitif?" "I'll go with the chef's recommendation." "Water, please." The empty table devoured my attention, swallowing my whole voice whole. Edward hastened to add, "For our guests, certainly. The rules of the manor, always lurking. Brandon's eyes spark, and the sudden comprehension. His tongue clicked against his teeth, the sound sharp and unsettling. I, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, excused myself and slipped outside to deliver the orders to the kitchen. The sound of lively conversation continued to fill the room. The clink of crystal announced my arrival with the requested drinks. Edward, engaged in the subdued conversation, briefly glanced my way, and the room's volume dipped further. An awkward realization settled upon me. Had I unwittingly interrupted a private exchange? A sigh escaped me as I hastily placed the beverages down, a growing sense of annoyance prickling at my nerves. Just as I prepared to depart, Brandon, his face etched with a disarming smile, made a request. To ensure uninterrupted enjoyment of this exquisite meal, I would be happy if I could present all the courses simultaneously. Oh, I see. I shall not let the kitchen know. While we wait, Miss Clara, wouldn't you care to join me at the table? There seems to be an unoccupied seat. Sorry? A tremor of unease shook me. Was there a hidden motive lurking behind Brandon's casual suggestion? Like, that word? A harassment? My surprised eyes turned to Brandon. Edward, in stark contrast, seemed to retreat behind the mask of disapproval. Uncle.
二人だけで食事するという条件だったじゃないですか。
Our agreement was for an intimate dinner, a tete-a-tete, if you will. Having Miss Clara present would be a deviation from our understanding. Was it? Don't look at me like that. You're embarrassing your uncle. Huh. Oh, sorry. I interrupted you. Despite Edward's icy glare, Brandon's smile held steady, its warmth seemingly directed me along. Cradling the tray, I found myself shifting under the weight of their combined attention, my smile immense of awkwardness. Edward's brows arched briefly, a mere hint of surprise, before it smoothed away. Then his gaze drifted sideways, avoiding mine. So, you don't even want to look at me now. Fine, then I have other plans. It's an honor to be able to talk to someone as wonderful as you, Mr. Brandon. I shall ensure your request reaches the kitchen. I will be back shortly. My words tumbled out before I could catch them. The words blurred, and somehow I found myself perched on the stool, work clothes rumpled and awkward. My heart, instead of swelling with excitement, throbbed with raw discomfort. The realization of being invited, of exposing myself to Brandon's world, felt like a spotlight on my own vulnerability. I felt like the prickle of Brandon's gaze on me. His voice, dripping with almost cloying sweetness, broke the stunned silence. I assume you've been to a dinner party before. I attended a few while I served Lady Jane. She taught me the dining etiquette. She must have taken quite a liking to you. I just concluded that she deemed it wiser to keep me seated beside her than to set me loose in the boundless fields, ready to wreak havoc. So, Miss Clara, how long have you been serving the manor? Just over 4 months. It's only been 4 months. It's only been 4 months. We got from 2 months a long time ago. Now it's only 4 months. Just 4 months. I would have expected a little bit more time on that. Just to say. I figured you'd been here longer with how good you are at your job. Haha, thank you. Haha, don't feel the need to exert undue pressure upon yourself. How can I not feel pressure? The question echoed in my head as I watched Edward discreetly swipe at his mouth. His facade of calm fractured his nervous gesture, giving way to my tightly drawn expression. A mix of apprehension and resolve hardened in its features. I should have asked this earlier. Forgive my curiosity, Miss Clara, but the air seems charged with a certain intrigue around you and Edward. Perhaps you could shed some light on the recent developments? What does he want to know from us? Our recent exchange in contempt? I remained silent in embarrassment. With a smirk, like a sly cat who stumbled upon a squeaking mouse, Brandon's eyes flicked back and forth, savoring the awkward dance playing out between us. You see, Edward wrote me in the most peculiar thing, asking me if I would take someone under my wing, someone he is apparently vouching for with the utmost, shall we say, creative license. You're drunk, Uncle. Haha, you don't have to feel so shy. The playful glint in Brandon's eye met a wall of unyielding neutrality in Edward's gaze. Like a mischievous child testing boundaries, Brandon savored the challenge, his smile widening ever so slightly. Edward, with an unflappable grace of a seasoned diplomat, maintained his indifferent facade, the flick of his wrist as he resumed wiping the mouth of the only hint of acknowledgement. If not, I still have a chance, Miss Clara. Why don't you work for me? Never mind, he was not a child, he was just a weird person. Brandon's sly laugh ripped through my strained smile, shattering my careful constructed facade. Without a word, Edward's gaze met mine, then hardened like a flint as he turned to Brandon, his voice laced with frustrations. With the utmost certainty, I suggest you consider moderating your alcohol consumption. Why didn't you say I'm a wonderful person, Miss Clara? Yeah, but I didn't mean it in any other way. I thought I would get sick if I had food right now. The echo of my thought hadn't even faded when Edward spoke, his voice dropping to a menacing tone. That is because her kindness transcends individual relationships and extends to all she encounters. Really, I guess she's been pretty good to you. Forgive my delay in mentioning this. Uncle, your previous letter alluded to a promising business venture. I couldn't help but to be curious of the progress. How has it fared? Oh, that. Brandon, like a chameleonic actor, slipping out of the role, seamlessly morphed back into a picture of a polished gentleman as the conversation stirred to professionalism. Edward, his shoulders, previously hunched in tension, eased into a more relaxed posture, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. The air, thick with tension moments ago, thawed, melting into a semblance of their usual convivial dinner atmosphere. The clinking of ice against crystal replaced the gurgling sympathy of water. Glasses were consistently offered to my hand, then another, then another. The chill at first sip gave way to a slow burn, a flush creeping up my neck, staining my fingertips a telltale red. I fanned myself, the air thick with heady scent of wine and laughter, as Brandon's voice wove a captivating tapestry of words. My sister-in-law possessed a quite prodigious talent for painting. It's such a lamentable shame that she's chosen to set her brushes aside. I agree, she has an incredible talent. Did Edward ever show you the paintings? Brandon's gaze, once again aligned with mischievous sparklers, darted back to Edward. With a conspiratorial grin, he cupped his hand over his mouth, not quite muffled by a playful psst, but promised frill and gossip on the other side. Did you know, Clara, that Edward shares his mother's artistic flair? That's quite a revelation, Mr. Brandon. Please, Clara, do not be misled by Brandon's exaggerations. My artistic endeavors are, at best, mere dabblings on the propriety of true talent. Haha, I see a touch of blushing on your cheeks, Edward. Has the charms of Miss Clara subdued the lion of the ballroom? Don't be absurd. Uncle, please. The flush on Edward's face, a delicate watercolor in the candlelight, left me grappling with the entangled of emotions. My drunken image picture of him pirouetted in the ballroom, spurring a giggle that choked on my lips. If being an epitome of a bachelor made him a social butterfly, why did envy twist in my gut like a vine choked by jealousy? As long as it wasn't about him, I muttered, branching off to an ongoing conversation. The balls at the manor, I assumed the late Lord Robert, were present at the parties. The jovial melody of the evening abruptly hit a discordant note. Well, yes, because of the location. Nonetheless, Robert was rather a gentleman of fertile fields and flamboyant displays. Forgive my curiosity, Mr. Brandon, but wouldn't Lord Robert's social life offer clues about his promise? Prominence? Don't make me laugh. The air cackled with dissonance. His smile faltered like a candle flame in the draught. I knew with a sinking feeling in my chest that I'd overstepped. Rising awkwardly, I fumbled for the words to mend my frayed thread of our conversation. Well, I will bring the desserts. My vision blurred, the ground rushed to meet me. Then a hand, a lifeline in the darkness, snatched me back from the brink, Edward's awkward but worried face looming above. Clara, be seated. I will handle this. Brandon, fueled by the merriment, proposed another round of drinks. Despite my desire to leave after a respectable amount of time, his persistence coaxing me kept me tethered to the scene. They were escorting to the living room. I followed them, Brandon's insistence urging, propelled by the social momentum of the group, made escape feel like swimming against the tide. Entwined in the playful batter, I found myself swept along by the current of the evening. Glancing at the clock, a pang of impatience pricked me. Early morning task and the unforgivable schedule of my job loomed large, but my employers wouldn't respect that. Are you paying attention, Edward? Edward, to your uncle. Yes.
Hi.
Edward thought he was the host, but Brandon, liquored up and loquacious, had hijacked the evening like a tipsy cruise director. Brandon embarked upon yet another voyage through the well-charted waters of his oft-repeated narrative. Consulting my mental chronometer, I recognized the hour of my impending departure, and the resolute determination akin to the unfurling of the Nicotable flag rose within me. Gentlemen, I am leaving. My abrupt rise elicited a mirroring response from Edward, his limbs protesting as he sought purchase on the table. His slurred pleas seemed to suggest a shared desire for escape. Clara, would you be alright on your own? His concern, laced with the echo of his own unsteadiness, felt oddly misplaced. Shouldn't you have stepped up a bit earlier? I pivoted away, seeking solace in Brandon's unsteady gaze. A sharkish grin lit across Brandon's shrewd face. He gave Edward a pointed wave, a silent plea for him to stay. Worry, Edward? This house is safer than the dragon's lair. Trust me, there's nothing to fear here. I dare not disagree. However, Mr. Brandon is right. You even proved it yourself, my lord. This humble servant holds a history of handling matters heroically. Besides, we need some privacy for manliness. In a flash, Brandon materialized before him, locking his arm around Edward's shoulder with the weight of unspoken expectations. Edward, unsurprised by the swift change of tactics, flinched slightly, and the mix of betrayal and confusion darted across his eye. Clara. Wishing you both a productive and prolonged evening, gentlemen. My feet beat a steady rhythm against the corridor, each step carrying me further away from the lingering gaze. A whimper, laced with despair, drifted after me, but my resolve, hardened by necessity, remained perfectly unshakable. As the moon replaced the fading flames of sunset, a hush descended upon the gathering, the remnants of laughter dissipating like mists in the crisp night air. I felt a sigh slide from my lips, as I always do, and there's so many of these. You mention it so many times. A physical release from the warmth of the room and the sizzling whirl of Brandon's narrative. Phew, I'm never joining them in the future. While his tales about Edward spun in the flourish of tipsy raconteur had held a certain charm, with his inebriate strait was intolerable. The thought of Edward, poor fellow, trapped in the vortex Brandon's boisterous bonhomie sent a ripple of enjoyment across my lips. Honestly, I find him using me as his convenient excuse. A prickled sensation, as though eerie eyes bored into my back, prompted me to pivot on my heel. Yet the corridor remained stubbornly empty, the familiar shadows untouched by any intruder. I feel the chills again. I found myself quickening my steps towards my room, trying to ignore the trickle down my spine. The manor of late had seemed steeped in an unusual aura, a deepen of its usual shadows, even as the daylight hours stretched longer. Was it merely my imagination? I pondered absently, as my gaze drifted to the window. Or did the lengthened shadows indeed hold a different kind of mystery in their grasp? A shaft of light, unexpected and intrusive, pierced the doom above, momentarily illuminating the second floor. Though I recognized the corridors at night as harmless, the house rules demanded discretion. I lowered myself into the shadows to avoid getting in their sight. The beam briefly danced across the ceiling before plunging back into the darkness, leaving me blinking in the aftermath. Hesitantly, I peeked for the glass, only to find a familiar face. It's Olivia. Clad once more in her flowing robe, Olivia glided towards the basement, her fingertips brushing the edge of her hood. The sight struck me with discordant note. Her purposeful movements seemed at odds with the strict confines of the household dictates. Did Olivia, I ponder, weave these very directives to cloak the clandestine purpose? Answers, it seemed, were paramount. With swift feet, I descend the stairs, my steps quickened by the urge to unravel the secrets lurking around the backyard threshold. Olivia's swift departure had painted the air with a chilling absence, the silence itself pregnant with the echo of her hurried steps. Time, draped in the cloak of uncertainty, seemed a slow crawl, each tick of the clock, a reminder of the secrets lurking beneath my feet. The weathered metal handle of the cabinet door, cool and clammy under my touch, felt like a chilling premonition of the truths I was about to unearth. Taking a steadying breath, I pushed open the heavy door. It's grown a haunting prelude to the descent into the enigmatic depths below. Oh, this is a surprise. The door hung ajar between me and the shadowed depths within, silently screaming. Like whispers of tales of decay and abandonment, the wind gnashed with a crack. Sharp and acrid tastes of alcohol lingered. It burnt a path of defiance down my throat, like a temporary antidote to some creeping dread. The cabinet's familiar aurora is familiar to you. How so? We've never been here before. Of rust and sawdust had vanished, replaced by a damp, unearthly chill that crept up my sleeves as I stepped across the threshold. No cluttered shelves or workbenches greeted me, only a broad staircase spiraling down into the black serpent of the heart of the unknown. The candlestick, snatched from the forgotten corner, offered a sputtering bravado against the encroaching darkness. Its flame buffeted by the sudden gust of frigid air flared precariously, casting shifting shadows that danced on the rough-hewn walls, a grimace twisting my features as I clutched my hands together, offering scant protection against the chilling breeze. I don't know why, but this place gives me the creeps. The gloom at the bottom of the stairs yielded a subtle luminescence, painting the damp stone walls with an enigmatic glow. Bathed in the harsh glare of the room, Olivia stood rooted, her back rigid against the shadow staircase. Incoherent symbols were tumbling from her lips. The very air crackled with unseen eyes, amplifying the manor's inherent eeriness to an unbearable pitch. What? A monstrous hand of ice gripped my heart, squeezing the air from my lungs. Panic gnawed at my insides as I contemplated flight. Yes, excuse me. My foot remained rooted, transfixed by the infernal revelry on the wall. The shadows, no longer passive observers, had become predators, their contorted forms writhing in the chilling symphony of dread. Oh, I love this imagery. Oh, I love it so much. This is beautiful. The housekeeper's body twisted and contorted to impossible angles, limbs weaving like vines reaching for the moon. Her laughter, a shrill cry that scraped down my spine, mingled with incoherent whispers that danced at the edge of comprehension. Hisses coiled around me like slithering serpents, punctuated by high-pitched squeaks of unseen night terrors. Terror, cold and clammy, flooded my veins, making my body tremble like a ship caught in a sudden storm. The shadows, hungry mouths stretching from the corners of the room, devoured the edges of my vision, swallowing the floor beneath my feet. Disoriented and lost, I stumbled, the hard earth slamming into me like a cruel embrace. Olivia, unusually unflappable, froze, her gaze snapping towards the source of the sudden noise. Her chest rose and fell in rapid, stertorous breaths. You! Reveal yourself! Each step of the winding staircase echoed into the abyss, the shadows playing tricks on her senses. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to seek solace, just the oppressive vastness pressing in from all sides. Every nerve ending hum with alertness, her ears straining to catch the faintest whisper, and the suffocating silence. What should I do? Oh. Oh no, why did you trap me in here? Oh no, I can't save. Oh yes, I can. Hold on. I have to save. This is utterly important. This is where it goes into a horror, I think. I love this. Blow out the candle and hide. Easy, Claire. Deep breaths. It's just a spill. With a shaky yet undeterministic hand, I snuff out the candle and plunge myself into black, into the inky void, to retrace my steps up the stairs. My eyes were fixed on Olivia's silhouette, which remained unmoving. Even if she turned, my form would melt into the shadows. Easy, Clara. Everything's going to be alright. Just calm down. The fragile truce of the stillness shattered, like a predator scenting its prey. Olivia turned her eyes, glinting with newfound realization. Moonlight stretched shadows into the hungry fingers, each one inching closer, closer, until they clasped around me like icy chains. Finished, I thought the word, a cold ember on my tongue, as the jaws of my fate clamped shut. Thud. After the crash, only a trembling tuft of fur, a cat's shadow clinging to Olivia's palm, broke the silence. I could see your tail, huh? Olivia hadn't flinched at the noise, even though she must have heard. Now I figured she was busy thinking about the fuzzy problem at her feet. The shadows clung to me like cobwebs, and I clawed my way up the stairs. Only when the distant muffled the world below did I feel the ice around my heart gnaw, allowing me to unleash a frantic spirit until I finally stumbled into the sanctuary of my room. Had I run, I would have been in danger. Doubt danced on the edges of my consciousness as I hunched, hands raw against my cheeks. But deep within, where the liquor couldn't reach, an unsettling certainty bloomed, cold and real. What was Olivia doing in the basement? My lips remained locked as if the words I craved had all retreated to the corners of my mind, lost in the labyrinth of ineffable truths. A lot of phrases are repeated. That's why this one is so long. There are a lot of repeated phrases, and we're in chapter 7 now. Chapter 7. Spring's cleansing breath finally swept through the manor, leaving behind a sparkled anticipation for the impending grand ball. With a new lord claiming our esteemed halls, the preparations were monumental. A symphony of polished silver, starched linens, and meticulously planned details, all to impress the flock of fashionable folk descending from the capital. With their silks would be rustled like whispered gossip, their laughter like crystal chandeliers tinkling beneath the summer moon. Every cobblestone would be scrubbed to brilliance, every blade of grass coaxed to perfect submission. But me, nestled in the quiet cocoon of Edward's chamber, I remained a humble moth in the whirlwind of extravagance. Swapping velvet drapes for airy linens, plumping feathers, pillows, until they mimicked clouds, it was a familiarized waltz amidst the impending revelry. No shimmering gowns or scandalous secrets for me, just the comforting dance of dust motes waltzing in sunbeams. The real drama, however, unfolded not in the echoing halls, but the sun-drenched embrace of the backyard. The mausoleum awaited a throng of visitors. Thus I waged daily battle against the tenacious weeds, their roots gripping the earth like stubborn secrets. Each weed yanked, bagged, and banished was a silent victory, a bead of sweat rolling down my cheek, my only medal. Strange how this burgeoning summer crept into my veins, turning even the simplest tasks into steam baths. Whoa, the sun is scorching hot. Moments like this occasionally stirred the memories of the townhouse across my mind, but their hold was fleeting, quickly overtaken by a newfound fondness for this grand, if slightly eerie dwelling, the sun spilling over the rooftops in a cascade of gold, painting the windows like stained glass. Laughter echoing through the halls, laced with the warmth of genuine camaraderie, and Edward. My thoughts drifted back to a chance encounter in the central hall, sunlight slanting across his features and framing them with a halo of dust motes. I thought I'd never see him convey such intensity. Edward, once cloaked in an indifferent haze, began to shed his different shell of the new master of the manor. He had teeth, sharp ones, as he tackled tasks with ironclad resolve and demanded respect in return. Despite lingering whispers of disapproval, I fueled, perhaps by his newfound authority or grudging acknowledgement of his resourcefulness, a curious shift had occurred. An unspoken vigilance, a collective awareness now following him through the halls. Within me, this unexpected metamorphosis sparked a quiet hope, a tentative belief that beneath the gruff exterior, something more might glimmer. But Edward's domain remained an echo chamber of solitude. The very walls seemed to whisper with the memory of footsteps padding alone through velvet darkness, a pervasive loneliness that clung to him like a second skin. I yearned to bridge the chasm, to offer a touch, some warmth to the bleak taboo of his isolation. Now, even the small comforts seemed to an intrusion, met with a steely, illy resolve that chilled my outstretched hand before it could reach its mark. Alright. With a sack of weeds slumped at my feet, a buried memory clawed its way from the depths of my mind. Edward, he needed to know about Olivia. An insidious procrastination had held me captive, whispering doubts about the validity of my drunken vision. Could he trust the muddled reflections glimpsed through a veil of ale? Yet the impending ball of glittering serpents on the horizon demanded I finally break free. You could also mention that on the first night you guys met up, that you also saw her go down there as well. My anxieties, like barbed wires, pointed a singularly accustomed finger, Olivia Quiller. Perhaps all those strange phenomena were Olivia's doing. Alright, I should talk. I balled my fists and started climbing the stairs. Scarcely had I set foot on the first step when in discordance ripped through the silence. I rounded the corner to find Brandon and Edward in the doorway, their faces locked in the silent standoff, etched with something far more poignant than mere annoyance. I am doing you. If you truly The distant muffled their words, a frustrating veil blurring their edges of the argument. Fiddling with the non-existent wrinkle on my dress, I strolled towards them, the picture of nonchalant curiosity, as my footsteps echoed. Their heads snapped in unison, faces grim and jaws clenched like bear traps. Hello, gentlemen. A mile, as sudden and unexpected as a dandelion puff in the wind, bloomed on Brandon's face. Edward, however, slumped, slightly etched with the remnants of a storm. May I leave now? Leave where? This is your room. Brandon couldn't hold back a chuckle as he seized the potted plant, sunlight glinting off the leafy fronds like emeralds. With a flourish, he thrust it towards me, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Here you go, Miss Clara. Take this to Edward's room for me, would you? Oh my, how beautiful. Indeed, isn't it? I bought it from a peddler. A bit of vibrancy, and if rumor holds true, a sprinkle of good fortune. It will be the most welcome addition. I always thought adding a touch of life here could brighten things up, don't you think? As Brandon's animated pronunciations stretched on, Edward grew impatient. He cleared his throat, a dry rasp cutting through the conversational flow, and gave us a dismissive, almost admonish wave. Please spare me the floral adornment. My room does not require further vibrancy. But Lord Edward is such a lovely specimen, and surely a touch of green wouldn't hurt. Green, perhaps, but not this. Give it to the gardener or find another corner for it. It deserves better than my neglect. Cradling the pot in my hands, I traced the delicate contours of the vibrant green shoots, their unyielding posture. Regarding its authenticity, the notion of discarding a hope-bearer, however fragile, sat ill with me. What if, within the verdant tapestry of this gift, lay a hidden charm, whispering of tales of potential fortune for Edward? What about yourself? In that case, I can ensure this beautiful plant thrives in your room, requiring no further effort on your part. So, the countenance were a study in contrast. Brandon, a grinning Cheshire cat, eyes sparkling with amusement. Edward in stark counterpoint, a storm cloud roiling with brewing discontent. His composure, carefully crafted, seemed to chip away at the edges, revealing a flicker of anxiety beneath the hardened mask of disapproval. My heart hammered in against my ribs, a drumbeat of justification against the rising tide of doubt. With your permission, of course, since I attend to your chambers, says your servant Edward. He pressed his lips together before releasing a sigh that seemed to rumble from somewhere deep within. Clara.
いくら私があなたを大切にしているからといって、今のは違う。
I may think positive of you, but you just infringe my authority. But have a look at your room. You'll drown in here. With a hesitant sweep of my arm, I indicated the entrance to Lord Robert's Ernwell's sanctum, now Edward's own. Its proximity to the mausoleum, a grim reminder of mortality's cold clutch, seemed to drain the very warmth from our room. Brandon, ever so the optimist, interjected. Touché, Miss Clara. Ever beyond your window lies naught but the tombs.
おじさん。
Uncle. The world of a tapestry woven with countless threads, each awaits your touch. This grand manure, however magnificent, is but a single knot in the tapestry. There's so much more to unravel, my boy. Brandon. Please, I cannot in good conscience stand by and watch you crumble under the weight of that mausoleum. Beneath the veneer of composure, a flicker of vulnerability danced in Edward's eyes as Brandon's sincere worry reached him. I echoed his gesture, my grasp on the plotted plant tightened as if to preserve a spark of hope amidst the gloom. When our eyes met, the glimmer in Edward's eyes gaze dimmed, replaced by a quiet resignation that spoke volumes of unspoken weight he carried.
好きにしてください。
Do as you please, he says, kind of annoyed. Sounds kind of annoyed, at least. With Edward's seal of approval, our little horticulture mission sprang into action like a whirlwind of zeal. Brandon, the self-proclaimed green-thumbed general, orchestrated the proceedings with surprising military precision. 2 terracotta soldiers brimming with leafy promises rest in his arms while I cradled the rest. Edward and the afternoon yawning before him, like an unfurled scroll, hovered at the periphery of a curious onworker, a botanical cope-de-tat. Unable to resist the allure of the burgeoning jungle, he inched closer. Are you certain you needed a bit of assistance? With a deliberate movement, I turned, holding the ferns and flowers in my arms. Not at all, Lord Edward. They're mere feathers compared to the burdens I carry daily. I see. A strong wall does not crumble under a bit of greenery. Do you agree?
それはちょっと無理ではないか。あ、クララ。
Perhaps not, but even the sturdiest of walls can be toppled by an unforeseen Clara. With his sentence poised on the precipice of utterance, fate intervened. A treacherous cobblestone snagged my unsuspecting foot. But before gravity can claim its victory, Edward's presence solidified around me. His embrace, unexpected in its unwavering strength, held me aloft, even as the pots in my arms sang their discordant song. When he deemed me safe, a sigh escaped him.
足元には気をつけないと。
Mind your footing. Yes, sir. Relief gave way to the amusement as I met Brandon's impish grin. My toes curled in my shoes in embarrassment. Why was he smiling like that? My fingers danced across the cool, crumbly soil, filling the pots with fresh life. With practiced ease, I nestled the plants in their new homes. Edward, in silent sentinel at first, joined the rhythmic dance of recreation. Before long, the final sprouts found its place, and our verdant task was complete. Now give them a good soak. Obediently, I tipped the watering can. Its sprout, a glistening silver horn, channeled life-giving water. Oh, that's so sweet. I love this imagery. It's so pretty. Oh. Oh dear, they are absolutely adorable, nestled in their charming pots. Indeed, and quite hearty too, I assure you. Just a sprinkle of water with the soil appears parched. They'll flourish like champions. What does he say? Oomph. Edward's face softened, my breath caught in my throat as I glimpsed of warmth and affection in his eyes. Emboldened by this rare moment, I dared my voice to voice my question. Out of these leafy companions, which foliage do you find most captivating in its form and hue? Companion. His fingertips gently brushed the leaves. I can't quite discern. They're all very beautiful. Indeed they do. So shall we bring them all inside and let them brighten your chambers? But why not leave them in the garden where they can bask in the sunshine and fresh air? Because, my dear Lord Edward, your room could do with a splash of life and vibrancy. Miss Clare seems rather smitten with my little botanical bounty. And who wouldn't be pleased with a good little fortune, eh, Mr. Brandon? I traced the delicate fronds of the newly watered plant, their vibrant green seeming to pulse with renewed energy. I hoped they would not only brighten the space, but also weave a touch of solace into Edward's world. I wouldn't want to miss the chance to wish Lord Edward all the happiness he deserves. Our gazes met, and warmth like momentary sunbeam through storm clouds played on Edward's lips. It was a bittersweet smile, hinting at the hidden well of affection, alongside a lingering shadow of sorrow. The fleeting smile carved itself into my memory, beautiful even in its briefness. After a thoughtful silence, Edward reached for a pot. His fingers lingered on the cool ceramic for a moment before settling on the delicate blue vessel cradling a vibrant green sprout. There was a covert connection between him and the plant, and quiet understanding that sent a warmth blooming in my chest. Sunlight, awakened by my footsteps, flooded Edward's room as I entered, cradling his chosen plant like a verdant treasure. I nestled in the sun's golden embrace before turning to face him. The warmth of the room mirrored the bloom of my heart. Well, what are your thoughts? A soft blush painted his cheeks. I confess it surprises me, his capability of being swept away by the delicate wonder of existence. The hushed tones he offered his silence like fragile treasures laid bare. Beautiful. Indeed, it brings a splash of vibrancy to the room. Yes. Although I confess that's not what I had in mind. Then, Edward shook his head in silence. He was embarrassed to decide, so I decided to play along. Mr. Brandon has most kindly secured a suitable vessel for the Eitler Lear. Has he? Yes. He said it was too big for us to carry. Would you like to go take a good look together? My prompt grasp of his hand darted before he could respond. A flush crept up his neck and bloomed on his ears. How cute was his shyness, almost childlike in its purity, under the warmth of his uncle's unexpected gesture. Across the hall, through the door, Brandon's gift beckoned. This is a guardian of wood, rich and dark, stood watched beside the oceanic vista his mother had conjured. The shadows it wove played upon the painting waves, amplifying their depth and sculpting the shore with the almost tactile realism.
お母さんの故郷にこん
Mother's
な木があると言っていたよ。
hometown has these trees. His gaze moved from object to object, each touching, lingering a beat too long. With each object, his hands trembled. He was adrift in a sea of emotions, pulling him under and lifting him to the surface in breathtaking waves. A subtle shift, a tremor in his gaze, revealed the battle raging within Edward as he contemplated the tree and the painting. Then, with a sigh, he closed his eyes.
クララ、一つ聞いてもいい？
May I ask you something, Clara? Of course. It puzzles me.
僕がどうして幸せになってほしいの？
Clara, you insist on my well-being. Why worry about my happiness? I paused before responding with a question instead of an answer. Why indeed, my lord? That was a tricky question. What prompted it? I meant to say that I didn't know, but Edward just quietly smiled.
ねえ、
Clara,
エディと呼んでくれる？
I find myself wondering if you could call me Eddie. Me? You, my lord?
それともエドワードと呼ぶのでもいいよ。
Or Edward? Simply Edward. Yes, I think that would be alright. So, Mr. Edward, it sounded funny, even to me. I bit my lip and hid my face. Edward burst out into laughter.
この前も思わず僕の名前を言っておいて。
I thought you'd get the hang of it, just like you called me by my first name the other day. Me? Called you by your first name? What was I thinking?
うん、
You did.
エドワードと呼んだよ。
And so confidently I hardly noticed. His name echoed in my mind, the memory rewinding to those incidents. Me, one time, outside the house, and the other at his door, voice daring to break the silence. Eyes locking, Edward swallowed the overflowing emotion.
あなたは知らないだろう。
You wouldn't
どんなに
reckon
嬉しかったことか。
how grateful I was. He brushed away the vestiges of whatever had gripped him, his expression reverting to a polite smile. The rare, bittersweet smile. He and I, we carved portraits into our souls in the silent language of eyes. A timeless portrait crafted in fear of this moment dissolving into dust of yesterday. I was gonna tell you about Olivia's weird ritual, but here we are, sighed Edward. The absence of Clara's vibrancy left the room echoing with a hollowness that resonated in the depths of my own soul. I sought solace at the window where the wind played a sorrowful tune, leaving me to wonder if it was my mother's voice carried on its breath or merely my own longing.
クララ、
Clara. In my mind's eye, I could see Clara placing the pot near the window, her movements saturated with quiet grace. Her eyes caught the verdurous glow of life. When the dappling sunlight fell upon her face, it struck me then, with a force of revelation, that she was perhaps my blessing. In her presence, even the gloomiest chambers seemed to be endued with the warm radiance of infectious laughter, like a sunbeam banishing shadows. Despite this truth, I find myself perpetually pushing her away, a self-serving act born of the misguided notion that I must shield her from the ordeal that clings to me like a shroud. But for how long I can maintain this charade of separation, this dance of awkward distance, before the chasm of my yearning renders it's untenable. My gaze settled upon the delicate plant by the window. It seemed to tremble under the slightest breeze, its verdant fragility, a reflection of the tempestuous landscapes within me. To reach out, to offer succor, to akin to courting disaster, for with the merest touch I feared I might break it, and myself along with it. I
僕
can't.
にはできない
I was well aware it was time I closed the door shut, the time I severed the tenderest spread that stretches towards Clara and the solace she offered. Condemned like a fragile plant by the windowsill, forever bound to its borders, I find myself a prisoner in this sepulchral house. Yet, even as I draw the curtains of my eyelids, a rebellious streak within conjures forbidden fantasies. In the fertile darkness of my mind, I weave dreams of escape, not only to some sun-drenched shore in splendid isolation, but to a haven shared with another soul. Whenever I stand where my mother once stood, gazing upon the same boundless embrace of ocean and sky that reflected her spirit, Clara finds a place beside me. Beneath the caress of the sea breeze, she turns her face towards mine, her eyes alive with an emerald vibrancy, holding a depth that echoes the endless horizon before us.
不可能だ
I can't. With a brutal swipe across my face, I exorcise the alluring phantoms of my daydream, the chill of my fingertips, a rude awakening to the confines of reality. Why must my aspirations weather under the relentless frost of circumstance, while others bask in the sunshine of uninhabited pursuit? The necklace, a cold pendant on my chest, echoing the way of truth. I wrestled within each labored breath, another confirmation of the shackles binding my desires.
不可能な夢だ
I can't grasp it. It's nothing more than a fading mirage. Dare not dream of it, Edward, because you do not deserve it. Oh no, don't think that. Here we're at chapter 8. Don't think that. No. He's nervous. With the spring ball approaching like a vibrant butterfly, the manor hum with the arrival of the musicians. Every day their melodies have woven themselves into the fabric of our lives, and as they grace us with their final rehearsals, smiles blossom on every face. Some, entranced by the music's spell, succumb to its lullaby, murmuring dream-like whispers as they close their eyes. Wouldn't it be just heavenly to see a dashing gentleman in the moonlit waltz? I'd give anything to lose myself in the melody, my hand in a warm grip, feeling the world melt away with every step. Though I harbored no such delusions myself, I grasped the seductive power of a dashing young gentleman in a well-tailored waistcoat. After all, the townhouse balls of yore, those glittering mirages spun from tulle to candlelight, and etched its truth onto my heart. A playground for dreams they were, yet a cage nonetheless, their splendors masking the cold bars of social hierarchy. Alice, bless her for trying, sought to temper their expectations without extinguishing the spark of anticipation entirely. Miss Quiller mumbled something about us amusing ourselves later, hence the distinct lack of sparkle in Alice's voice. As her pronouncement punctured their bubble of dreams, the younger servants responded with a flurry of hand claps and disapproved blinks, the playful gesture failing to mask the dampened smiles and downcast eyes. That is not enough. Just think of a gown of shimmers that starlight. Let Austin waltz with a gentleman whose eyes hold untold promises. Wouldn't that be everyone's dream, Clara? Huh? Me? No, not my scene. But surely, with your closeness to the Lord, a waltz with him would be nice. The newly arrived servants seemed to labor under the curious apprehension that I enjoyed some degree of intimacy with the lord of the manor. I offered a wry smile, the absurdity of the situation painting my lips with amusement. In truth, there was nothing between Edward and me beyond the illiberal concern that I confess often spilled over into meddlesome anxiety. My offers of assistance invariably refuse, yet somehow blossom into the local misunderstanding. Thankfully, Alice intervened with a voice that broke no dissent. Certain things are better left undisturbed. Now get back to work. Alright, we are leaving. Sigh, Clara. There's still quite a bit of left to clean in the mausoleum, isn't there? Yes, I suppose we should get back to it then. Just don't stay out too late. Alice pivoted her way, her silence now worlds apart from her previous pronouncements on the perils of my proximity to Edward. A quiet thank you slipped from my lips before I rose, gathering my cleaning supplies with newfound purpose. Beyond me, a soft sigh ruffled the air, following by the whisper of her fingers against her hair. As I distanced myself from the hum of the servants' quarters and stepped into the sun-dappled embrace of the courtyard, a new song, light as a butterfly's kiss, alighted upon the familiar tune. Somewhere nearby, a lone violinist spun silken threads of melody, painting the air with unseen colors. Like a child entranced by the Pied Piper's flute, I felt my steps quicken, drawn inexorably towards the source of the captivating magic. Whose is this? My heart jolted as I rounded the corner, the sight of a figure in white and blue, sending a spark of recognition through me. The eternity seemed to have stretched between our last encounter, and I stood there watching him. It felt as if an uneased thread drew his consciousness towards mine. Lids heavy with reverie, his eyes fluttered open, their familiar blue meeting mine. Hi, Clara.
Konnichiwa, Clara.
His words, devoid of inflection, echoed hollowly in my ears, yet a smile, a reflex born of habit, or some hidden hope bloomed on my lips. You know how to play the violin. I do.
小さい頃からね。
It's a faint echo of my youthful pursuits. Will you be playing at the New Year's party? Why did I say New York?
いや、ただ思い出して
No,
演
these
奏してただ
melodies
けだよ。
are best enjoyed in private, aren't they? With the final note drifting away, Edward stowed the violin. Besides, I'm the lord of the house. Why would I play in the orchestra? Peasant's job. Ha! On the whim, I lifted the broom, hoping its humble form wouldn't shadow the fragile connection. I, just happened to be heading to clean the mausoleum, yeah.
後で行った方がいいと思うよ。
Cleaning can wait. Why? The musicians are tuning up by the
演奏の
mausoleum
練習中なんだ。
for the party. Oh. Their dedication bordered on the fantastical, practicing all morning without a shift in their positions. With sunset, their only respite, I felt a wary acceptance settle in. A nod confirmed my intention to retreat, but before I could turn, Edward's hand reached out.
時間があるついでに
Do you have a moment to talk? Caught off guard by the unexpected shift of his demeanor, I faltered, my mind scrambling to reconsider his abrupt friendliness. He placed the cleaning tool beside the violin, its mundane form stark against the polished wood, and extended a hand, gesturing towards a destination unknown. Reaching a window that framed the courtyard in a verdant tableau, we played Oz. The silence stretched thin before us. My fingers fluttered against the warm fabric of my skirt, buying me a few precious moments to marshal my thoughts. Do you feel like sharing a chat today, Edward? Your thoughts seem quiet.
いつか
Quiet.
はそう言って歩かなかったのに。
Perhaps, but never close to your voice, Clara. Last time felt a bit tangled. I worry I pushed too hard. No
不
pushing,
快なことではなかった。ただ、
merely
複雑だった。
a delicate knot waiting to be unraveled at its own pace. His stoic calm suggested a storm weathering in the equilibrium resort his eyes drawn to the manor house were veiled with a soft melancholy.
ク
Fate
ララ、僕は邸宅の主になったのだから、ここに満足しながら生きていこうと思う。
Fate dealt me this deck, Clara, and the manor is my dealt hand. Though it is not the card I wished for, I played it with grace. Edward's voice, laced with a peculiar resolve, drifted from the window as he observed the scene below. It's really weird, because I thought the manor wasn't left to him. Maybe it was left to his brother, and his uncle. His uncle gave it to him, maybe? I'm not sure. That's confusing. Musician and servants, a hive of activity, prepared the manor, danced under the unwavering gaze. The dissonance between the lively scene and the intensity in his eyes triggered a disquiet in me. A disquiet I masked with a strained smile. I see your mind is settled then. Yes, and there's something else I want to tell you.
言いたいことがあるんだ。
What is it? His eyes briefly searched mine, retreated into the distant landscape of his mind. He battled an unseen deal while, with a final shake of his head, a silent decree.
今ではなく、いつか話すよ。
Not now. Perhaps someday soon. You are pushing things to the future again.
僕の持病だよ。
It's a notorious habit of mine, I'm afraid. Edward slumped by the window, his silence dividing us like a tangible curtain. The music snaked through its folds. The air thickened with the uncomfortable silence pressing down on me as I wrestled with the urge to break it. So, the ball. It's coming up soon, isn't it? Can't wait to see the manor all decked out. Yeah.
そうだね。もう残りわずかだよ。
Preparations are underway. Well, with you at the helm, this ball will be truly magical. The folly of my pronouncement hit me like a rogue wave, its echo a cruel mirror to the very gossip I disdained. How foolish I am. Shame painted my cheeks as I clamped my tongue and squeezed my eyes shut, longing for the earth to swallow me whole. No, that wasn't I didn't. Would you care to dance?
僕と踊らない？
My brain jolted like a startled deer, spluttered to the standstill. His unexpected proposal hung in the air. His slow, deliberate approach towards me amplified the silence, each measurement, step, an echo of the frantic hammering in my chest. Balls
舞
aren't
踏会も大した
much.
ことないよ。知り合い同士で踊って騒ぐだけだ。
Just a bunch of people dancing and talking amongst themselves. That's what makes it great. A curious smile bloomed on Edward's lips as he tilted his head. His hand hovered in the space between us. An invitation. May I have the honor
レディ、
of this dance, my lady?
踊りませんか？
Sure. Haha. My hand, an offering surrounding in his heart, in the heat of the moment, met Edward's in a warm clasp. With a gentle tug, he drew me closer, his lips brushing my ear as he whispered. The music
Clara,
whispers, the
僕の
steps,
足を踏んで
Clara.
もいいよ。
Just listen to the rhythm and trust your instincts. Aww, that's so pretty. I'm here
ゆっくり僕についてきて。
to lead you through the golden melody. Drawn by the irresistible tug of his eyes, I couldn't tear my gaze away as Edward closed the distance between us. Bathed in our warm sunlight, the empty corridor became our secret dance floor, waiting for our first twirl of the stolen waltz. Glimmers crowded his hair, sparks danced in his eyes with each step we jointly took. Lost in the whirl of our impromptu waltz, we shattered the sunbeams into the Labradorians of blinding light. Stolen steps, stolen glances, this fairy tale spun itself right before our eyes, a dream born in stolen moments. With each misstep, a light stumble against his foot, I stumbled into another rhythm, my smile blooming despite the clumsiness. This was an unheard of dance, a shared secret woven into the fabric of an ordinary hallway. 2-3 turns from a sun-dappled floor, and then the music stopped. We stood apart, a hesitant silence hovering between us. I smoothed my rumpled dress, taking a step back to gauge his reaction. His eyes mirrored my uncertain smile. He was reading me, searching for an echo of this unexpected waltz in my expression. How did you find this waltz? The pulse in his hand became against mine sent my own heart into a hummingbird frenzy, yet with each dizzying turn, a blush bloomed across my cheeks like a forbidden secret. It didn't matter if I loved the waltz or stumbled through it. The urge to flee, to hide this newfound joy in the solitude of my own thoughts grew with every beat. Thank you for the dance. I need to go do that thing, you know? That thing I definitely have to do. That thing that exists that I need to do. Definitely gotta do that. Clara. Oh my god, Clara, no, I'm unable to bear the heat of this amused gaze, bolted like a startled rabbit. Edward's surprised call echoed behind me, and I couldn't dare myself to turn back. Edward's gracious moves remained echoed in my mind for the rest of the day, but the glint of metal between those abandoned tools nestled innocently beside the violin was a far less welcome reminder. Dawn and Olivia's volcanic tongue were mere hours away. With a clenched jaw, I tiptoed into the darkness, determined to avoid the eruption before the sun rose. Stupid, you stupid. Crushing on Edward could wait. My heart drummed against my ribs as I scanned the darkness, searching for any signs of Olivia's hooded figure. The absence was eerie, but a blessing. All right, back to your rightful place. I snatched the cleaning tools, their metal cold against my skin, and jumped back against the wall as the rustle pierced the silence from within the mausoleum. Olivia or Edward, and neither was an encounter I craved. With a gulp, I decided to peek and flee. Peering cautiously for the doorway, I was relieved to find Edward standing beneath the pale moonlight. Unlike previous visits, he cradled a small potted plant, its burdened life defying the stillness of the graveyard. His gaze, fixed on the weathered headstone, spoke of a personal connection I could only observe. She fled the scene afterwards. I imagine she had reasons for doing so, though I didn't have the chance to inquire further. Edward's laughter, light and airy, was a gentle breeze against my sunburnt cheeks. His friendly retelling of the incident, each detail chipping away at my composure, had me biting my lip like a scolded child. I could tell he was painting a portrait of my clumsy escape. Edward's mirth curdled into a whimper, and his head dropped like a wilted flower. The light-hearted air bled away, replaced by a chilling dread that prickled my skin. Was he in some unseen agony? My blood turned to ice as a raw, desperate scream shattered the silence, its echo bouncing off the tombstone like a tortured whisper. Is this truly my path, Mother? To dance with despair, while joy whispers just out of reach. I, too, I want to explore, to be free, to be like Uncle Brandon. And with Clara. The flower pot slipped from Edward's trembling fingers, crashing to the ground with a thunderous explosion of ceramic shards. The sound, amplified by the stillness of the night, resonated through his own body, echoing the shattering terror in his eyes. Edward's face drained of color, like the moonlight leached his blood, he began gathering the ceramic shards, each piece a jagged tear in his heart. His fingers trembling with a desperate hope, trying to fit them back together, even though the pot, like his shattered composure, was beyond repair. Moonlight glinted on the fallen fragments, each glittering tears a testament to irreplaceable loss. A strangled sob escaped Edward's lips as he knelt before the shattered pot, the plant now laid in devastation. Why? Why am I cursed with this burden? Suddenly I felt my grip loosen. Edward snapped upright at the jarring sound, his gaze darting from the mess of cleaning tools to my ashen face. Tears clung to his cheeks. Before I could think, excuses tumbling from my lips. Edward, I most dreadfully apologize, but I left behind my cleaning implements here. My voice wobbled, the tremor betraying my composure as I watched Edward stand stiff across from me. He scrubbed at his wet face. The smeared dirt darkened his cheeks like war paint. Before I could reach out, startling by the raw desperation of his eyes, he flinched away. He pushed my hands aside. Don't bother, I'm alright. But your cheeks. His steps often danced towards me, a fleeting promise of closeness, only to retreat into the shadows a second later. This fickle waltz of nearness and distance wove and unwove, leaving me only tangled in confusion. My voice rumbled low as I clamped my hands firmly in mine. What do you really want from me? Edward blinked, startled, but the mask returned, the bitter smile tugging at the corners of his lips like a vine choked by thorns. The dam burst, I suppose. Come with me, Clara. You deserve to know. The broken pot stood in a silent accusation. Drawing his gaze like a moth to flame, he pierced his lip, the gesture a dam holding back a torrent of regret, anger, or something deeper before turning away. The silence was heavier than any spoken word. The door clicked shut. Edward vanished into a gloom without bothering the candles. The darkness, thick and suffocating, pressed in from every corner. My shoulders slumped. I followed him, each step echoing in the cavernous silence, and settled across the table. Empty whiskey bottles stood guard between us. Did you drink alone? No, I drank with Uncle. Edward's reply, laced with respect, trailed off as he shielded his eyes with a trembling hand. His gesture wasn't defiance, but a desperate bid to shield himself from the scrutiny he couldn't face. Silence settled like a thick fog, rolling in, neither of us daring to pierce the tension with the first word. It was Edward, finally, who reached for the lifeline of conversation, his voice hesitant, as if walking on a tightrope. Remember that day, Clara, when the boundary became an impossible chasm? Is that what the curse does to you? Edward's answer wasn't spoken, but chiseled on the lines of his smile. It wasn't a joyous curve, but a wary acceptance, a silent agreement that resonated deeper than any words. He shook the empty bottle, a hollow rattle confirming the silence, then sighed, pushing it aside. A sip of liquid courage would have been nice, but sober it shall be, I suppose. Clara,
僕はこの邸宅でしか住めない。それさえ母がくれたネックレスの力がないと叶わない。
This pendant from my mother is what keeps me here even today. Beyond boundaries of this matter lies nothing but demise. He groaned, a guttural sound that scraped from his throat, then clamped his hands over his ears. But tethering my life
呪いを押さえつけておくには限界みたい。
to this realm is all it does. Is there something more to it. Yes.
亡霊になったお母さんが一日も欠かさず僕をお墓に呼んでいるよ。
My mother's voice beckons me to her tomb day by day. The whisper gets closer, stronger. And the curse
呪い
bleeds
は徐々
through,
に大きくなって邸宅にも影響を与え始める。
affecting the house itself. The final piece snapped into place, revealing a chilling tableau. The monstrous figure that stalked the manor, mirroring Edward's own silhouette, the inexplicable knots at the door. It all coalesced to a horrifying truth. The curse, its tendrils reaching long and insidious, had woven a nightmarish reality.
呪いさえなければ僕も普通に暮らせたのに。
Her form still shimmers in the candlelight. It's a constant reminder of my sin. But the curse devoured. Maybe, just maybe, if things were different, I would live a normal life. But this
こんな
thought
ことを毎日考えたりした。
clings to me like a grip. Edward, please don't say that. This isn't your burden to bear alone.
ど
How
うして
is
僕
it
のせいじゃ
not?
ないの？
My mother
僕は母を殺したし、
and my father
父も
died
また。
because of me. Caged in the manor, Edward's future stretched out before him like a barren wasteland. The pendant, a fragile thread of hope, held the key to his survival. But without it, his life would be cruelly cut short. And the gnawing suspicion that the curse had claimed his father too added another layer of unbearable despair to the weight of its imprisonment. Clara, do you recall the time
何か言いたいことがあるだろう。
I had a matter to discuss with you and didn't say anything? I do. To be honest, it was more of a favor. A tremor ran through Edward's hand as he reached for mine, but then, with a pained grimace, he pulled away. My outstretched fingers faltered. The echo of this withdrawal resonated in my own limbs. In the silent exchange, we understood the bittersweet truth. Clinging on might inflict a different kind of pain. I
僕は君に会えて本当に嬉しかった。
was very happy to
君
get to
の
know
言葉に
you.
希望を得た。
Your words gave me hope. The living in
君と
this
一緒に
hellhole,
住めるなら、
wouldn't it be
こ
as
んな地
bad
獄みたいな場所で住むのも
as
よ
it
く覚えてくる。
seemed if you were there for me? But the
けれど、
anxious thought
ある時、君さえも失うんじゃないかと思ったんだ。
of losing you is a curse. It carved a hole in my chest that even hope couldn't fill. The air crackled with anticipation. Edward lifted his head. The world around him seemed to shrink, pushed back by the sheer force of his unwavering will. It was a tangible energy radiating from him like a heat from a star.
クララ、ブランドおじさんはもうすぐ屋敷を出るだろう。
Clara, Brandon will be leaving the manor soon. Wait, Edward, that means...
君が望むなら、おじは君を後見人にしてくれるだろう。
He has offered to become your legal guardian, if you wish. Stop! You're asking me to leave the manor? In this gilded cages of high society, where reputation was currency and lineage a birthright, the notion of Brandon naming a mere servant his heir was a scandal waiting to erupt. Yet the confidence with which Edward spoke of it, the unsettling ease in his voice hinted at a deeper game being played. My mind spun back to the unsettling dance of their actions. Brandon's inexplicable interest in Edward, a stark contrast to his indifference towards Robert's demise. The curious insistence on meeting me, a veil of forced friendliness masking a keen scrutiny of my every move. His sharp questions probe in my past disguise as idle curiosity. And Edward, a phantom waltz instructor, spinning me in dizzying circles while murmuring reassurances that felt more like warnings. So you invited Mr. Brandon on purpose. Edward smiled. The dazzling sunbeam illuminated a truth I hadn't dared to see. He cared, truly cared, more than I could ever have imagined. Yet, the weight of his sacrifice, the sheer magnitude of his effort shattered my heart anew. It was a crushing paradox, a symphony of joy and anguish. My breath, shallow and erratic, reiterated the chaos within me. How could I embrace this gift with enormous gesture of his affection when my world felt like it was falling apart? I don't understand. I can't understand. Why would you do this to me? Because you were the only
君が
person
唯一僕の味方だったからだよ。
who stood by my side. Until now,
今まで君は暗くて寂しい屋敷の中で
you've been the
唯
only
一の
light
光だった。
in this cold, decaying place. A light so bright that
息を
knowing
し
it
ているという事実
burns
だけで
somewhere
一
in the
生を生き
world.
ていけそうな。
Even a star too distant to touch will guide me forever. His lips trembled like leaves in a gale. Tears welled up in my eyes. How could I ever truly emphasize with him his pain? Everyone I've ever
僕が
loved
大切にしているみんながここで
withers
死んでいっ
here.
た。
Desperation glinted in Edward's eyes as his trembling hand reached for mine. He turned, pleading even before a word was spoken. So please, don't let that happen to you, Clara.
あなたが死なないように願う、クララ。
That's hard. He will be... If I stay, he'll be riddled with guilt because he'll be more responsible for my death. His love will eat away at my life. If I accept his plea, I mean, I'll have to leave him. I don't know. I don't know. I have to pick, but I don't know. This is hard. I'm gonna refuse right now. I want to go do it again, where we do all the answers we didn't choose. Or right now we refuse it. A sting of tears prickled my eyes, but I met his gaze, unflinching. No, I'm going nowhere. I'm staying with you. Tears clung to my lashes, not of grief, but of defiance. The echo of vows beside him at the funeral, beside him always, pulsed in my heart. His escape plan, a misplaced love, couldn't clip my spirit's wings. Pride and love soared within me, untamed by his decrees. He saw the storm in my eyes, a tempest refusing to bend, and worry etched lines in his brow. Clara, think of your family.
クララ、君には家族がいる。君にはまだ守る人がいるんだ。
Your family needs you. My family's safety is paramount, Edward, but so is your horse.
君も死ぬかもしれない。お母さん、お父さん、それと僕が好きだった人たちのように。
You could die too, just like my mother and father and the people I care about. I mean, everybody dies, Edward. Everyone. Everybody dies someday, so that won't scare me away. Why are you so insistent on
どうし
staying?
てそこまでの
Because I love you, stupid. His surprise mirrored the shattering of this social cage I cast aside. With a voice that trembled only from the force of my emotions, I confess, again soaring beyond labels and expectations. I won't let you die alone in this lonely manner. Because you love me? Yes, so don't send me away. Clara. I want to hear him.
クララ。
Clara. Edward remained a shrouded figure, his stillness more eloquent than any rebuke. Each tick of the clock stretched into an eternity, my screams suspended in the void between us. Shame burned through my cheeks, a harsh counterpoint to the tears. I blinked back. Finally a sigh escaped him, like a leaf caught in the breeze. Then cautiously he met my gaze. Is it truly golden opportunity, Clara? Are you sure about rejecting it? Leaving? Never. This curse is here, and so am I. I won't rest until I find a way to break it. Really? Really? Edward blinked, stunned in disbelief, suppressing the impulse to grunt in at his bewildered expression. I crossed my arms over my chest, locking eyes with him, exuding newfound confidence. So how about an apology for attempting to show me the door, because I would happily accept it now. As I spoke, the wall he'd built around his emotions crumbled. The tears held captive for so long flowed freely. I'm sorry, Clara. Will you forgive me? He was trying to save you. His apologetic smile was all that I needed. Chapter 9. Let's see what happens. As the storm of emotions receded, a tide of unexpected shame washed over me. I found myself fidgeting, brushing at my flushed cheeks as I stole a glance at Edward. He stood shrouded in silence, his expression unreadable, with a curious tinge of crimson adorned the tip of his nose. The sight was so incongruous with his stoicism, threatened to crack open the dam of my composure. I squeezed my eyes shut, silently commanding myself to maintain decorum. Not now, Clara, I muttered a stern reprimand to the burgeoning giggle threatening to erupt. So let's shift our focus. Wait, did I save? I hope I saved. Did I save? Hold on. Did I saved? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. So let's shift our focus. It would be wise for us to explore potential ways to break the curse or find the solution. Edward nodded. I have something important to share with you. What is it? Regarding the pendant my late mother left me, its intended purpose is for my protection, is it not? Based on what you've shared, yes. Skepticism gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Olivia handing over the pendant, Edward wearing it for years. It felt too convenient. Yet the desperate hope in his eyes, the raw reverence with which he clutched it like a talisman, could doubt coexistence with genuine need. The heavy silence pressed down, and I leaned in a silent query of my gaze. As if startled by my unspoken questions, Edward retreated before resuming his explanation. I've been contemplating whether she left it for me to confront the curse, suggesting she may have possessed knowledge about it. My eyes lit up. It was an intriguing angle I hadn't explored. Because I just learned of this. That does seem plausible. I'm considering the hypothesis that this curse is an ancestral inheritance. Until now, I have refrained from exploring this matter due to apprehension about my father. Clearly, Robert's will was a chilling testament to his loathing, made blatantly clear in the fact that he had left out Edward's name completely. Oh. I mean, he did, still. Under that cold gaze, Edward never dared to breathe a word of the curse, let alone challenge it. Only Robert lay silent. Did he cautiously share his forbidden fury with me? My support fanned the flames of his conviction. Today I intend to visit my father's
今日父
study.
の書斎に寄ってみようかと思う。
Would you prefer some company? I appreciate the offer,
でも難しいんじゃないかな。
but I believe it might complicate matters. You're correct. Edward's welcoming facade occasionally lulled me into a dangerous oblivion. The whispers, the disapproving glances, they were constant reminders. A servant in the Lord's domain was a scandal waiting to brew. Well, instead, I'll explore alternative methods to gather pertinent information. Seasoned servants like Alice and Bruce, who spent years polishing every nook and cranny under Robert, wouldn't miss a misplaced book or a scruffed portrait. They might have stumbled upon something odd, and the thought filled me with a surge of confidence that didn't escape Edward's notice. He met my gaze with a knowing smile. If you please.
ありがとう。
Rest assured, I shall do my best. The thought of offering comfort to the man whose eyes mirrored the shadows of this imposing house was a flicker of light, and the oppressive darkness it emboldened me, filling my veins with a current of courage that crackled like a forbidden spark. This is so long sighed. Father's study in the asterisk chamber of my childhood remained perpetually sealed like a Pandora's box. It exuded an air of foreboding, and, as if breathing within its musty confines, invited unspeakable calamity. So here I stand after all.
こんなものか。
A resolute inhalation filled my lungs, casting the study door in a new light. Why had I danced around this threshold for so long, a marionette to a fear that no longer held its strings? To move on, to breathe freely, I had to crack the shell. My life won't be defined by constant evasion. It wasn't just for Clara, not just for anyone else. This was for me, a chance to untangle the mysteries that choked my own breath. Within the murmur echoed of my resolve, I creaked the door open, stepping into the unknown. Crossing the threshold, I found myself in the study as insipid as its master. Leather-bound volumes lined the walls, their titles whispering of stoicism and propriety, a fitting epitaph for a man of such unyielding nature. Pulling the door shut with a soft click, I stepped forward only to flinch at the grimy floorboards beneath my boots. This sanctum, once a testament to my father's meticulous habits, now wore the disheveled contours of unkempt mourning. I confess, while my expectations were lofty, it pained me to see such neglect from those once so devoted to him. A wistful smile played on my lips as I wandered through the unfamiliar contours of the study. My steps led me to a heavy mahogany desk, its surface marred by the light dusting of neglect. As I brushed the film away, a gentle swipe, my gaze caught upon a portrait of my mother, her youthful visage framed in the dark wood. A telltale smudge, faint as a whispered memory, traced her cheek, a silent testament to his enduring love, even in the questioned separation. Perhaps there's a resemblance between us. With a sigh, I turned my attention to the bookshelves, their shelves burdened by my father's relentless pursuit of an intellectual mastery. Yet, nestled in the shadow corners of discordant note, emerged an unsettling collection of volumes devoted to arcane arts of Acurssed and witchcrafts. A curious wrinkle formed in my brow. It was an incongruity that wouldn't sit easy with my knowledge of father's resolutely pragmatic nature. My father would have placed my mother above anything else. If not to exercise my curse, then my hand, drawn by premonition, hovered over the glass of the bookshelf. I'm getting nowhere with them. My inquiries regarding the curse proved fruitless. This is particularly troubling, since Edward indirectly heralded a significant turnover amongst servants. No matter how delicately I approached the subject, I encountered only impenetrable silence, as if every tongue had been bound by an unseen oath. Even those in the innermost circles of my acquaintances found cause to rebuke me. Your unending curiosity is causing issues. You could find yourself in trouble. What's your interest in the late lord and his wife? The relentless onslaught of admonitions cast a dizzying spell upon me. Desperate, I clasped my ears vigorously, shaking my head in a fervent attempt to dispel the disoriented echoes. Hold on, I can only focus on one person at a time. They pay attention, people, properly. Alice's eyes darted across the room. She leaned in close and whispered words etched with a shadow of concern on her face. There is no one here who can help. Why? If we could provide an answer, we would. Anyway, steer clear of your new lord for a while. Not for a while, forever. Haven't you learned? Would she really listen to that? With a solemn shake of his head, Thomas halted. Alice's kicked aim at Bruce's shin. She's just worried about you, like we all are, he muttered, bearing a troubled expression. I sensed an unseen event during my absence. My concern deepened. The present's a significant problem. I absently toyed with my lips, a nagging suspicion gnawing at me. Kept at it, I figured, whom shall I confide in? I murmured memories of countless faces fleeting from my mind. Of all the possible sources, this person seemed the most likely to hold the key to Robert's secrets. Probably the head butler. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Oh. Save. Turn. I don't know. I would say Olivia, but going to her is just like too risky, especially since she's doing something kind of sneaky. So, indeed, Alan possessed considerable knowledge regarding Robert. I recalled the gentleman who had provided assistance to a visibly shaken Edward. Olivia usually dictated the rhythm of the manor, but Alan, the head butler, held sway over the lord's official domain. His impartial support of Edward, the manor's new lord, spoke volumes. A person of Olivia's caliber could surely unravel the mysteries surrounding Robert without constraint. Crafting excuses, I meandered through the spaces he frequented. Encountering Bruce, he mentioned Alan was currently at a mill. He eyed me with suspicion regarding my search, but I had an alternative reason for seeking him, rendering me undeterred. John requested me to provide a progress report in his absence. That damaged tombstone you mentioned? Yes. Releasing a heavy sigh with implications, I gestured reluctantly to accepting the task. Bruce nodded, offering his encouragement without further questions. Alan was amidst a choir of returning dishes as I entered the servants' hall. Determined not to miss him, I approached and extended a friendly greeting. Hello, Alan. Good morning. Yes, good afternoon. It's quite late for it to be morning. Unlike the others, his countenance remained stoic. The perpetuality forms Ermel's stance he assumed paradoxically offered a sense of reassurance. What an irony. With a restoration of a damaged tombstone as a secondary motive and excuse, I unraveled the information to him. He mentioned that the cracks are severe, and it might be better to replace it with a new one. That is not a decision he should be making independently. In that case, I can inform John. That wouldn't be necessary. I will correspond with him and convey that I intend to discuss this matter with him directly. The response was swift and dismissive, leaving me momentarily for a loss of words. My nod was feeble acknowledgement of the abrupt conclusion. I remained fumbling for a new topic. A faint chuckle from above caught my attention. My apologies. I didn't mean to jest with you. I redirected my gaze to Alan, shedding his customary formality. He posed a question in hushed tones, as if foreseeing a unfolding events. Is there another motive prompting your desire to meet with me? Surely his intuition befitting a role of a head butler. A subtle nod from my end, accompanied by lower voices indicating our shared understanding. I wish to unravel the mysteries of the curse. May I ask as to why you were bringing this matter to my attention? Given your direct association with the late Lord Robert, I believe you may possess insights that could eliminate the situation. Alan released a brief sigh, tracing his jawline for the fingertips, accumulating in a tender smile. The expression mirrored his adeptness in the navigation intricate situations. If that is your inquiry, you might find Mr. Brandon more informative than me. Mr. Brandon? Indeed, he seems to possess a wealth of information. Evidently, Edward envisioned me as Brandon's ward. Brandon would want me to discuss about this matter. Alan, likely in possession of this knowledge, elucidated the rationale behind his prior kindness. As I consented to the proposition, another sigh escaped Alan, accompanied by the disapproving shake of his head. He has expressed openness to discussions, even if you lack official business. I would advise caution in your interactions. His tone resonated with a subtle blend of concern and anxiety, prompting a reassessment of my initial evaluation of Brandon. Upon my unannounced arrival, Brandon extended a courteous greeting, presenting me with a cup of tea, seemingly anticipating my visit. Acknowledging my abrupt entrance, I settled into a chair opposite him, expressing my regret for any previous rudeness. My apologies for the unannounced visit. Well, a visit from a lovely young lady is always a pleasant surprise. He responded with a pleased wink, comfortably reclining in his sofa. Have you heard about Edward's proposal? I declined it. Now, that is intriguing. It's absurd, even to... This is the issue, Mr. Brandon. Why would you indulge his childish whims? Childish whims? The subtle twitch of Brandon's cheeks, coupled with the deliberate attempts to suppress laughter, hinted at his amusement, derived from my transformation of Edward into a kid throwing a tantrum. My ability to navigate his mischievous tendencies had evidently proved. Maintaining an unwavering posture, I continued undeterred. Anyway, I have something to discuss with you. Please, after all, the amusement you provided is the least I can do. I would like to inquire if you have any knowledge of Edward's parents' involvement in this curse. As I unraveled the narrative of Robert, his wife, and the intertwining curse, Brandon's countenance underwent a perceptible shift. Sensing a potential deviation in the mood, I promptly tried to refocus his attention. I understand it's an uncomfortable topic, particularly regarding Mr. Robert, but this is for Edward's well-being. Engaging in locked gazes, I found myself clutching my clothes, sensing an onset of perspiration on my palms. Despite the discomfort, I pressed on, detailing the unfolding events. Brandon, exercising commendable restraint, absorbed the account without interjection, with comments. His reaction was palpable when I disclosed Edward's intent to break the curse. You revived the spirit, my boy, after all. The spectrum of innocence, excitement, joy, pain, guilt, and regret enveloped the room. It became apparent that Brandon harbored a profound sense of indebtedness towards Edward. Edward is currently in the study to unravel the mysteries. Robert's study? Indeed. Releasing a scient sigh, Brandon exhibited a resolute demeanor, signaling an imminent revolution. Clara, I believe a thorough and extended conversation may be necessary. His eyes momentarily fluttered with a regret before closing. The open mouth seemed poised to articulate sentiments of sorrow. Yes, I have sinned, like the rest of us. Sighed Olivia. In a realm where walls possess aud- auditory acuity, the doors are endowed with visual perceptions, I fortified my position. In a landscape raft of trust, reliance on these sentient structures became imperative. A fallibility I cannot afford, given my unwavering commitment since the inception of my presence in the manor. Setting aside the papers, I asserted the countenance of the individual who sought entry. His visage characterized by his ingenuousness and desire-fueled eyes bore a striking resemblance to the individual I harbored the utmost disdain for. A figure of avarice, complicit in the suffering of others, and yet exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. A subtle smile adorned my features. I appreciate the information. I shall augment your remuneration for the upcoming week. It is implausible for him to entertain the notion that his subsequent remuneration would be held. Observing his departure, I proceeded to the rear window. The tranquil panorama of the manor unfolded before me, signaling the imminent conclusion. You have absolutely pieced it together, Clara. The virtuous, noble child, at odds with my former inclinations within such a brief temporal span. Perhaps it is this incongruity that prompts my inner demon to insidiously murmur. A curtain call for this mundane theatrical performance. Indeed, it should be. Uttering under my breath, I drew the curtains across the window. Darkness surged within once more. I don't like her. Is she really... I can't tell. I can't tell who's evil now. I really can't tell. Is that weird? This conversation confused me. Sinned, my breath hitched in the startled choice of words. The sip of tea seized in the recess of my throat, compelling a series of spasmodic coughs. Brandon, with a sigh that resonated throughout the room, unfurled his eyes, emerging from the depths of contemplations. If I am to discuss my sins, I cannot omit the tale of Isabella. Lady Isabella was Mr. Robert's spouse, correct? And Edward's mother. The skilled painter whose artistic prowess translated the enchanting landscapes of her coastal home into grand canvas, also assumed the pivotal role of gifting Edward the prospective pendant to counter the impending curse. Deliberately, I placed my teacup down, engrossing in Brandon's continuing tale. Hair as white as platinum, eyes as blue as the ocean, skin as white as mercury. She was beautiful, to say the least. A lady possessing immense elegance, encapsulating profound sophistication within her polished beauty. As her presence unfolded and took form, she invoked parallels with Edward. It crossed my mind that Edward likely inherited more from his mother, or Isabella, than his father. Brandon continued to weave the tale of the couple's initial encounter. Nestled in the affluent but academically defiant hometown, the brothers Robert and Brandon stood out as intellectual beacons. They bore the weight of lofty expectations. However, it was these very expectations that provided the impetus for the brothers to venture into the city seeking quality education. The first person of our age we encountered there was Isabella. So, you all attended the same academy. Yet, alas, it only made Robert lovesick more and more. Lovesick. Isabella's family hailed from the maternal side of the royal family. Robert's affection for Isabella blossomed from their initial encounter, evolving into an enduring love. However, the sentiments of Brandon and those in his vicinity harbored a notable lack of optimism. Isabella's lineage boasted titles, while her siblings wielded potent influence in the political and social spheres. Rumors alluded to an impending betrothal between Isabella and the prince, despite her marginal superiority. As one of the noble standings in the intricacies of this matter eluded to my full comprehension, I promptly shrugged in response. Marrying her must have presented its challenges. I am uncertain whether I should credit it to his unyielding determination. As Brandon recounted, Robert spared no effort in orchestrating various events at the manor to capture her attention. These occasions ranged from jubilant festivities of New Year's parties and elegant balls to the more solemn gatherings like charity fundraisers and funerals for family graves within the estate. The young gentleman assumed the role of host, not only curated lavish parties, but also attended to the gardens, expressing a consistent desire for Isabella's presence. The young lady, despite the spatial separation, steadfastly accepted invitations to grace the manor with her presence. That's truly romantic. They indeed made for an exquisite couple. His gaze lingered with the vast expanse obscured by a contemplative mist, as though he traversed the realms of the past moments described. The culmination arrived when the young lady, a figure universally upheld with reverence, gracefully intertwined her fingers with Robert. This catalyzed a tidal wave of revelry and joy for the manor, with wishes of eternal happiness echoing through the halls. Brandon, too, became a participant in this communal celebration. Enveloped in this unfolding narrative, I found myself in a state of quiet bewilderment, hand delicately veiling my mouth before cautiously posing a question. So her late lady's death was attributed to the plague. In the midst of the widespread plague, death swept through the communities, claiming numerous lives. However, the brunt of the facilities fell upon the less privileged, lacking access to medical resources. Hence, the assertion that Lady Isabella perished from the plague raised legitimate doubts. Sensing my contemplation, Brandon conveyed his insights in a subdued tone. She could have survived had she taken the prescribed medication, but Isabella refused to do so. Why? Because the fetus in her womb, Edward, was likely to die. But one would have prioritized her life above all else. I'd agree, but I couldn't fathom the thoughts of a deceased person. Brandon's assertion stands correct. The musings of Lady Isabella remain inscrutable beyond our realm of understanding. We are only left with conjecture and speculation. He sighed deeply and delicately, massaging the corners of his eyes. So the baby was blamed for the mother's death. Meanwhile, the disease had evolved to a stage where the symptoms were beyond control. Robert was willing to go any lengths to save Isabella, who was carrying Edward. It was tragic. Brandon perceived an entire realm of curses, demonic summonings, and purported superstitions accumulating in Robert's study. Despite his earnest efforts to dissuade Robert, the latter persistently advanced, akin to a racehorse, enduring relentless whippings. A mournful sob emanated as the tale reached its conclusion. So Mr. Robert initiated the curse. Yes, eventually Robert made a pact with the devil, offering the purest soul. But Lady Isabella died nonetheless. In the moment our eyes locked, Brandon's gaze tinged with red, an agonizing pulse reverberating through my head. The realization of Brandon's departure from the manor dawned upon me, stroking an undercurrent of fury. Lady Isabella's demise condemned Edward to perpetual confinement within these walls. The extent of sacrifice for Robert's avarice eluded comprehension, as the duration squandered in Brandon's silence. A seismic surge of rage consumed my entire being, inducing an involuntary tremor. You're such a coward. I am. If this was the truth, you should have told Edward sooner. You're correct, Clara. Then we could have resolved the matter earlier. I simply lacked the courage. Veiling the face with both hands, a guttural groan escaped him, a futile lament against the inexorable forces at play. The looming specters of Robert's descent into madness and the burden of guilt stood as insurmountable foes. Would the abandonment of the manor have granted him respite? Alas, no. It would have amounted to a fleeting reprieve, a daily ordeal of unrelenting torment. The curse of Robert's blind love wove a clandestine tapestry of discontent, ensnaring all within its web. My love for the manor, its people, and the thought humbly expressed for Edward, precluded any desire for further anguish to emanate from the manor's affairs. Brandon, I want to break the curse of the manor. A stern countenance settled upon Brandon as my words permeate the air in his eyes. A conviction resonated, a belief in the insurmountable nature of the impending task. You believe you're the sole individual who has attempted this. I made numerous attempts and met with failure. But it's different now. Edward is showing progress. If you make a mistake, you could lose your life. If I dwell on that, I wouldn't have initiated this in the first place. Considered Edward. The tenor of Brandon's voice ascended in response to my inequivocate declaration. A crimson hue engulfed his face, eliciting a modicum of trepidation within me. Yet succumbing to fear meant forfeiting my prospect of progress. The tale's closure lay in refusal to heed its narrative. I resolved to stand steadfast with Edward until the denouncement, hoping for its lasting existence. A peculiar understanding of Lady Isabella's motions stirred within me. Love in its profound intricacies sometimes steered one towards decisions deeper in self-interest. Reinforcement of my determination, I redirected my attention to the intensity illuminated to Brandon, restating my question. Help me, please. I'm propelled to stake my life on this. It is not solely a matter of determination. Then what course of action do you suggest? What? Is there anyone else more deserving to break the curse? Brandon, waiting for the perfect moment, might be too late. For an extended moment, Brandon's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon me, an unbroken connection forged between our eyes. The imminent release of words from my lips was abruptly severed by my attention, captivated by the intensity of his stare, his palpable flinch disrupted by the equilibrium as our gazes collided. The moisture-laden eyes, once tinged with regret, underwent a transformative vanishing act, reverting him back to a familiar persona of a mature gentleman. A feeble chuckle accompanied by the resigned shake of his head, underscore an apparent surrender to circumstances beyond his control. Like father, like son, I suppose, they truly share similar tastes in their preferences. Excuse me. I meant you were the type of girl he would fall for, like Isabella. My education and beauty fell short compared to Lady Isabella's. I brushed it off as another whimsical jest for a mischievous gentleman. Brandon clicked his tongue, filling his pipe with tobacco, all the while resting my forbearance. I can endure it if I don't smoke. His hands trembling, he kindled the pipe, drawing in the smoke. An oddly unpleasant fragrance began to pervade the air. First, it would be best to investigate the location where the witchcraft was initially performed. The location. The cabin in the courtyard. Robert summoned the devil in the basement of that cabin. What? Wasn't that where Olivia's intrigue unfolded? Springing to my feet with incredulity, I deduced the answer. The woman who was bequeathed the pendant to Edward, the nocturnal dweller in the cursed cabin. Olivia was the one casting spells from the enigmatic basement. I believe I figured out how to break the curse. Positive? Yes, in fact I saw Olivia there. I disclosed to Brandon what had remained unspoken. After my exposition on why Olivia was suspect, Brandon went pale and huffed. Is there a mere coincidence, or has she returned? What else happened? It would take too long to explain now. We need to get to the cabin. The motive behind the hurry remained unclear, whether it was aimed to halt the unfolding ritual or forestall additional harm. Nonetheless, I assented, surveying Brandon's already perspiring and decaying visage. All right, then. I will inform Edward. Clara. When I returned my gaze to Brandon, prompted by the urgent call, he shook his head. He indicated a reluctance to involve Edward. Our first priority is to halt the ritual. If Olivia is indeed the true culprit, she must have already anticipated our next move. The opportune moment arises only once, Clara. Brandon's concern held validity. Olivia's surveillance extended for the manor. Despite this, the convention urged me to unveil the truth to Edward. I took a moment to contemplate. What should I prioritize first? Oh boy. Stop the ritual. Brandon's concern held validity. A sense lingered that the ritual might not unfold immediately, but expediting its prevention meant swifter assurance for Edward's safety. The priority lay in shattering the curse, leaving the pursuit of truth for the later phase. My determination was resolute in halting Olivia's ritual properly. All right, I'll lead the way. You? I'm younger. It's my duty as a gentleman to protect the lady. I regard Brandon with a hint of skepticism for a moment, a figure marked by tremors and weariness. I shook my head decisively, recognizing the futility of letting him assume control. Mr. Brandon, I think you might pass out any moment. I'll head there first so you can catch your breath. Following the accumulation of our discourse, I reached to the doorknob. Suddenly, Brandon intervened. By the way, Clara. Yes. Thank you. He wore a wistful smile, as though liberated from an immense burden. Thanks to you, I finally mustered the courage. The courage to confront the past, to face the curse he had eluded, to ponder the gains that lay ahead for myself and him and Edward for this resolution. There was nothing left but to nod and press forward. Sighed Edward. The study was replaced with occult literature unrelated to my affliction. Volumes discussing the sacrifice of lives to salvage another and the transference of life energy. If these were what my father wanted to do for Mother, he wanted to save Mother. Oh. If these were what my father wanted to do for Mother, he wanted to save my... what? I just read that. If mirthless laugh escaped me as I contemplate the hypothetical actions of a loving husband. Then, with logical deduction, I unraveled the origin of the course. Laughter bubbled forth at the simplicity of the answer, the realization that everything now fell into place. Why my mother sought me, why she damned me, and why my father harbored resentment. It dawned on me that all the curses likely emanated from my father's actions, infiltrating every facet of my life. I sighed and closed the books. In the instant An unfamiliar sound enveloped my ears. A resounding clang echoed in the room, causing my eyes to widen. Shifting my gaze downward, my attention was drawn to an object at my feet, a tarnished piece of silver. A key. Stooping to retrieve a fallen key, I meticulously examined it for any identifying tags. Unsurprised, there were none, a deliberate concealment by my father. A survey of the surrounding commenced in the hope of discovering the corresponding lock to this elusive key. It didn't take long to pinpoint a secure drawer within my father's desk. Inserting the key and turning it, the drawer yielded smoothly without a hint of resistance. I pondered the reason behind the secretive placement of the key. Suppressing my skepticism, I pulled the handle. To my dismay, the contents of the drawer were far from significant, revealing only a stained notebook. Or perhaps the hell more important than initially perceived, I uttered the name inscribed on its cover. Isabella. Mother's diary? It was my mother's cherished narrative. The pages adorned with the passage of time invoked a dual sense of nostalgia and curiosity. Commencing from the formative years, the narrative chronicled a journal from the crude sketches to refined sentences. I could see that the messy sentences were getting better with each page. The chronicle unfolding the tale of a girl who was once envisioned a princely romance, navigating the challenges of love with Robert, a man of lesser station, and ultimately choosing him against social oddities for the pursuit of happiness. Initially conceived as a joyous chronicle, the narrative eventually transformed into a reflection marked by the poignant sorrow. I don't want Robert to find solace in someone other than me, but I also don't want him to be deprived of the rights he deserves because of me. The resonance of those utterance words lingered, holding me captive within their intricate web for an extended period. The ink stains all dried up now told the story of her feelings, pride, love, and the profound undercurrent of misery. The lingering anger directed at the individuals within Robert's social circle, whose encouragement of extramarital relations fueled her discontent. Her unwavering sense of possessiveness, a fervent desire for exclusive ownership over Robert's present and future. Isabella vehemently opposed to the notion of Robert's entertaining a paramour or being pressured to produce an heir. In the end, she chose not to relinquish me, even when the plague's clutches had ensnared her. Her determination extended to being the only harbinger of her beloved husband's unhappiness. A wry smile played upon my lips in contemplation of a love and obsession so potent that not even death could sever their connection. Subsequent to Isabella's entries, the diary transitioned into Robert's narratives, characterized predominantly by the descent into madness. His efforts to discern the mysterious element afflicting Isabella. The pages is colored by despair from compounding frustration of unraveling medical consultations. God, if you subject me to an ordeal, I shall sacrifice my soul to the devil. The prospect that evident, unattainable, a fact that when articulated held no transformative power. Robert, unyielding to his commitment in his obstinate love, succumbed to the allure of misguided pursuits. His quest for a sacrificial offering to appease malevolent forces bore fruit. An infant of the union between Robert's servant and Isabella's maid, Olivia. Olivia? Oh. Olivia, despite the temporal incongruities that cast a veil over Olivia's identity, A cryptic intuition whispered of her continuity between Olivia of the diary and the enigmatic presence in my contemporary reality. Page after page, I traversed the narrative landscape, hopeful for an eventual resolution, only to find a succession of tragedies unfurling. This brief respite for my mother followed a sacrificial act, but it proved ephemeral, culminating in her demise shortly after my birth. In the wake of this realization that only one of the two lives had been spared, Robert spiraled into the depths of despair and resentment. It was Isabella's life that should have been redeemed. But why? Why has Edward survived instead of her? Indeed, I see it now. It was evident why I had found myself bound to this accursed manor. My life had to be cursed. My existence, conceived at the expense of another life, precluded the prospect of all blessings. At least, I now possessed the knowledge of the curse's origin. Closing the journal, I shifted my gaze towards the courtyard. The epicenter of everything. Therein may lie the key to unraveling concealed secrets. I'm not evading it. The hour has come to assume accountability for the decisions that has shaped this narrative. Oh boy. All the decisions I made are gonna come together and we're gonna have this. Clara. The time had come to bring an end to the enduring curse. With resolute determination, I made my way back to the subterranean depths where I once fled. The encroaching dust signaled the imminent onset of the ritual. I must hurry up. As I gazed upon the hastily opening door, the surge of trepidation seized my heart. There was no room for retreat, for her or for us. Inevitably, a collision of forces awaited. Each step forward heightened the palpable fear and pressure. However, being the second visit, the terror had mellowed somewhat, offering a peculiar sense of gratitude. Bravely, I traversed into the unexplored realms. Into a cavernous hall beneath the altar, reminiscent of a demonic cult's ritual site, met our gaze. Bespotted with blood, it bore witness to macabre tablet. Olivia stood before a circle of candles, uttering incantations in an intelligible language. With each recognized word, the temperature seemed to plummet. What are you doing? The words flowed like a sigh, and Olivia's murmur ceased. Fixated her gaze on my countenance, she wore a pale and wary procession before baring her teeth in a sinister smile. I have come to conclude the everlasting curse, Clara. On the floor, a hexagram was drawn, surrounded by candles. Edward's portrait was marred with blood. She menacingly wielded a bloody knife towards the marionette, an uncanny likeness of him. In a surge of concern, I lunged at her, fearing she might impale the marionette at any moment. Stop! I embraced Olivia as she brandished the knife at the marionette. The blade slipped from her grasp, tumbling across the floor. Swiftly, I used my foot to kick the knife out of her reach as she attempted to reclaim it. Although Olivia struggled against me, her weakened state proved no match for my younger and healthier self. Even her bloodied hand, a testament to the arcane rite, flailed impotently. Retreating, I clutched into what seemed crucial, the marionette and the portrait. Olivia, open your eyes. This isn't right. What is not right? What proves you know everything about this? I may not know everything, but I do understand a lot. Edward is a victim in this too. Clara, there's only so much I can tolerate for who you are. What? A hand emerged from behind, seizing Olivia by the scruff of her neck. It belonged to Brandon, who Drake trailed behind me. He promptly grabbed Olivia's arm and forcefully brought her to the ground. Frustration etched in the features of Brandon applied unyielded pressure to her back. "Brandon, you worthless coward, what urged your miserable self to come back to this place?" His countenance revealed unwavering determination. "Nothing extraordinary, Olivia. I came to seek atonement." Oh my gosh, did we save him? Did we just save him? Oh, please. Tell me I got the true ending. If I got the true ending, I will feel satisfied. Atonement. The notion left me momentarily stupefied, an unexpected utterance from the very coward I had scorned on that fateful day. The concept, both worthless and ludicrous, elicited a scoff reminiscence of my earlier disdain. If only your courage had prevailed, this tragic cascade would have been averted. I sincerely apologize, Olivia. I should have exhibited more courage to take a stand. In the wake of my silence, Brandon tendered another apology, his faint sobs permeating the charged atmosphere. A tremor ran through the hand ensnaring my arm. What reverence would such gestures hold at this late of a stage? "It's too late, Brandon. You're too late." In a surge of rage, I drove my free hand into the ground, pressing my forehead into the earth. All these tragedies that befell this once tranquil matter could have been averted, had someone found the courage to confront the inevitable. Alas, my resolve was finally firm. Reaching out towards the portrait cradled in the arms of the woman before me, I contemplated the eerie resemblance between my blood-stained hands and those I detested. Desperation and love intertwined, they formed an impenetrable abyss, resisting my fervent attempts to escape the mire of hatred. A verdant hue splintered through the dim flames, imparted an ethereal quality to the scene, as a hem of the girl's protracted robe stirring with every step. What is this? The juxtaposition of her beauty against the backdrop of dust and darkness seemed almost paradoxical. Clara, Clara. He hasn't told you what happened between him and them, has he? Of course he hasn't. He's a coward. Clara had countenance bearing a pallor and an air of wary resignation, delicately relinquished the portrait she cradled and approached me with measured steps. A dazzling enthrallment all lasts. Only she could become the focal point of my confessional revelation. Gripping my blood-stained hand, Clara blinked her emerald eyes, and in response a smile graced my countenance. "So let me tell you everything. About the extent of my efforts for my beloved Clara, you should at least be aware of it. Descending from nobility proved to be more distressing fate than embracing commonality. A father lacking in competence, and a mother who had once savored the privileges of a noble existence. The adage suggested that it was preferable to meet demise while upholding one's nobility rather than to endure a wretched existence in the dirt. Could surrendering life be considered an act of nobility? If so, then by the lofty standard I stood bereft of nobility. So, you certain you're well, Livy? Honestly, nothing troubles me. However, you hold status of nobility. A scoff escaped me in response to Isabella's expression of concern. I wondered if the current predicament could possibly plunge any deeper into chaos. Tidying my worn garment, I ran my fingers through a hair bereft of a former ostentatious adornments. Izzy, do you realize how many women there are dressed like me on the streets? The abandonment of social grandeur had erased any concern for sartorial splendor. Yet Isabella remained cognizant of the sacrifices I had made, liquidating luxuries to sustain my familiar ties. Though I didn't anticipate the reward would be either betrayal. Livy. I still resolved manifested as I observed the visage contoured. My ingrate parents, now ensnared in dire straits, were eager to peddle me into matrimony. Commoners queened up, aspiring to ascend to noble hierarchy. He's a generous man, though he's a commoner. Consider all we've done for you, says the mother. A disdainful snort escaped me when they autocratically disclosed the impending arranged union. Completely oblivious to my toil and sacrifices made to sustain their existence, I feared that an opportunity might slip from my grasp. I sought refuge with Isabella, poised on the precipice of marriage and departure. Isabella, would you consider taking me in? You? Yes, I don't want to be around people who treat me like property. Isabella's eyebrows arched in nuanced expression of confusion, prompted by my utterance and words. However, even if I take you in, the only role I can offer is that of a servant. Isn't it better to be a friend's maid than to marry an old man you don't know? I'm willing to do anything. Despite the lingering concern in her expression, I drew nearer. Witnessing my steadfast momentum, Isabella, perhaps resigned, adorned her features with a smile. How can I say no to your favor? So, serendipity smiled upon me as the position of lady's maid remained vacant, aligning perfectly with Isabella's specific requests, overcoming Robert's objections because of a necessary undertaking, ultimately resulting in the successful negotiation of the coveted role. Stepping across the threshold into the manor, a symbolic illumination seemed to bathe me in celestial radiance. My unskilled hands as a servant occasionally plunged Isabella into predicaments. Each instance where my former Nurgle-like discernment extricated us from quandaries elicited a wink of relief from Isabella, while Robert's stern countenance remained unyielding. Brandon, ever averse to confrontation, had long been the target of Robert's scrutiny. Yet the intricate machinations with the manor orbited around Isabella, the late addition to the family, ensuring my safety. Robert observed her eyes. Aren't they beautiful? Your eyes are more beautiful to me. Yet Livy's eyes reflect the oceans of my homeland. Isabella's assertion that my presence negated her homesickness was met with a silent contemplation from Robert, who then turned his gaze to Isabella. I hope you'll come to regard this place as your home. You certainly know how to impress. As Isabella gently cupped Robert's cheek, a flush of embarrassment adorned his features, culminating in a tender kiss. Nestled in the embrace of her beloved, Isabella emanated an aurora of profound calmness. If I were in love, could I experience the same sense of peace that Isabella does each night before falling asleep? Observing the man blushing as he rekindled the extinguished bedroom candle, I discreetly closed the door behind me. In this context, the man obstructing my path seemed to hold the key to my inquiry. My gaze lingered on the disheveled bouquet of flowers and tufts of grass before me. What is this? Flowers. Her ginger hair, green eyes, and freckles comprised a charming but unassuming visage. My gaze fixated on him, and a noticeable blush painted his face, synchronizing with the fiery tint of his hair. I like you. You're a brilliant woman, like me. You're a noble too, but This man, unreserved and professing love, emerged as a compelling response to my contemplation. Hesitating for a moment, I cautiously whispered the incantation known to make any man flee in error. My family is in debt, so I can't afford a dowry. That's okay. I have a lot of money saved up. We can pay off the debt together. In the unwavering certainty of his response, it became apparent that he understood the complexities of my situation. He would still love me despite everything? The question lingered in my mind, yet I refrained from voicing it, opting for silence. In response to my reticence, Peter, with an unrefined hand, absently rubbed his cheek, emitting a soft, almost awkward laughter. The soil staining his cheek went unnoticed, enhancing his somewhat unassuming demeanor, though I think my debt will be abrogated soon. Oh, is that so? Yes. Once I get your surname, it should be over. Ah, I see, huh? As I accepted the flowers, their fragrance enveloped me in some intoxicating aroma. This man truly loved me, and that devotion became the basis of my choice. While it wasn't the marital ideal I had envisioned, his love surpassed any other I could have hoped for. Less than a year into marriage with Peter, I found myself with child. It was a prospect Robert and Isabella had struggled to achieve for 3 years. An initial reservation about revealing this news to them dissipated swiftly. Encouraged by Peter to share the news, I eventually did. Isabella's robust and compassionate nature revealed itself in a pleasantly surprised reaction, as she delicately explored my yet unswollen belly, with joy emanating palpably. What are you gonna name the baby? Sinclair, if it's a boy. Clara, if it's a girl. What do you think? Oh, your baby is going to be a wise one. Her smile met with my eyes, melting away the lingering concerns. Relief watched over me, motivated by a desire to avoid incurring her disdain. Wait a minute. Is Olivia my... No way. Is Olivia my mother? What is this? Her tearful eyes conveyed a profound connection as she held my hand. Livy, are you happy? Of course I am. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Tears cascading down her cheeks, a poignant sight from a woman known for her fortitude. Despite her usual pride, she wept for a friend. How lovely. In a tender moment, I enveloped her in my arms, and she reciprocated the embrace. I was afraid you might feel unhappy at the manor. Why would you think that? I have never been unhappy coming to this manor. I'm very happy, it's all because of you. Whispers, profound and heartfelt, escaped my lips when I held Isabella close. My love, my solace, resided within the confines of this manor. Filled with a sense of bliss, I harbored the desire for the happiness to endure, a wish for a dreamlike tranquility to persist. Such was the audacity of my aspiration. What did they do? What did the man do to the baby? I feel like the man did something to the baby. A disquieting stillness settled within the room, despite the presence of the 3 individuals. Witnessing the doctors methodically removing his glasses and securing them in his leather case, I hastily rose from my seat and advanced towards the bed. It's a contagious disease. You shouldn't come near us. I'm alright. I have had it before, if you insist. The doctor is in resigned manner, permitted my approach, his fingers idly tracing the handle of the medical satchel. A palpable sense of anguish tinged with a hint of trepidation emanate from his eyes, signaling an unfavorable prognosis. Upon concluding his preparations, he stood adjusting his hat firmly on his head. I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. What? You said that the treatment wouldn't be complicated. And it requires her approval. It's challenging because the lady has been refusing all prescriptions toxic to the baby. Please, there must be a way around it. The other two doctors, through a shared understanding, gently shook their heads, acknowledging the solemnity of the moment. I'm sorry. Amidst the shock of a momentary pause allowed me to turn my gaze towards Isabella. The ghostly pallor of her face struck a chord of distress within me, akin to the sight of a lifeless form. Her eyes fluttered open, registering the tension in the air. It was evident that the gravity of the situation had not escaped her consciousness. I gritted my teeth. They're all quacks. How can they not cure a person? I'm sorry, Livy. They say that I'll find another doctor. It's all right. Don't bother. I'm already prepared. You're breaking my heart. Now was not the time for idle contemplation. Isabella needed to recover and find solace within the embrace of her family. Clasping her hand with renowned conviction, a feeble smile graced her lips, a fleeting expression of reassurance in the midst of turmoil. Olivia, I need a favor from you. What is it? Promise me. Promise me that you'll protect my child. Don't speak of it as you're leaving, please. Isabella pleaded, clutching my hands with an urgency to suggest it might be her final opportunity. Yeah, she asked you to protect her child, not curse her child. What the heck is this? You're not honoring your friend's final wish, and why? I want to know why. As her gaze met mine, a thunderous sense of foreboding washed over me, and the overwhelming sense of despair took hold. A whispering inner voice urged resistance, a revelation that clashed within the inevitability of the circumstances. Yet, confronted with Isabella's pleas, the idea of resistance became an inconceivable feat. She had the architect of my presence in this manner, and my closest confidant, and possessed a magnetic influence that defied rational defiance. How can I say no to your favor? A subtle quiver graced her lips as she softly murmured, her eyes finding solace in the comforting closure of relief. Thank you. That's all I need. As she uttered her final words, resembling a dying breath, I clung to her. Desperately held on as the grip slipped away. No, Izzy. Izzy, stay. Izzy, stay with me. Isabella, her plea for Edward's guardianship tinged with an unsettling premonition, remaining ensconced in an unbroken slumber. The prevailing sentiment, a collection acknowledgement of her imminent departure, contrasted sharply in Robert's obstinate resolve. His relentless administration of obstreperous medications, a desperate gambit to sustain his beloved, cast an ominous pall over the room. Driven by the steadfast commitment to uphold Isabella's pledge, I frequently found myself interposing against Robert's ill-conceived actions, unwittingly subjected to those dear to me to the toll of his frustrations. The entrance of Peter, his visage marred by Robert's wrath, only intensified the atmosphere of disquiet. When confronted about his injuries, he awkwardly deflected, choosing instead to express a longing for our slumbering baby, Clara. Faced with the evident need for medical attention, I delicately broached the subject, prompting him to consider seeking care. So, he asks for Clara, the baby. Did he already perform the ritual, or is the baby gonna be sacrificed in his ritual, I wonder? In the hushed tranquility of the night, Peter would inadvertently recline, tenderly caressing Clara's delicate features as she lay in repose. Clara, though barely a year old, would fidget uncomfortably, rendered by the scene absurdly endearing. Observing her distress, Peter's hand gracefully hovered in the empty space, an expression of a silent admiration playing on his countenance. How can she be so adorable? She looks nothing like me. She has your eyes, even the freckles. I was hoping she wouldn't have my freckles. An involuntary ripple of laughter escaped our lips, momentarily eclipsing the pervasive ache that lingered. Clara's plaintive whimper momentarily interrupted our shared mirth. Peter remained in patient anticipation with a compressed mouth, broke the silence with a gentle whisper. We'll get through this, Livy, for Clara's sake. Yes, for Clara. No matter what, we'll live for her. As a balm of collective wounds to attempt an assuage of lingering echoes of Isabella's departure, the ominous specter of Robert's destiny, Peter encircled me with protective arms. The tender press of his lips upon my forehead carried an olfactory tapestry of ointment, sweat, and earthy traces of labor. Affirming our silent pact, I nestled against him, finding solace in the rhythmic symphony of his heartbreak and the reverberating through the quietude. It's interesting. That room that they're in looks like the son's room, the son who was saved's room. Why do I forget his name? Forgot his name. Edward's room. The utterance hung in the air, lingering like an ominous prophecy, and, almost in tandem, Peter's existence dissipated from the fabric of reality. The news of his untimely demise arrived in the cruel echo of forlorn carnage accent, an ill-fated quest for medicine from the apothecary. An instinctual compulsion led me to the scene where the revelation of his disfigured form morphed into a mundane and horrific spectacle. Peter. This is Peter? Those around me sought to anchor me to this supportive grasp, yet I remained an immobile figure, a silent witness to the surreal unreality that folded before me. Gradually, the sensation of blood draining from my body overcame my senses, and I succumbed to the inexorable pool of unconsciousness. In the shroud of darkness that greeted my awakening, the brainfall whispered secrets in its stillness. Lost in contemplation, I succumbed to tears, my gaze fixated on the haunting, final image of Peter that abruptly evaded my thoughts. So Peter died, a ghastly vision I fermented, wish yet to vanish, yet its persistence defied my attempts to cast it aside. Amidst the echoes of anguished cries, a semblance of strength emerged from the depths of my being. Peter's departure left an indelible void, yet our sacred pact compels me forward as a guardian to Clara. Wiping away the tear-streaked evidence of my guilt, I traversed the dim expanse towards the cradle where my sleeping child awaits. Clara, are you sleeping? A heavy hush descended upon the room, prompting a swift closure of my mouth. Clara's delicate slumber was easily disrupted by even the softest utterance, a consideration that lingered in my mind. Yet, I surveyed the surroundings. The crib that should have cradled my child lay vacant, and the empty expanse echoed with disconcerted stillness. Despite my initial bewilderment, a fleeting sense of optimism seeped into my thoughts. Someone must have taken her. Optimism? What? That doesn't make sense. The vulnerability of a distraught mother with her infant demanding reassurance. Hence, I clung to the belief that another caring soul had assumed the responsibility in my absence. A desire to reunite with my child spurred me into action, and somewhat disoriented, I rose from my seat and cautiously approached the door. The incessant rain enveloped the corridors as I stepped outside the room, its cold air provoking an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The identity of Clara's temporary guardian eluded me, yet the instinctual path guided me towards the main house. Amidst the downpour, an anomaly presented itself, the steady glow of light within Robert's study. Robert would know who had taken her, and since the day Isabella succumbed to a consciousness, he had been a recurrent visitor to our refuge. He mostly inquired about Clara to ensure her well-being. Today seemed no different. Without hesitation, I transferred the corridor to Robert's study. Amid the usual quietude, a peculiar clamor emanated from across the corridor, prompting me to contemplate the presence of Brandon. The unexpected disturbance piqued my curiosity. The door to Robert's study stood ajar. I peered through the opening to survey the first room. I was greeted by the sight of several candles casting flickering shadows across the dim expanse. The prior discord between the two men had dissolved into a stained silence, a stark contrast to the heated exchange moments earlier. Robert, seated at his desk, clutched his head in the evident distress, while Brandon glared at him with bloodshot eyes. My bewilderment deepened when I noticed an intensity that betrayed their previous amicable relationship. Brandon, unable to endure the sense, brought his fist down upon his desk. Clara is Olivia's daughter and Isabella's goddaughter. What good is Olivia without Isabella? Robert, do you truly believe what you're doing is for her? Do you genuinely think she'll be happy that you saved her by defying God? My fatigued body and clouded mind initially hindered my comprehension of the situation. It took a moment for the mention of my name and Clara's to register. Robert, like myself, exhibited a momentary pause, his expression reflecting a shared sense of confusion. However, as he lifted his gaze, an inscrutable comprehension casted a shadow over his countenance. The familiar visage transformed into something more akin to the malevolent entity than a gentleman. The same realization seemed to dawn on Brandon, casting a pall of mild horror and contempt across his features. Robert's reaction was swift and unsettling, as his once pallid and dry lips contorted into a disconcerted pout. If you are only going to continue interrupting me, I will have no choice but to have you leave this manor. Robert, please. You can't sell your soul to the devil. Isabella wouldn't want you. Shut up. You don't know anything about Isabella. Without reservation, he rose, embodying the almost diabolical presence, and seized Brandon by the scruff of his neck. The room witnessed a rapid escalation, a physical confrontation as the sanctity of his study transformed into an impromptu arena. Brandon, despite possessing superior physical prowess, exhibited hesitation and retaliation against his brother. He was forcibly pushed back and collided with a bookshelf. Robert's eyes emitted a scornful gleam, further intensified by the unsettling scene. Robert screamed, "I don't care what the price is. If I could have my Isabella back, even if it takes her son or her granddaughter, that won't stop me. It doesn't matter to me, even if she would hate me." In the midst of the discord, Robert's venomous shouts reverberated, leaving me momentarily stunned. My retreat towards the door unintentionally caused it to creak open, drew an agitated glance from Robert, as though confronted by an unforeseen apparition. Upon regaining composure, I ventured closer to Robert, intending to extract answers. Robert, what is this all about? How dare you? A mere maid entered this room? That doesn't matter right now. My interrogative shout prompted a dismissive click of his tongue. Brandon, steadying himself, approached me. Olivia, I can explain everything. Disregarding his unsuccessful effort to keep a physical distance between Robert and me, I lifted my chin. I heard enough, Brandon. You got nothing to tell me. Let her be. Brandon, in feeling helpless, dropped his head. I navigated past him, preserving my composure. I faced Robert's murderous and vicious glare from the bookshelf. The intensity of his gaze threatened to tear my soul asunder, yet resolved not to yield, I gritted my teeth and advanced further. Robert, please don't do this. I already lost Peter. Must you do this to me? Wait, did he tell her already? So, you must understand what it feels like to watch someone die. A dead man doesn't come back to life. Even though I lost Peter, if Clara could live, if only the fruit of our union could endure, nothing else mattered. The pledge to secure her happiness, an oath shared with Peter, became my unwavering commitment, unyielding even in the face of untimely departure. In the state bordering on my severity, I clasped my clasped hands rose in supplication, a desperate plea directed towards Robert. All I have left is Clara. Please, I beg you. Olivia's right about this. It wouldn't work. Let's find another way. Beside me, Brandon lent his voice to a choir of entreaties, his pleas echoing in Renaissance chambers of the room. The struggle etched on Robert's brow hinted at the gravity of the choice at play. He had grappled with it the deal, a spark of hope ignited within me, fueled by the notion that our collective plea might penetrate the recesses of his resolve. Striving to meet Robert's gaze, I ventured a nervous smile. Haven't we been through enough? In response, Robert's stern countenance lifted, unveiling a determined visage. Never. The words that followed were delivered with a whisper, each syllable saturated with malice and venom, as though the traits had forever lingered beneath the surface of his demeanor. I've always disliked your presence. In the sudden revolution, both Brandon and I gasped at the harrowing truth. Robert had surrendered his sanity, sacrificed anything and everything for Isabella. Oblivious to decay in his judgment, Robert pulled the strings. The entrance of burly men in the study, seemingly orchestrated by an unspoken agreement, shattered the contemplative atmosphere. In tandem with Robert's commanding gesture, the study transformed into a stage for their purposeful actions. Bewildered, Brandon and I found ourselves subjected to the directive. You get the two out of my sight. Eye contact with the servants who had once shared moments of camaraderie revealed a stark transformation. Their apathetic compliance with the Lord's decree underscored the impermanence of the shared memories when confronted with allegiances of higher authority. Bereft of preamble, they seized and cast me out in the cold, unforgiving tempest outside. Recumbent on the rain-soaked ground, my gaze ascended to meet an array of indifferent stares. I couldn't fathom the reason for the way everyone was looking at me. Why? Why? A cast, adrift, forgotten, on the fringes of societal acceptance, I crawled to the wet ground to reach for those barring my path to Robert. Please, Robert, if you have any mercy left in you, you can't do this to me. He doesn't. He doesn't. I doubt he does. Robert averted his gaze, and the servants, with their peremptory shove, propelled me further into the abyss of despair. Seated there, I hysterically cried out, the sensation akin to coughing up blood. Robert, please. No benevolent soul extended a hand to aid me. In the absence of Isabella, my existence held no significance within the manor. Wow, what a greedy, selfish man. I lost everything. I want to die. Bereaved of everything, I stood alone, the desire for resilience extinguished. Stooping to retrieve the damp bills and coins disdainfully thrown at me, I ambled aimlessly down the desolate street. Days split into nights as tears intermingled with the contours of my abbey sanctuary, a dilapidated abode offering little solace. In the corridors of my mind, the spectral image of Peter, Clara, and Isabella paraded incessantly, the lost loved ones, immortalized in the poignant tapestry of memory. They, who had appeared as miracles, were now irretrievably swallowed by the abyss. In the moments of despair, the fleeting through the thought surface, perhaps it would have been preferable to perish alongside them. I want to die. Truly? A sudden voice pierced through the haze, prompting me to roll my eyes in search of its origin. Before me stood a woman, mirrored by my visage. Yet her eyes bore an otherworldly glow, a fiery gold remnants of a beast. Vertically elongated pupils betrayed an aura of the extraordinary. Summoning what little strength remained within my mangled form, I attempted to rise, but my body refused to reply. In resignation, I muttered, my voice a mere whisper in the acknowledgement of my shattered existence. Who are you? I'm the devil. I thought Robert was talking crazy. Of course he is. He is the one who did summon me. A devil that looks like me. Oh, I guess thou perceivest me as thee. The demon, a spectral entity conjured by Robert, regarding me with an inquisitive gaze, its visage betrayed by a resolute jawline. For reasons unknown, I found myself devoid of the strength to articulate queries. Amidst my silent reverence, the demon settled beside me, gently caressing my hair. Poor, wretched Olivia, thou hatest thyself more than anyone in the world. Is that why you looked at me like that? I be through thou wouldst hate someone else. Evidently, the devilish manifestation harbored intentions of instigating within me a fervent disdain for Robert. What an insidious form of manipulation. I emitted a brief, hollow laugh, cognizant of the inevitable costs attached to the demon's assistance in exacting my revenge. I don't want to be like him. I verbalized my decision, and subsequent words flowed effortlessly. I just want to be buried in a meadow and wither. As I cradled my face within trembling arms, succumbed to the depths of my despair, the demon allowed me to rest my head upon their incorporeal lap. Its artful voice pacified my tortured soul, but metaphorically plunged a knife into the depths of my wounds. Oh, poor Olivia, 'tis no use bemoaning the world. What good is it to weep when thy man and thy daughter burn in hell? The moment these utterances reached my ears, my consciousness plunged into the abyss, as a torrent of blood gushed forth from the freshly inflicted wound. What did you say? Isn't it quite obvious? Thy man was sacrificed to summon me. Oh my goodness, that scared me. Thy daughter was sent to hell to save someone else. Peter. Even Peter? A devilish sneer accompanied by the chilling touch of lips pressed to my forehead, unleashing a cascade of pain that surged through my entire being. Within the crucible of this torment, an insidious malice, long dormant, flared to life, witnessing the gradual transformation of the demonic voice into an eerie semblance of another. I utterance the name of the man. Robert. Robert, oh Robert, you despicable son. In a burst of unbridled rage, I forcibly shook off the devil, and clatter of my teeth echoed loudly in the aftermath. The widening pupils of the devil all mirrored my agony, reflecting tears that transformed into acerbe and macabre rivulets of blood. Within the abyss of its black gaze, my suppressed emotions manifested, and I found myself swallowed by my subconscious self. Tell me what I have to do. This prick. I don't like Robert. Clad in hues of perpetual mourning, I embraced the somber aesthetic, turning each day of my existence into a funeral procession, a ritualistic march towards fulfillment of vengeance. With the aid of the devil, I seamlessly assumed the guise of another woman, a young visage bearing a striking resemblance to Peter, possessing an allure that invited favor wherever she tread. Olivia Quiller. Even Robert, who recoiled at the mere mention of Olivia, found himself captivated by the credentials outlined in the reference lover. Despite the ravages of time on Robert's countenance, he extended a welcoming embrace with an unabated enthusiasm. It became apparent that Olivia had held minimal significance in this regard. As he aged, oblivious to the impending damnation he deserved, I fervently prayed for the more agonizing demise possible. Most agonizing demise possible. In my role as Edward's new tutor, the manor granted me the freedom to traverse its expanse at will. My interactions with the household staff, not as a peer but as a welcome guest, elicited a evident unease that shrouded the exchanges. The individuals, both bystanders and accomplices, in the events that unfolded, became an unwilling subjects to my silent vow to disrupt their tranquility until I waned to naught. The internal conflict gnawed at me. How could I inflict further misery upon those already burdened with discontent? The weight of this still bore down on me as I approached Edward to extend a customary greeting. Contrary to my expectations, his appearance was a canvas of neglect, a poignant betrayal of desolation deliberately imposed. Tear-streaked and forlorn, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Isabella, eclipsing the shadow of Robert in his features. Promise me that you'll protect my child. Alas, Isabella, why did you compel me into a commitment I could not decline? Before me stood a prodigy of a man I held in disdain, and a woman I loved, a convergence of hate and love. So he sacrificed 2 souls, and it saved his son. It was not enough to bring back his wife, essentially. Edward instinctively shielded himself from the imposing presence of an adult, slowly raising his gaze to meet mine. A fleeting smile curved on my lips as his sky-blue eyes reminisced of Isabella's, capturing my attention. Hello, Edward. Who? My name is Olivia Quiller. Olivia? Yes, I'm Olivia, your new governess. Gently wiping his cheeks with a damp cloth, I whispered as I secured the pendant around his neck, a preparation I had made earlier. I hope you'll remember that. Daily, my heart grappled with a dichotomy of emotions, hatred directed at the ineptitude of Robert, and the gratitude and love for Isabella. Edward, a canvas painted with the hues of hatred and compassion, became the elusive nexus in the perpetual chiaroscura. Each day was marked by contemplation. I loathed but pitied. I loved but hated. Amidst the enigmatic labyrinth of unexplained resolution emerged from the hands of fate. Engrossed in contemplation, I examined the letter and accompanied portrait of Lady Jane. The correspondent introduced a young girl aspiring to transition from a lady's maid to a housemaid. Clara. Her eyes, of variant hue, freckles dotted her face, resembled those of the man I loved. This young lady embodied the vision I held for my baby girl's future. The resemblance stirred up the nostalgia that I couldn't ignore. As my eyelids closed, scenes painted themselves on the canvas of my mind. A whimsical imagination of Clara orchestrating Robert's demise. Yet, with each indulgence of thoughts of revenge, a palpable wave of pain washed over me. God, did you send her to mock me or to punish me? Either way, sending Clara will not cleanse the guilt on my heart or the stains in my hands. God, I shall not stop, no matter your judgment or intent. Dear Miss Clara Hart, I trust this letter finds you well. I wish to inform you that I have duly received the reference letter submitted by Mrs. Jane Dow on your behalf. Mr. Robert has thoroughly reviewed the contents and expressed satisfaction with the qualities attributed to you in the letter. In light of this, Mr. Robert is pleased to extend an offer of your comrade's work on the manor. Your official start time is scheduled for 9 a.m. on the first day of the upcoming month. To facilitate your timely arrival, a carriage will be dispatched to your residence, scheduled to arrive at your door no later than 4 p.m. We look forward to your welcoming you to the manor, and trust that your tenure will be both fulfilling and successful. Best regards, Olivia Quiller. So we just reminded her, bro. Upon concluding Robert's involuntary response, I closed my eyes in contemplation. Dispensation of punishment ought to be administered through my own agency, guided by my devilish discernment. Such as was my resolve, and I earnestly aspired for it to transpire accordingly. Chapter 12. A resolute silence gripped me as Olivia fixed her gaze on me, anticipating a response. Her inquiry lingered with an air of calm resignation. Listen, I'm glad you vented, but what is the... I know your child and your husband was killed to save this guy, but he's not the one who killed him. It's not his fault. Bruh. Her inquiry lingered with the air of calm resignation. What should I have done? Should I have stayed there and died? Regarding the validity of her actions, my contemplation revealed no additional insights to contribute. I lacked the intellectual capacity to pass judgment on their sins and subsequent punishments. However, despite the shared attributes of name and eye color, I was distinct from their alter ego. My existence was characterized by their personal essence, wherein self-interest took precedence over the considerations for others. I can't be objective because I'm not in your shoes. Of course you aren't, which is why I'm here. Still, it might have been better to confide in Edward. To Edward? He would have supported you. The confident nature of my response left Olivia and Brandon in a state of disbelief, prompting speculation about the validity of my assurance. Could it be that my confidence in Edward's assistance to expose Robert was misplaced? Stumbling over my words, I elicit laughter from Olivia. Despite being Robert's son, he is Robert's son, but he is also Isabella's son. You really see this as an idealistic light? In an idealistic light. As my mouth parted to articulate a rejoinder, The delicate echo of footsteps graced the staircase behind me. Is it you, Edward? The light of a familiar cadence of those steps spoke volumes. Even with the physical shift, I posed my inquiry to the unseen. Edward, do you also think I am too idealistic? Edward answered as he stood beside me. Of course not. Your judgment is always sound. It wouldn't make sense for me to side with my father. Turning my head to scrutinize Edward's face, I found an unwavering determination in his eyes. With Edward's arrival, all actors in this disconcerting spectacle took their places. Edward's gaze fixated on Brandon, the individual responsible for subduing Olivia. Uncle, would you let go of Olivia? Edward, but please. A moment of hesitation gripped Brandon before he reluctantly released his grip. Olivia swiftly rose, retreated cautiously while discreetly revealing a hidden dagger concealed beneath her skirt. What are you thinking? Though her intent to strike seemed deferred, vigilance prevailed. My attempt to shield Edward proved futile as he advanced a step closer to her. Olivia. May I ask? Olivia, in response, took several steps backwards, rarely observing Edward's actions. Whatever you ask, I have nothing to tell you. Please don't say that. I don't want to be at odds with you. The eyes of everyone widen in disbelief. Is there any relationship that wouldn't crumble? I believe there are quite a few. You're my mother's friend and my godmother. Ha! There's no point in holding on to relationships that have fallen apart. Indeed, she was correct. Their perceived connection was an illusionary fabrication, riddled with deceit. Nevertheless, Edward persisted, unraveling on the significance she held for him. But you were the one who taught me how to be human. That was meaningless. I just chose the easiest way to get my revenge. You even stayed with me during those terrifying nights. Ha! I was the cause of your misery, Edward. Don't get all smug because I soothed you a little. In the face of Olivia's scornful retort, Edward shook his head. No, Olivia. It wasn't you. What? I was just as unhappy when you weren't around, and when you came, my life got better. Much like to our collective ignorance concerning Olivia's full story, Edward harbored undisclosed chapters of his own. Olivia, biting in her lip, grappled with the vague suspicions about his concealed past. Edward turned to her, his plea manifesting in the form of a pivotal question. Olivia, am I truly your enemy? Upon hearing these words, Olivia tightly shut her eyes for a fleeting moment. Then, with a resolute gaze, she clenched her hands and opened them. We may not be enemies, but that doesn't alter the fact that you are Robert's son. Does it? Edward, halting in response to Olivia's disapproval, found himself standing directly in front of her. Though a sense of unease pervaded the air, the gravity of the moment dissuaded any intervention on my part. In defiance of my desire to separate them, Edward went a step further, dropping to one knee. Then I speak as Robert's son, as one born of your family's blood. We acknowledge our sins and offer you our sincere apologies. Unlike her composure with Brandon, Olivia's lips quivered. Finally, After countless years of suffering, the recognition of their sins stirred an emotion of indescribable magnitude within her. Now, after everything, are you finally begging me for mercy? I have no intention of using ignorance as an excuse. Had Edward been aware, he would have confessed to wrongdoing much earlier. The intensifying atmosphere compelled me to intervene. However, Brandon's grip on my wrist thwarted any such action as I turned my head to him in surprise. Brandon, let's not interrupt. I noticed his countenance marked by anguish, guilt, and subtle layer of sadness, but I couldn't quite discern the reason behind his intervention. Is that all you've got to say after witnessing everything that's happened? Even after I averted my gaze, Olivia's hostility towards Edward remained unwavering. His attempts at reasoning seemed to backfire, amplifying her voice. As her laughter echoed through the cavernous basement, a sense of foreboding tightened around my heart. My earlier accusation to Brandon was met with an even tighter grip on my wrists, almost bordering on pain. Just watch. I gritted my teeth, my attention forcibly drawn to the two figures. In the madness that danced in their eyes, an eerie light flickered, and I found myself playing the futile role of the lone resistor against Olivia's impending storm. The blade ascended, and Olivia, with clenched teeth, unleashed a tempest of fury upon the stage. Sin can only be paid for by death. You too, me too. We are all sinners and must die. How could I remain a passive specter to this, where death threatened to swallow him whole? The impulse to shake off Brandon's restraining grip surged within me, urging me to race towards Edward. Breaking the heavy silence, Edward's lifted head heralded a moment of frozen anticipation. No. You're mistaken. The plummeting dagger hung suspiciously suspended in mid-air. The subtle quirk of the corner of Olivia's mouth hinted at an unsettling desire to hear Edward's last words. Haha, judging by what you're saying, it seems you're afraid. How could I fear when I am aware of something even more terrifying than death? In a dramatic upheaval, Edward stood tall, confronting Olivia. Her anticipation of his surrender was met with an unexpected resolve to fervor for life. It's just... Stop. It's just that the atonement I seek differs from the one you want me to make. You believe that you have the freedom to choose how to atone. No, I don't have a choice, for my life belongs to Clara. Surrendering my life won't be an option for atonement. Edward's declaration introduced a perplexing diminish that left Olivia momentarily confounded. The mention of Clara echoing with ambiguity. Was it a reference to me or Olivia's departed daughter? As the mystery enveloped the room, Olivia's gaze shifted momentarily past Edward to me. The moment our minds met, a spark of anger ignited in her wide eyes, casting an eerie glow. Do you dare knock me? What I'm trying to say is I can't not forfeit the life I carry. For the sake of those sacrificed, and for the one who vowed to fight for their whole life, I cannot surrender. You deranged, arrogant child, how dare you? How dare you mention them? She stomped her foot, venting her ire. You have no idea how deceitful and blasphemous your words are. I am well aware it's a mere sanctimony of the living. But if that's how it ends, then we're all just playing pawns of the devil. playing pawns would be better. I'd rather we all go to hell.
そんなことを望まないでしょう。
You wouldn't want that.
誰も愛する人が
No
地
one
獄に行く
wants
こと
their
を望
loved
んでいま
ones
せ
to
ん。
go to hell. Neither do
あなた
you.
もそうでしょう。
Edward, unyielding, took a decisive step forward, seeming impervious to Olivia's menacing posture. Whether it was a matter of pride or genuine change of heart, Olivia reluctantly retreated from his advancing presence. In an unexpected gesture, Edward extended his hand, a silent invitation for her to grasp it. Olivia,
オリビア、どうか救われる道を探してください。せめて生きている間、償いながら。
please find a way to be saved, at least for the time you are alive, as a form of penance. Spend your
憎むた
time
めの時間ではなく、愛するための時間を。
not with those who harbor hatred, but for those who love you. Olivia, ensnared by Edward's unwavering gaze, stood transfixed. Indeed, she couldn't tear her eyes away from his. In the play of emotions, a wistful, nostalgic light flickered, emitted with anger. With a deliberate gesture, Edward retrieved the dagger from Olivia's slackened hand, prompting a resigned inquiry from her. How can I be saved when I've lost my family and myself?
ロバートを告発して水面上に事件を挙げます。少なくとも
Prosecute
正当に全てを
Robert.
終わらせなさい。
Expose the crimes. At least bring it all to a just end. What difference does it make if I expose him justly?
僕は犯罪者であり、悪魔崇拝者の息子になるだろうし、あなたの人生は少しでも救われるでしょう。
I would live the rest of my life as the son of a atrocious criminal and a devil worshipper. I hope that will alleviate your pain a bit. As her eyes darkened, oscillating between the fallen weapons and Edward, a poignant tension filled the room. I don't want that. Because Isabella and her son don't deserve to be treated like that. Edward's eyes widened in response, while Olivia, unwilling to witness his expression, closed hers. In a display of frustration and anger, she contorted her face, teetering on the brink of tears. Isabella, I hate you. I hate you. I vow I would leave everything behind. But why? Why won't you be evil to the end? Edward, inking unworthy of such sentiment, fought back his own tears. He bent down to meet Olivia's gaze and then lowered his head. Brandon sighed. I owe Edward once again. Post the shattering of the vengeful resolve, Olivia's, in a surprising twist, accompanied us outside. Her gaze traced the canvas of the dusky indigo sky, mapping the journey of the waning sun. Striking in this moment, she exuded a sense of tranquility, a departure from the turbulence that had defined her existence. Edward, positioned in the shadows behind Olivia, mirrored her every step. As she skillfully cut through the vines, he dutifully cleared the path. Maintaining a respectful distance, he observed her interactions with a time-worn cradle. Olivia exited the cabin, cradling a few paintings in a ring case. Edward glanced back at the modest arrangement.
他に気になることはありませんか?
Is there anything else you need to pack? Nothing more. It's a miracle I have this much left after all those years. In the shared gaze that unfolded, a poignant solitude seemed to permeate, as if the very essence of loneliness in her words had taken on an infectious quality. Brandon meticulously coated the cabin and basement hall with oil before igniting a match. Upon facing Olivia, she scoffed, asserting that these structures had to succumb to flames regardless. It's only going to be more painful the longer its grasp is, for you and for me. A moment of collective solemnity ensued. Solemnity ensued when Brandon and Edward with Brandon and Edward closing their eyes and intertwining hands in prayer, an offering for the departed. Olivia, averse to this ritual, instead extracted something dry from her chest pocket. What is that? An umbilical cord. Olivia threw the umbilical cord into the fire, her mutterings a cryptic communication with the dancing flames. Unless I were crazy, or I wouldn't be able to kill him. If I were any crazier, then maybe. But at least he looks more like Isabella. Confluence of longing and sorrow etched Olivia's countenance. Her wistful gaze lingered upon Edward, his silhouette adorned by shifting hues of the fervent blaze. I, too, had parents whom I hated. The genesis of Olivia's flight to the manor with Isabella traced back to a singular motive. An estrangement from a family devoid of affection, and unyielding in pursuit of a new beginning. Pity eluded me, tethered as I was to the collateral consequences of her transgressions. Yet an inability to harbor animosity towards her created a tumultuous landscape within. Nervously, my eyes rolled. So, what are you going to do now? Are you asking me? Well, I could be. As my gaze awkwardly shifted away, Olivia emitted a brief tongue click. Even without direct eye contact, her expression conveyed a sense of disdain, as if she found my demeanor miserable. She closed her mouth, inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly, preparing to articulate her response. Turn myself in. You don't have to. Olivia's eyes sharpened at the interruption. Her unwavering presence remained formidable. Shifting her attention to Edward, who stood in her path, she cast accusations of pathetic behavior upon him. Birds of a feather flock together, don't they, you and Clara? An audible sigh escaped me, my shoulders slumping in response. Edward's earlier momentum waned, and he, too, averted his gaze from Olivia. Sidestepping him, Olivia positioned herself resolutely in front of the cabin, her voice carrying the echoes of fatigue. You may forgive me, but I can't. I need to face the consequences, especially for what I have done. But you also... You talk too much. With a turn of her head, Olivia directed a stern shout at Edward, who, in embarrassment, lowered his head. The nuanced relationship between Olivia the tutor and Edward the untidy young master unfolded before me, eliciting an awkward smile. At Brandon's call, Edward excused himself and rushed to the gate. The fire brigade had arrived, summoning by billowing smoke. The ensuing commotion gradually diluted the initial shock, and the grip of nervousness loosened, leaving me weakened and unsteady. A brush with unconsciousness seemed imminent, were it not for my enduring stamina. Noticing my condition, Olivia was with practiced ease guided me to the corner to sit. Her gaze, infused with affection, lingered for my fatigued form. Stoically, I weathered Olivia's wistful expression as she wiped my forehead with her handkerchief, later placing it on my hand. And Clara. My gaze remained locked with hers, and in this silent exchange she offered a sincere apology for the first time. I owe you an apology. I am truly sorry. For both deceiving me into poisoning Robert and endangering my life. I am being far from a saint, found it challenging to accept her contradiction immediately. However, if I could gather myself in time, perhaps a day would come when the wounds inflicted were no longer ache. Someday I will forgive you. Olivia's eyes widened in response. Thank you. I wish you a long, happy, and healthy life. Although I'm uncertain whether the prayers of the devil worshipper hold any sway. In a manner akin to the mother's blessing of her daughter, as if offering a prayer to God, for the first time she closed her eyes. A serene smile adorned her countenance, exuding a grace and radiance surpassing that of any noble woman. This, I speculated, must be the Olivia whom Isabella loved. At the arrival of the fire brigade, Olivia sprang to her feet. In her ascent, I grasped the fabric of her skirt, holding her back. "You're coming back, aren't you?" Olivia regarded me with disbelief, punctuated the moment with a disapproving click of her tongue. "You two are indeed cut from the same cloth." Bending down to establish eye contact, she wore an expression saturated with annoyance. "Clara, listen closely. I've grown weary of this manner. I have no plans whatsoever to return. So as a parting gift, I give you a piece of advice." A soft whisper reached my ears, lips barely brushing against it. Do not contact the devil, bro. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Take off Edward's pendant." Taking the marionette from my arms, Olivia flung it into the flames. My surprised gaze shifted to Edward, yet no discernible consequence unfolded. Olivia, with purpose, advanced towards the approaching officer. Watching her lead, Brandon tightly shut his eyes. The rain began to shower down. Yes. Rain came at convenient times. We later learned that 3 days had elapsed in the state of unconsciousness after the incident. The manor buzzed with discussions revolving around Olivia. The gossip persisted even upon my return to work. Frequently summoned by various individuals, I found myself recounting the events of that day, given my involvement. There's nothing to talk about. Are you sure? Absolutely. Nothing happened, I mean it. My attempt at laughter was met with Alice's unwavering glare. After a contemplative moment, she redirected her attention to Thomas, pinching his cheek with a shout. Will you cut it out? Look at your face. You're killing her. I was just curious, that's all. Amidst the fervent struggle between the two, I couldn't help but chuckle. Bruce defiantly opened the door through which I had escaped. I acknowledged her subtle wink, recognizing the presence of a figure standing in the distance. Expressing my gratitude of a clasped hand gesture, I moved forward. Edward, have you been waiting? The azure eyes, previously fixed on the rain, now turned towards me. Instinctively adjusting my attire, I felt the touch of his hand running through my unkempt hair. No, I just got here. We walked side by side down the corridor. Silence enveloped us as a consequence of the departure or resignation of others. The vacant surroundings provided an opportune moment to discuss the events of that day. How are you feeling? Is everything alright? Yes, I thought the pendant was off him. Why is it still on him? Yes, I don't hear the voices. I feel fine. Upon Olivia's departure, the haunting curse had gripped the manor, relinquished its hold. The eerie cries of Edward's mother faded. The elusive shadows that once danced through the corridors vanished. Still restricted within the manor's confines, Edward deemed it necessary to summon the authorities for an investigation, bringing them to the manor rather than venturing outside. Yet the state of the affairs would be transitionary. The whispering words of Olivia lingered, casting a spell over my thoughts. I fixed my gaze upon the pendant gracing Edward's neck, Olivia's deceptive gift disguised as a remnant of Isabella. She said, "Take it off." placing my hands on Edward's shoulders. Oh, she didn't do it yet. Now she's doing it. As if under a spell, I halted him. Edward turned. What's the matter? Edward, do you trust me? Of course I do. The thing is, Olivia told me something. I recounted Olivia's revelations during his absence. Edward, attentive and captivated, observed the information. Certainly, my mother Isabella had no knowledge of witchcraft. Right, which means Olivia put the pendant on your neck to cast the spell. The curse that bound Edward within the manor walls differed from the earlier inexplicable phenomenon. My focus shifted from the pendant to Edward's countenance. It wasn't a talisman for protection. With the curse lifted, there seemed to be no harm in removing the talisman. However, the seemingly straightforward act belied the weight of the uncertainty that gripped us. Edward, having worn the pendant throughout his life, displayed hesitance in parting with it. And my concern extended to the possibility of Olivia exploiting my role to inflict harm upon him. After thorough deliberation, we chose to place trust in Olivia's final words. I intertwined my hands with his and steadying his trembling grip. In the anticipation that Olivia's last words held an essence of mercy and benevolence, we apprehensively undid the clasp of the chain. With locked eyes, we jointly liberated the pendant from around his neck. Oh. We did it. How do you feel? I feel nothing. I feel nothing. Nai. No cataclysmic event ensued. Edward suffered no injury, no coughing fit, no collapse. He simply stared at me, evidently moved by the inexplicable sensation. I briefly squeezed his hesitant hands before releasing them. Edward relinquished his holds on the chains. In an instant, the pendant, resembling crumbling rusted metal, chipped away and disintegrated. The blackened remnants scattered. Edward drew me into a tight embrace. Resting against his trembling shoulder, I closed my eyes, our hearts racing in unison. Oh. With the tumultuous events of the manor settling, a new lord emerged. Brandon, engrossed in tidying Robert's study, greeted us. Oh, you are here. Please have a seat. Gesturing cheerfully to the dusted furniture, Brandon's customary exuberance elicited a brief laugh. Edward guided me to the room while Alan disengaged from assisting Brandon's departed to fetch tea. Eating across from Brandon, we directed our attention towards him. Congratulations on becoming the owner of this manor, Mr. Brandon. There's nothing too impressive about it, Miss Clara. It's only because Edward doesn't want it. My gaze shifted towards Edward, who in turn averted his eyes. His apparent indifference entailed a deliberate intention. Brandon's ascension to the position of the new lord of the manor had a reason Edward had explicitly disclosed. Expressing his wariness with the manor, he harbored no desire to retain ownership. The audacity of this decision, amidst the chaos and tumult, caught me off guard. While I acknowledged his curiosity about the world beyond the estate borders, couldn't he have surrendered his ownership when everything had settled down? My accusatory gaze prompted Edward to scratch his cheek and offer the awkward smile and response. Honestly, I'm not inclined to stay in this manor any longer, you know. I've been here like all my life, and I'm done. While having you here has brought moments of joy, the rest has been filled with pain. Edward turned his head towards the mausoleum, hinting at the lingering shadows in him. The need to release the darkness propelled him forward, a compulsion Brandon and I couldn't deter. Despite the inclination to relinquish old ownership, Edward remained the rightful proprietor, a fact Brandon felt compelled to emphasize. I may be managing things on your behalf, but you're still the lord of this manor. If you ever wish to return, feel free to do so. I'll take that into consideration. Edward, of course, looked reluctant. Edward's departure for a nearby town for essential supplies left Alan frustrated upon its return with tea. Brandon was meticulously packing away books on spells and witchcraft. I noted his transformation into a gentleman, leaving behind his days of unfettered freedom. Curiosity piqued. I wonder about Brandon's decision to remain at the manor. Leaving with Edward was a viable option for him. Like those accustomed to the townhouse, living with often entrusted their homes to trustworthy caretakers in their absence. The intensity of my questioning gaze prompted Brandon to meet our eyes. Don't look at me so passionately. It's disrespectful to Edward. That's not what this is about. Then what? I'm just wondering why you're staying back. His hand momentarily fidgeted with the box. A heavy sigh escaped him as he rubbed his forehead. Watching Edward move on made me feel pathetic. I've been a passive bystander in a renegade, avoiding my responsibilities all my life. Now I want to live making amends. Aha, I thought you were taking advantage of this opportunity now that the curse has been lifted. I harbored suspicions, but hearing his confession brought relief. Brandon staggered by my relentlessness and winked and grinned. Actually, it's part of the motive. He proceeded to laugh when met with my bewildered expression. Witnessing our interaction, Alan sighed and joined in the laughter. In exchange for the manor, Brandon chose to entrust his trading enterprise to Edward's capable hands. Their joint decision to temporarily depart from the manor aimed to prepare Edward for the role of operator. The reality was stark. I couldn't accompany them. Without the formalities of engagement or marriage, I, a woman of different societal standing, could only nod in acceptance. On the day of their departure, I couldn't quite conceal the subtle loneliness lingering behind my smile. Edward, having noticed my awkward smile, tenderly pressed his lips on the back of my hand, and a display of public affection. Let's arrange to travel together the next time we meet. I must admit, Edward possessed an exceptional perceptiveness. While he was away, Alan and I resumed roles that Olivia had once fulfilled diligently. The void left by her departure emphasized the extent of her workload. Exactly how did she juggle all this work while seeking revenge? In contemplation, I pondered whether her extraordinary abilities stem from a pact with the Infernal. The temporary current diverged for one possessing witchcraft. My thoughts grunted me complexities, attempting to unravel my myriads of issues surrounding me. Amidst muttering musings on devils and witches, Alice appeared, escorted by Alan. She regarded me with a glance of sympathy, extending her hand to Alan. I'll sign it. And so Alice became the new housekeeper. In the wake of Alice's gracious act, I found myself undergoing training for a different role. My gaze avoiding her lady, a scrumptious, scrutinizing eyes, remained focused as she instructed me to adjust my posture. Here I was, learning the intricacies of noble courtesies and attitudes as Edward's fiancée. The unexpected reappearance of Lady Jane in the quiet country guard caught me off guard. Rumor had it she had journeyed all the way here from the city with a singular purpose to personally oversee my education. My sense of disbelief must have been evident, as Lady Jane uplifted my chin, attempted to reinstate a sense of composure. Is there an issue with me guiding and correcting my foster daughter's behavior? It is my responsibility. What? Me? Since when? Your spouse and guardian visit my saloon, asking if I could take you under my wing. Pardon? How did I not realize Lady Isabella had a grown-up son? I was disappointed that I had no unmarried daughter. This is a wonderful opportunity. Pardon? Recollections flooded my mind of a past conversation with Edward, his eyes ablaze with anticipation as he invited me to accompany him on his next adventure. Unbeknownst to me, he had collaborated with Brandon, leveraging the influence of his maternal family to impress Lady Jane. The scheming antics of the privileged class. I mused inwardly, wincing at the mere thought of trusting these folks. Suppressing my frustration, I straightened my posture at Lady Jane's insistence. Wow, they're getting married. As the seasons transitioned with a flurry of activity, Edward finally returned. I examined the elaborate details of the dress Lady Jane and the servants had helped me don. A query about the intricacies of the design escaped my lips. Isn't it a bit extravagant? No, it's just perfect. Indeed, you should adorn yourself as he is a fiancé. Ugh, I don't see the beauty in looking like this. Lady Jane waved her hand fan-dismissively before folding it off with a scoff. This is how you make him regret not spending time with you. Absolutely make him regret it. Releasing a prolonged sigh, I seized the hem of my lavishly adorned dress. Its subsequent weight caused discomfort in my wrist. I fervently hoped to avoid any mishaps, dreading the prospect of tripping and descending the stairs ungracefully. Oh, we don't get to see her walking down the stairs in her dress, bro. Though the autumn hues in the garden, I spotted Edward looking healthier than before. Relief and amusement mingled within me. Had he been enjoying himself while I endured solitude? Determined, I marched towards him, the weight of my dress adding purpose to each step. Edward turned hesitantly, his eyes widening in surprise by the approaching footsteps. Breaking rapidly, he suggested to conceal his astonishment. Clara? Releasing the hem of my dress, I extend my hand in a practiced gesture. Edward, seemingly taken back by my boldness, accepted my hand for a kiss. I emulated the intimacy of Olivia. Stop it. Steam. My actions deliberately measured. Well, look who's back so soon. I nearly expired from old age, waiting for your return. I'm sorry. It turned...
思ったよりブランドンが展開した事業が多かったからね。海外の店舗が10店舗もあります。
Turns out Brandon's got a bigger business than I thought. He's got like 10 branches abroad. Branches abroad? Did you visit all those places? No.
まさか海外から来る人々を迎えるのに忙しかったんです。
I've been busy welcoming guests from overseas. Edward began sharing the details of his travels when he noticed my curiosity. From cleaning up Brandon's mess to a visit of Lady Jane's saloon and a reunion with his maternal family, he recounted the journey. The doubt surrounding Edward's identity as Isabella's son dissipated upon the first-hand encounter with him, eliciting tears from his maternal family. They were pretty ruthless and roasting my father. A bitter undertone infused his voice with excitement. I squeezed our interlocked hands. Edward promptly smiled and guided me to the center of the garden. Arranged in the heart of the garden, a set of refreshments awaited us. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for the effort expended on their preparations. Edward graciously escorted me to a chair, pouring tea with practiced elegance. Despite my attempt to emulate the proper sipping etiquette, sophistication eluded me. I took a comforting sip, warming both my stomach and my spirits. Edward exhibited a peculiar relentlessness, refusing to sit and instead circling around me like an anxious puppy. His actions suggested an underlying unease, and his bright red ears betrayed a sense of embarrassment. Abruptly, he turned to face me, charging towards me with a purpose. I hope this doesn't come as a surprise.
旅行中、ずっとあなたのことばかり考えていました。
But you were on my mind throughout the entire trip. My hands involuntarily went limp. Hastily, I set my teacup on its saucer, fearing it might touch through my grasp. Now, what's this about? Nothing, no.
じゃなくて、もっとかっこよく言わなければならないのに。
No, it's nothing, damn it. I should have said it with more confidence. Raising my head, I met Edward's gaze as he dropped to one knee, retrieving something from his chest. Opening the item, he presented to me, revealing a gleaming ring in its case. My blinking eyes failed to keep pace with the raptured flutter of Edward. His face was glowing with unmistakable warmth. So, I've been wanting to go to the oceans with you. Our gazes locked. Edward's visible embarrassment mirrored my own perplexed expression. And then I said no. No, a joke. There is a fleeting desire in his eyes to escape from the situation, as if the intensity of the moment overwhelmed him. I know... I know that this might be so sudden and confusing to be asking when I have just returned. However, I couldn't shake the thought. If you were my fiancé, every moment would be more enjoyable. Leaving you behind... left me full of regret, and those days of freedom felt meaningless without you. Lady Jane, meet the gentleman who appreciates me beyond my attire and regrets any moment spent without me. Observing Edward's trembling hands and flushed cheeks, I couldn't suppress a giggle. My reaction led him to clamp his mouth shut, seemingly embarrassed. I cherished him for his authenticity, youthful yet mature, thoughtful and brimming with love for me. Extending my hand, I gently wrapped my fingers around the back of his hand and held the case, registering the nervous coldness emanating from him. His blue eyes shimmered. He posed a question with an intensity that resembled a possessed man. Would you do me the honor, pledging to stand by my side, no matter where life may lead us? I thought we already agreed to be together, wherever and whenever. Although he had once described my hand as the softest he has ever held, it was arguably rough. Nevertheless, the ring effortlessly glided onto my ring finger, causing the corners of my eyes to warm. Edward and I shared the locked gaze. I rearranged my schedule so that we can go to the beach together. Oh, he didn't... There's no voiceover for this one. Edward extended an invitation for our future, to witness the vast open sea together, to experience the liberating sprint on the sandy beach Isabella adorned, and to inhale the freedom mirrored in Olivia's eyes. We stood on the precipice of venturing beyond. The sparkle in Edward's eyes embraced me. The light of our boundless ocean and the freedom it promised. It was an intoxicating sight. Nodding without words, I embraced him, unable to contain my excitement, and our lips met into the spontaneous kiss. After a momentary hesitation, he pulled me into a tight embrace. Tears, laughter, sobs, and cries intertwined, creating a blissful symphony. The wind tousled with our disheveled hair. An inexplicable scent of the ocean's breath filled the air. End. True ending. The first step of a journey. I got the true ending. I got the true ending. Please give me some art. Give me some after art. Because the art really sold me on this game. No. Just goes back to the beginning. After all that, not even end credits? Bruh! Oh, okay. Well, obviously that was a long game. Not expected to be about it's almost 7 hours. 7 hours long. Wow, okay. Well, I'm glad I got to dive into this one. It's certainly interesting. I feel like a good bit of the filler could have been cut out. Like this. That's just my personal opinion. There's a lot of words, you know, lots of sentences that I read there. I was just like, I feel like I read this sentence 1,000 times. And then they do like recaps sometimes, and I feel like, yeah, I'm invested. I got invested in the story. Yeah. I kind of get it. So anyway, I really enjoyed it. So I do want to look at other endings, but we got the best one, so I'm done. Thank you guys so much for watching. Yeah. If you managed to watch this video, wow, I'm impressed. Thank you so much. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's make it a full 7-hour runtime. Let's go. Here we go. And